can't stand me, can't blame me, can't handle me, no. Shit, she far away now. Now to the party. She far away now. Ain't naughty.
Plus jamais, nous serons toujours contre. C'est ça, le mouvement de la jeunesse, le mouvement de la jeunesse. Alors, à toutes les manifestations nazies, soyez là, soyez présents et empêchez-les. Car nous sommes noirs, nous sommes blancs, nous sommes jaunes et ensemble, nous sommes de la dynamite. 1, 2, 3, 4, la jeunesse emmerde le Front National. 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 La jeunesse emmerde. La jeunesse emmerde tous les nazis. Jeunesse française. Jeunesse immigrée. Solidarité. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde. La jeunesse emmerde. Merci. Merci ce soir.
Hello, everyone.
Alors la prochaine fois que le gros Pen là, il se baladera dans la France, je vais vous voir gueuler comme ce soir, ok?
Holy moly, W France.
Emmerde le Front National. 1, 2, 3, 4. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. Pas de nationalisme, emmerde le Front National. Unité, emmerde. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. La jeunesse emmerde le Front National. Pour la liberté et pour la justice, la jeunesse emmerde le Front National. 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 La jeunesse emmerde le Front National.
Okay, French people, what are they saying? What were they saying? What is La jeunesse aimerait le Front National? What the fuck is that? What is it? Squirrel Tempura, what does it mean? But W France, okay, there will be no bullying
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know, ask your
French
mom.
chatters just for today, okay? Alright, and probably tomorrow as well. Okay, we can't do that. Alright? Well, we can't let them, you know. No bullying French chatters, yeah. It's saying the youth tells the far right to go fuck itself. Okay, that's sick. Wow. Anyway. Let's go. So yeah, that's what it's saying. The youth is telling the far right to go fuck itself. And France did that. I mean, it was close, but holy fuck. It is a relief, I will say that much. Okay. I said we would do this yesterday. Are the results now completely confirmed? They are all in, right, Squirrel Tempura? They're all in? All the results are in? Yes, okay. Alright, okay. French W time. Let's go. We'll do it. We'll do it. Hey, No Rain. We paused this yesterday. Being like, no, it's only exit poll results, we have to wait. But now, thank fucking God there's gonna be a counterbalance to, like, the insurgence of fascism within Europe and the rest of the world. Jesus Christ. France is a powerful country. And we'll speak about why, like, afterwards. This is a massive dub. It really is. Fuck Le Pen. Holy fuck, Macron. Macron wanted France to have 2 years of fascism only for them to come back to the fucking center. I guess his thoughts are just too complex for journalists to understand. Yes, this needs to be an emote, 100%. Macron, long back to Elcron. El Pen. Don't you just love seeing a Nazi cry? Lib, Twitter, and Reddit said this went according to Macron's plan. His thoughts are very deep. Maybe. Macron. Holy fuck. Look, Europe is still in a fuckload of trouble with regards to, like, the insurgents of the far right, but this is a needed counterbalance. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I did see someone in the chat saying, but doesn't, like, not even a year? Who's this fake ass? Alicia, thank you for the tier 3. Holy moly. I did see someone in the chat be like, you know, doesn't France still control a lot of African nations? Yeah, it does. It's not, France is not a good country. Neither is the US. But if fucking Bernie Sanders won in the US, you guys would be jumping on the fucking roof, okay? The US is a terrible country. So is France. So is Germany. All of them are incredibly genocidal nations. They all suck, okay? But the people living in there are not their government, all right? So yeah, like, France is by no means a good country. It has destroyed, it is preventing a lot of African nations from having autonomy, all right? Okay, what's this? Shout out to France. Let's have a look. What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, you brought this back. France! This is so good. Balls. Le Pen was defeated by a black football player that dates a trans woman. There you go. You can't be rude about Mbappe. You can't be rude about people's sports and they're like and like they're heroes in sport, you know? You can't do that. Hold on. Sorry, as you know, it's Monday, so I've done a delivery for groceries. But for some reason, the app is not working. I know it's on its way, though, so I'm going to have to leave in like a second. Anyway, we are going to be covering what's happening in France, then we're going to do the dolls. Then later on today, Sir Yogi 1 is going to come on and talk to us about Australia, specifically a focus on Aboriginal, the Aborigines people and plants within Australia, as well as a whole different thing, a bunch of other different things. So that's going to be lots of fun. So, you know, that's going to be... Hold on, what the fuck? Is this en route? Give me a second. Oh my god, this app is so broken. I'm glad it's not raining right now, but it is gonna rain later. But it's good because I don't like doing deliveries when it's raining, because obviously, you know. Hold on. Okay. France! Okay. Zenodo has got so many links. Look at this shit. Every single time, Zenodo's got all of the links. These are all the French politics links. How do you save all of these, Zenodo? It's still every single time I'm like, what the fuck? Ah, I think that's a new thing that you can do. Okay, alright, let's start off. Let's have a look through. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Put some music on in the background. Far right's historic moment may have to wait. I love how, like, they are literally just like, oh, no, don't worry, the far right is coming. Like, that is something that's very true. It's like, they'll have a funeral for the death of the left, being like, oh, it's never coming back, right? Maybe we should even have a look at this TLDR, even though it'll be very lib-coded, but we can have a look at it. But they'll never, like, but, like, when it's literally the right, and I saw this on Twitter, they're like, no, don't worry, they'll win next time.
On Sunday, France went...
Far right's historic movement may have to wait. Classic BBC. I mean, look, we will say that this is good, right? Why is this good? Why is it good that these countries like the UK and the France more in particular have moved more to the right? Well, I mean, more to the left. Well, if like you and I, like you and all of us, we all care deeply about like what's happening in Palestine, the genocide that's happening. You will notice immediately, like the UK has said that they will not be opposing a warrant to Netanyahu's arrest. That's a big fucking deal. That's a massive deal. A country like the UK going against all of the other countries saying, no, we actually think like he should be arrested, that's a big deal. Now, do I think that the UK is going to be all that helpful? No. But France now is also wanting to recognize the state of Palestine, and there'll be more stuff to come from there. All of that is very... and the Popular Front said they'll recognize the Palestinian state, which is a very good big deal, because then it's like saying, okay, well, this state deserves sovereignty, and then it's a question of, okay, well, then why can't they control all their own water supplies, their electricity, if we're just looking at, like, the West Bank, for instance, you know, let alone Gaza. Okay, so that's the first link. Okay, let's do it. Paris announces the results. Okay, let's have a look. Paris is very progressive, as far as I know. That's so sick. There are always, like, these skylights that you can get up onto the roofs in Paris. I remember when I was staying there. Like, there was a skylight we climbed through. Holy fuck, hearing the whole city is amazing. That's sick. Because everyone lives so close together, you know? Okay, so that's one. That's two. Oh my god, Zenodo, you've got so many fucking links. It's gonna take us like 2 hours to get through all these links. Okay, there we go. Long live the Popular Front, as we know. We saw this yesterday. Well, I saw this on Hassan's stream. This is why he won. Hold on, let me quickly have a look at where my driver is. Give me a second. Oh, okay, he's here. Alright, I'll be back in a second, everyone. Zenodo is way too dialed in. Yep, I'll be back in a second. am back, I am back, I am back. I am sorry, I'm sorry. I'm quick with it. Let's have a look. Alright. No more interruptions. Sorry about that, everyone. Oh my god, let's go. Immediately, look at that. Let's go. Get fucked! I added it. MLP hands. It's fine, and it can stay big in the chat for now. I won't refresh my chat to Reno. As a little bit of a celebration. Once. Okay. So we did this. Left wick. Let's have a look at this. These racist AI images always get me, dude, because they're always insane. The ones that I normally see are just like a British person, like a blonde British girl, like surrounded by people in like hijabs, like normally crying, and all of the people in like everyone else is laughing around this girl, and it's like, bro, come on. This is insane. The people have spoken. Great replacement and burkas for everyone. Okay. Let's see this. Denoto has sent so many fucking links. But that's okay. We'll look through all of them.
Qui constitue ce nouveau front populaire, vous le voyez sur ces images, c'est la France insoumise qui jubile. Vous êtes sur place, Anthony Lebos, c'est place Stalingrad, dans le nord de Paris que ça se passe.
Oui, explosion de joie ici des militants de la France insoumise, plus largement des militants de gauche qui sont réunis ici, place Stalingrad dans le 19e.
Oh, look at them drinking their wine.
Sur place, Anthony Lebos, c'est place Stalingrad, dans le nord de Paris que ça se passe.
Oui, explosion de joie ici des militants de la France insoumise, plus largement des militants de gauche qui sont réunis ici, place Stalingrad dans le 19e arrondissement de Paris. Il y a des cris, il y a des gens qui s'enlacent, il y a des yeux humides, parfois des pleurs, beaucoup de...
Bro, cigarette in hand. It's so fucking French. Hugging people, cigarette in hand.
Drapeaux aussi insoumis vers la gauche de cette place, des drapeaux français, des fumigènes aussi qui commencent à être allumés. C'était clairement pas le résultat qui était attendu il y a quelques heures par la gauche. Les visages fermés et tendus ont laissé place au sourire. Dans quelques instants ici, il y aura aussi des prises de parole qui vont s'enchaîner, notamment de Jean-Luc Mélenchon dans les toutes prochaines minutes.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay, so that was Ian. Okay, we have 5 links deep now. My god, I love seeing the fucking French fascists cry. So this is, if you're wondering how well sleep tonight, just watch the reaction of RN voters to the results. Oh my god, let's go. But you would never think, like, I feel like from now on, look, they're all wearing denim jackets as well. Is that just like a fascist thing in France? Like, do the fascists wear denim jackets? Well, they're fine as denim for the results. I know they're all wearing denim jackets. Bro, why are there kids there? Oh my god. Anyway, okay. So we got all these links to get through, chat. Okay, Esquire. Let's see. This is insane. Oh my god. What is this? Squirrel Tempura. We've got a real Frenchy link in the chat. Okay, let's go have a look. French elections and Yahoo ally representing French abroad defeated from Le Monde. Isn't Le Monde like super like right wing? I love that. Netanyahu ally representing French abroad defeated. No, is Lamont very left then? The incumbent 8th can it's pretty center left. For the 8th constitute of French citizens living abroad. Okay. Well, that's a W. It's funny because, like, France has got all of these colonies that also get to vote, right? And it's, like, really fucked up because you look at it and you're like, why do they have all of these fucking colonies? Why are we waiting for these votes to come in? But then it's like, okay, well, can America allow its colonies to vote too? You know, like PR and Guam? Please? Please? Anyway. Okay. So living abroad Mayor Habib, affiliated with the right-wing Le Républicain, was defeated by Caroline Yadan resistance Renaissance President Emmanuel Macron's party, according to the results released by the Interior Ministry. Okay. No, that's French people abroad, not former colonies? Really? They don't allow... No, I'm talking about the still today, the French colonies. Real temper. There are still French colonies. Like, technically, they're all still parts of France. Unlike us, like, Guyana is officially part of France. Yeah. Whereas, for example, like, PR and Guam are not considered part of the US, even though, like, they're controlled by the US government. Anyway. They get, like, representation without, like, a vote in the House of, the fucking American House of Representatives. There we go. Sorry. Trying to figure out. Okay, let's have a look at this. So this was oh yeah, N wokeness. This is insane. Macron's party colluded with the far left socialists in order to block a Le Pen win. Looks like France will not be safe. Bro, why do Americans fucking care? End wokeness. Okay. So then let's have a look at this one. Everyone stand up for the International.
Je me présente devant tous. J'aurais oublié d'où je viens et qui je suis, et quelle est ma patrie dans le temps. Alors ce jour anniversaire de la Commune de Paris, c'est à nous maintenant, pour ceux qui la connaissent, d'entonner à la mémoire des nôtres, morts pour la liberté, l'Internationale.
You wouldn't play this yesterday? Yeah, I had no idea what it was. I still don't know what it is.
Debout les damnés de la terre, debout les...
It's an international communist anthem. How are you leftists and don't know the Internationale? Because I'm not a nerd. Holy fuck. I've never heard it before in my life. I learned this song in school. That's so brilliant true. I've never heard of it before. It has lyrics in every language. Yeah. It was as it was said. Okay, alright. Next one. Let's have a look. France's far-right party, Rassemblement National, is set to finish third in the country's elections, and it's safe to say that France players are taking the news well. The people's victory. These are all French football players. The relief is equal to the worry of recent weeks. It is immense. Congratulations to all French people who mobilized so that this beautiful country, that is France, does not find itself governed by the extreme right. Let's go. It is insane. I will say, like, it does blow my mind that, like this, the liberals, like joined up with, like, that would not happen in America. Okay, you will not see in America like liberals joining ranks with leftists in order to defeat the far right. It's always the other way around. It's always liberals like forming alliances with the right. And we beat Portugal too. They've been campaigning against Le Pen in all their interviews during the Euros. That's interesting. Okay. Maybe it's time. There's some people like, stop making football political. Massive crowd on Place de la République to celebrate the victory of the new Popular Front. Holy fuck. Palestinian flag there too. Let's go. Okay. Where's the next one? I'm getting lost in all the links that I have to get through. Okay, so that's this one. Okay, now we're on the 5th link. The 10th link. Zenodo is amazing with all the links. Did you not post this image lightly? I mean, look. The UK, Keir Starmer has been surprisingly making some good moves. I'm not holding my breath. I don't think any Brits are holding their breath. Okay, we've still, like, yeah. I mean, the things that we have seen. Jason, thank you for the raid. Holy moly. I don't know. There we go. They announced the housing thing, but they are building 0 council houses. So it's meaningless. That's insane. I mean, look, I'm looking at, like, for example, more, there are some positive things. It's better than having, okay, I would still say the UK is not quite, like, this is not as a big W for the UK as it is for France. They're just incentivizing private housing. Small W's, yeah. Like, I will say, like, the fact that I don't know, it seems that he's gonna be a little bit better with Israel-Palestine, but time will only tell. It's better than, like, having the fucking Tories in power, but that doesn't really mean too much. And I'm interested to see with the transport minister if, like, they're actually going to privatize the rail again. I don't know if they're going to. I really, like, that would be very interesting. Not privatize, nationalize the rail. I think that would be amazing, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Starmer is our Macron, yeah. Not double privatization. They said during the campaign they'll do it within 5 years. We'll see. I think Thatcher was the one who privatized the rail, right? So that's, like, I don't know. We'll see. The lobbies might be a little bit strong. We'll see. Okay, this is Dan de Brac. See? Okay, next one. Well, you know what's crazy? Macron's wife is 25 years older than him, and she's still 10 years younger than Biden. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. In Perpignan, RN stronghold the left celebrates the defeat of the RN in France by singing the Catalan anti-Franco anthem. Oh my gosh, let's go. flag has got a Palestinian flag on one side and a French flag on the other. That's so cool. A Basque party candidate won for the first time? I don't know what that means. So you could let me know about that. Okay, let's see. No Justice MTG. Oh, we like No Justice here. She's great. It's a type of soup, I think. So true, Jason. Macron, Mélenchon, and Le Pen. That's okay. Perfect. Okay. Next one. Yanis Varoufakis. Let's see what our goat has to say. Vive la France for its collective capacity to unite versus fascists. Tonight we celebrate, but we should not get carried away. The fascists are still at the door. And, as the only solid opposition, they will benefit from the deep EU-French crisis before the presidential election. Yes. True. Angela. What's this?
La nouvelle assemblée et ce n'est pas le tiers.
Yanis Varoufakis published an article about the rise of the far right in places like France 4 hours before the polls showed the left winning. L nerd, JK, but we love him. I mean, look, this would not have happened if, like, the left had not got its shit together. Let's be real. We know this. It's because they formed that new popular front so fucking quickly, and it, like, they put their infighting aside. You know what I mean? Like, all of the left-wing parties. That's what was important here.
Il est 20h et on découvre la nouvelle assemblée et ce n'est pas le tiers.
Oh my god, this guy is crying. He's so happy. I love that. I love that they're all drinking as well. Oh my gosh. I know it smells crazy in there, but you wish that this could happen in America. You wish. And you know it would smell crazy in America too if this did happen, okay? We're not going to make fun of French people today. Only the fascists you could make fun of, okay? Let them have their day, alright? Let them have their day. Alright, so this was Pam Angela. This is so good. This makes me very happy to see. It is hopeful. Like, I mean, you guys all know this. You watch Hassan, you watch Gremlo, you watch all of the other, political commentators. And you see this steady move towards the right, and it is fucking scary. It is worrying. It's like, why are people falling for this propaganda? And it seems that, like, these countries are making it more difficult for left-wing voices to be heard. You see them supporting Netanyahu and Israel, like, unconditionally, allowing this genocide to happen while everybody can watch. And this is just, like, such, like... I mean, it isn't even as strong a leftist win as like, they don't have an outright majority. But this is something, like... We needed this. Like, this was so needed, especially with what's happening in Germany at the moment. Like, this is so needed. Especially because of how powerful France is on the international stage. Like, it is a little bit of, like, hope here. Like, fuck, okay, maybe, like, fascism is not gonna, like, completely take over every single country in the world. Yeah, it feels possible again for the left, yeah. I am high on hopium, yes. Yeah, the far right is still like gaining a lot. But the thing is, it is so important though when like left-wing governments get into the power that they do shit, okay? If they don't do shit, then it's going to be, then it like, it's the same with like Keir Starmer's government. Like if Keir Starmer's government doesn't, I mean Keir Starmer's not hardly left, but like he's definitely like very center. But like if they don't do shit, if they don't make people's lives better, then the right will win, okay? Anyway. Let's watch this again. It's so, look at this guy, look how worried everyone is. Look at everyone's face, they're all so stressed. They're all so worried. Except for this guy, he's just chilling. He's like, it's fine, we'll be okay.
Et on découvre la nouvelle assemblée et ce n'est pas le tiers.
I saw a face like this too, and I don't care. I know. Squirrel Tempura came into the chat while I was playing. I think I just switched over to wait, was I? No, I hadn't switched over to. I think Hassan, just before Hassan went live, like the results were released, and Squirrel Tempura was like, I have been so fucking stressed. It was the end of King of the Castle, yeah. You came in, you were like, I've been so stressed. I've been so fucking anxious this entire time the Grandies were winning. And you're like, thank fuck. Oh god. Does anybody have that video of Le Pen actually crying? I was hungover this morning. Or was it just a picture? I barely had any alcohol. Let's hope the best for Palestine. We'll see. We'll see. Winner of the French parliamentary election says, within the next 2 weeks, we will recognize the state of Palestine. Biden sent a letter to senior Dems about not dropping out. Oh my god. This is big, okay? But is it gonna mean anything? At the end of the day, we know, like, there's one country that really has the power here. I'm sorry, thank you for the 11 months. Oh, God, bro. Like, he did not write this as well. Bro, I don't want to fucking read this. He wrote this joke. Yeah, this was his work for, like, he'd worked on this for weeks, bro. God, I'm not gonna look. I'm not reading that. I'm sorry. I want to see him type a paragraph with my own eyes. True. Like, all of his, we know his staff has wrote that. Anyway, let's quickly have a look. So where were we with all of these? Sorry, I've got so many fucking links to get through. Okay, so we were at Pam Angela, then here, what is this? Okay, more. They did not pass and will not pass. Long live the new Popular Front. They've got the New Caledonia flag. New Caledonia or whatever. Isn't it New Caledonia or New Caledonia? I don't know how to, No pasaron is a Spanish Civil War slogan. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. New Caledonia. I don't know if this is TOS. Attacking innocent children is the most depraved actions. We stand with Ukraine against Russian aggression. Our support will not falter. I thought this was going to be about Palestine, but this is new. I don't know. Kid starver. Caledonia is in Scotland? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes no. I'm confused. I just know it's like a, it's like a territory. It's not like a country, and I know the flag now. I don't know anything about it apart from that. Okay. Okay. Look at this. What's this? At the metro, improvised caterpillar? What? And the caterpillar pisses off the National Front. What? This is my country? That's my left. I love you people. Okay. I don't think this is an accurate translation. Oh no, it is. It's a Congo line. In the Paris metro, dude. Oh my god, I loved the Paris metro when I was there. But it was the first metro I've ever used, ever, like in my life. And it was so nice. I loved it. So the thing is, the left will have a government, but they have a lot of trouble doing anything because they'll need to pass through the parliament. Yeah. We'll see. There's no metros in South Africa? Yes. There's no metros in South Africa. There's not one. I don't even think that... There might be in Johannesburg. I've got no idea. Twitch won't take my Capitec card. You need to... Normal one, you need to... There's a thing called Zola. Pay with Zola. Go there and then put in your Capitec card. Because Twitch wouldn't take my Capitec card either, normal one. So you have to go to... it's like payment with Zola, and then you put your Capitec card in there. That's how I pay for things on Twitch. Yeah, it doesn't. It also rejects my Capitec card if I just put it like directly in. You know. Anyway, let's see. Hold on. Matenth. Sky News. Have a look. I will be with you until victory. This evening is just the beginning. National Rally President J. Bardella speaks at the party's headquarters following the shock exit poll results from the French elections. Let's have a look.
Dominique, have Jordan Bardella on stage at the National Rally headquarters. Let's have a listen in.
No longer take advantage of our party. In the first round, we had 34%. This evening, these electoral agreements means that we're thrown into the extreme left, into the arms of Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And at the first round, we were certainly at the head, and we were able to double the number of MPs. And in many, in fact, constituencies in France, we had 45%. Taking into consideration the policy that's going to be applied in the next month and won't respond to any kind of concerns of the French people. So, considering the policy that's going to be applied in the next few months and will not take into consideration any of the concerns.
What the fuck is going on with the camera? Okay.
The French people, we incarnate more than ever the only other possibility in comparison to the party tonight, Philippe Poutou and Edouard Philippe. I'm saying this tonight with extreme seriousness to deprive millions of French people of the possibility of seeing their ideas will never be a viable destiny for France. So this evening, by trying to paralyze our institutions. Emmanuel Macron has not only pushed the country towards uncertainty and instability, he deprives for many months the French people of any kind of response to their daily difficulty. In full crisis of purchasing power, even though lack of security and disorder is hitting the country, France is deprived of a majority and of a government to act and to
For
be
what?
able to not to be able to help France. Today we've understood that in fact these electoral arrangements which have been orchestrated from the Elysee, from a president who's isolated, and an incendiary extreme left won't lead the country anywhere. To create a single party, the question all our compatriots are asking
Oh my God.
the following question: what are they going to do? I know how many millions of French people must be frustrated, and I know their expectations. So I would like to say to them that over the past few months, hope had arisen and no longer, and this hope will always exist. So this evening, everything is beginning. The National Rally is going to amplify its work at the National Assembly with Marine Le Pen, and we're going to ensure national union, and we're going to gather together all the French people and also other democratic possibilities at the European Parliament. In the end, our MPs will play their role within a major group that will in fact refuse migratory submersion, punitive ecology, and confiscation of our sovereignty, because after all, the National Rally is different to others. It will not go into any kind of political compromise. So today...
Bro, how the fuck did this party get so many votes? Wait, the National Rally is like Le Pen's, right? National... I'm getting confused with all of the names because there's so many like national names. But it is... I know he's the far right, but like there are other parties. The National Rally is Le Pen's party, right? Yes. Okay, yes. Good.
As tomorrow, it'll be at the side of the French people and ready to take on...
Yeah, because they said Rally National or whatever in French or whatever.
...responsibilities. We don't want to have power just for the sake of power. We want to have power in order to be able to give it to the French people and to restore the sovereignty of the nation and to be able to make sure that France gets out of its problems.
Bro, how the fuck, like... Classic Sky News for playing this all out, but it's like, this is fucking insane, dude. Joe Biden's statement in TTS if you want it. Okay, we might listen to it. Folks, did you do it in his voice? Is it actually in his voice? Brilliant drink, that'd be so funny. If it is. Okay, we might listen to it. No, okay.
What is life like on Bitch
Folks.
Island? I don't know, ask your mom.
Okay, let's see. So that was Sky News. Okay, we're almost through all of these links with the French stuff. France, yes, Jazza, let's go. France's extraordinary elections will provide an urgent, valuable lesson. Don't concede grounds to those who sow division and fear. Build a bold left movement that offers an alternative of inclusion and hope. That is how you defeat the far right. Yes, he is correct. 100%. Oh wait, there was a different Sky News one as well that I missed. Okay, more Sky News. Oh yeah. This was the new Popular Front leader, Mélenchon.
What is life
which
like
I'm probably
on
saying
Bitch
wrong.
Island?
There's still a link down below.
Your mom.
His party is ready to govern after polls show his leftist coalition finished with the most seats in France's elections. Macron's centrist alliance ensemble is expected to finish second. Let's have a look.
So, with these votes, the majority has made another choice for the country. The desire of the peoples from now on has got to be strictly respected, and from now on there should be no kind of arrangement, a subterfuge which would be acceptable. And, in fact, the lessons are without appeal. The defeat of the President of the Republic and his coalition has been very clearly confirmed. the president has got to accept and recognize this defeat.
Oh no, Mexi. What the fuck? I just got served my first ever ad on Twitch right now. Oh no. Oh no, Mexi. They're starting to serve ads. I still get Red Bull ads a lot of the time. Sakura, thank you for the gifted sub to Mexi.
Oh my God!
Okay, let's continue.
Without trying to overcome it in any way whatsoever. And the Prime Minister has to leave.
The only ads I ever get are I get Red Bull ads, I get men's perfume ads, and then I get like banking ads for South Africa, and then sometimes I get most of the time I don't get ads at all though, and then sometimes I get movie ads, but that's about it. I got an ad for eggs. Oh no, Big Egg is coming for you, Fishy Fins, for fucking eggs.
And in fact, he never had the trust of the National Assembly, and he's in fact directed the campaign which has been lost by his camp, and in fact the peoples have voted against him. The president has got the power, the president has got the responsibility to ask for the new Popular Front to govern. And we are ready to do so. The new Popular Front will respect the mandate that these votes have given as far as the candidates are concerned, and we will keep to our word.
Look, if ads are happening in Jordan right now for Mexi, then Lebanon it's only a matter of time, okay? Big ads are invading the Middle East, okay? They're coming.
We will apply our program, the whole.
I've got bad news. The media owner pushing hard right for the France. It's straight up French Fox News is coming for you. Oh no. They're going to acquire Africa's multi-choice? What? Oh, it owns Showmax too. Huh. Showmax is like South Africa's HBO. Because we don't have HBO here, I don't think. But yeah. Oh, now we've got two. Lily, we already had we already had one. We already had MLP hands, but it's fine. We can have both if you want. I mean, multi-choice just offers, like, the as far as I understand, just the free, like, it just, doesn't it just run the, I actually don't really know, like, exactly how a multi-choice works. But I'm thinking it's just the free, TV channels. Huh. Okay. Well, we shall see.
All of our policy.
No worries, Lily. Multi-choice owns DSTV. Okay, I see. I know it's big. I'm gonna keep it big for the rest of the stream. It's fine. We'll keep it big.
Everything is included. We won't dissociate various parties, nor in fact receipts, expenses, nor various measures that will be introduced. And from this summer, the measures that we have envisaged will be taken by decree without voting, and the abrogation of retirement at 64 years old. Blocking prices, increasing minimum wage, having salary negotiations according to the various professions, managing water, and also moratorium on major useless works. We already said last week, and this is something that we're confirming to the President of the Republic, we refuse to come into negotiations with his party in order to try to have agreements, especially after having fought tirelessly for the past 7 years his policy of treating people badly socially and ecologically, not taking the situation into consideration. And especially, we want to make sure that the polls are taken into consideration. Especially, we want to make sure that despite any kind of knocks that we've received, any kind of defamation that we've had, and any kind of insults, we still have...
Fun fact, Albie, I'm the bald dude at the back. Okay, yeah, you were opening your phone playing fucking King of the Castle while this was happening, okay?
have overcome, and we've won. And from now on, the votes have been obvious. And the new Popular Front is ready to govern.
Yeah, homie was back there being vote B. Anyway, this is amazing. It is a W. I really hope that they're going to be able to get stuff done. We'll see. It is just like, yeah, we have to, like, as, like, leftists, it is just the W you have to take. Fuck, this was so close to going south. So fucking close. We'll see. Okay, so we're almost through. Now we've got another, okay, we're almost through. We've got 6 tweets left from Zenodo. Thank you, Zenodo, once again. Actually, no, more. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 tweets. Let's have a look. Thank you, Zenodo, once again for finding all the tweets. Oh, yeah. I saw that. Comrade Mbappe. Look. You don't fuck with, like, people's favorite soccer players. You don't do that, Le Pen. The unity the grannies had last game was incredible. I'm so proud. If France lost on Friday, right now, RN might have, the Euros RN might have won. Oh my god, really? That's insane. Fuck. So if I don't know. Probably not. But that is funny. Look, if France is going, if like France's wins will lead it more to the left, then I'm very happy that I want France to win the Euros then, okay? Maybe Germany next, okay? Alright, let's have a look at this one. Okay, what's this? This is France far right watching the election returns. Oh my god, I love this. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Look, they're so excited. All of these fascists are so excited. They got their phones out. Let's have a look.
Allez. 3, 2, 1.
So excited, and then it's like, what? Oh shit! Oh no! Fuck!
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
face. Look at this girl. She's like, what? Shit. My God. Oh, this is another one. Oh, let's go. French hogs. All these videos of French fascists waiting for the exit polls, and then standing there with faces like smacked asses when it pops up are so incredible. I do like this a lot. I could watch this all day. Someone must make a massive compilation of it.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Voilà, vous la découvrez, notre estimation est une source talent. Selon cette estimation, possible. 172 et 180 députés, suivi derrière alors à vraiment une courte avance d'abord du Rassemblement national. Il va falloir qu'on travaille, les gars. Il va falloir qu'on travaille. C'est beau.
It's so excited.
Let's go party.
Oh no! That silence right there.
Voilà, vous la découvrez, notre estimation est une source talent.
They're like, what? The left one?
Come on, Bobby. Let's go party.
Yeah. Gosh, okay. This French election just proves that if you have a platform, you should speak out. The players did it and it helped. I mean, it is that too. But the other thing that's very important, and that was so fucking important, was how, like, organized the left was. Like, as much as it was with all of the football players, like, yeah, if you have a platform, definitely speak out. That was part of it. But one of the biggest things, Macron was, like, you know, his thoughts are very deep, right? So I can't really... I can't really understand them. You know, I might not be able to, like, think about what he was thinking, but most people agree, and I've said this before on this broadcast, that he was, his idea was to try and, like, you know, punish France. You know, allow France to be won by the far right, okay? Thinking that, my brain is not working now, hold on. Yeah, thinking that basically that would move France more to the center. And also thinking that the left would not get their shit together. Apparently, like, obviously, other people who are French in this chat will correct me on this. Like, left-wing parties in France have a lot of infighting. As, I mean, leftists normally do. And that did prevent, in the past, like, coalitions like this from being formed. Like, this sort of level of unity to be formed. But the fact that the left got its shit together within days, like, immediately, that was like, that was one of the reasons why, because they had, like, they formed the new Popular Front, like, within a few days, which was pretty incredible. Let's just watch this one more time, it's so good.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Voilà, vous la découvrez, notre estimation est une source talent. Selon cette estimation, eh bien, le groupe qui obtiendrait le plus en fait de députés ce soir, c'est le groupe possible. 160.
This coalition is marked by what happens when you unify and hope that lesson spreads. This is what happens when leftists form ranks. Yes.
180 députés, suivi derrière alors à vraiment une courte avance d'abord du Rassemblement national. Il va falloir qu'on travaille, les gars. Il va falloir qu'on travaille.
Anyway. Alright, that's... I love that. Okay. Bernie Sanders? Oh no. What did he say?
You are a class traitor.
Here's a simple fact. If politicians stand with working families will stand with you. As it turns out, lowering the retirement age and raising the minimum wage are very popular. Congratulations to the French left taking on right-wing extremism and winning. Yeah, it is like a big W. Yeah, it does turn out that raising the minimum wage is popular. Something that Biden said they would do, remember? Have they done that yet? Have they raised the minimum wage in America? Nope. Let me just close this. Oh, we saw this already. What's this? Canadian polling. My thoughts are too complex for journalists, says Emmanuel Macron. What was he cooking? So these are all the parties that make up the new Popular Front. Ah, okay. It's all in French, so I can't read it. He actually said that, yes, my thoughts are too complex for journalists. Yes, this is why I've been saying the entire time. Like, yeah, his thoughts are very complex, so maybe I can't understand. It's literally a meme. He has said this. I can't prove it, but Hassan beefing with the French on r/place caused this. That's one of my favorite things that has ever happened on Hassan's stream. We will never surrender. We just want to build this nice Eiffel Tower. It will be so stylish. I remember that. It was so good. You know what? Fuck it, dude. If France continues on this left-wing, like, thing and they actually make, like, substantial, like, changes, then let them win. Let them have the entire of r/place, okay? Let them have the entire thing. Alright, the entire thing, just one big French flag.
Holy moly. Go NFP.
Yeah. Chase Sadie, thank you so much for the 8 months. Holy moly. Okay. Dario's crown. Let's have a look. What's this? Yeah, they can have r/place. Bro. Kenrick is French. He wants his dick to be as big as the Eiffel Tower so he can fuck the world for 24 hours. Okay, dude. What is this? Oh yeah, I've seen this. I don't know what a minaret is. No more baguette, only shawarma. Mbappe will wear a mask fighter mask versus Spain. Prepared to say the Shahada baguette boy. Bro, these AI fucking... I've said this before. These AI, like, fascist images. I've never seen one that's, like, about France. It's always that, like, British girl who's crying. Like the British blonde girl. The Tower of the Mosque? Oh, on top of mosques. Oh, okay. Alright. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, chatters. Okay, this... Alright, we got 2 Zenodo links left. There we go. Freedom, equality, Mbappe. And then... Oh, wait, never mind. You got tons more. Oh, yeah. Kylian Mbappe has called on people to vote against the far right in France. The French captain and biggest cultural icon in the country has spoken out about Le Pen for the second time now during the Euros. Le Pen came in first place at the recent EU parliamentary elections and then again during the first round of voting that took place at the end of June. Le Pen's closest rivals is the new Popular Front, a new alliance constituting of the Socialist Party, Communist Party, Mélenchon's France Insoumise, I have no idea what that is, and other leftist parties. Macron's centrist party insisting that both extremes are as bad as the other. Nevertheless, many local candidates from both his party and others are withdrawing to ensure that the anti-Le Pen vote is not split. French police have mobilized 30,000 officers for Sunday due to fears that clashes could arise between the far-right and anti-fascist groups.
À ta gauche, vraiment l'extrême gauche.
Pardon. J'espère, heureusement que vous n'étiez pas de l'autre côté. Hein. Moi, je pense que plus que jamais, il faut aller voter. Là, il y a vraiment urgence. On peut pas laisser notre pays entre les mains de ces gens-là. C'est vraiment urgent. Je pense qu'on a vu les résultats, c'est catastrophique. Et on espère vraiment que ça va changer et que tout le monde va se mobiliser pour voter et voter pour le bon côté.
À ta gauche,
wow.
Vraiment l'extrême gauche.
Pardon.
I mean, yeah, this must have, like, unironically, this definitely would have had an impact. I mean, I don't, the thing is, for me, I'm very disconnected from, like, how popular, like, football is, obviously. I don't really know, but especially, like, with different age groups. Like, I don't know how, like, popular it is around, like, I mean, what's the best way to say it? I am very disconnected from understanding how football can influence politics. In France, it's crazy, yeah. So for me, like, this is, like, why I'm thinking maybe this... I'm not entirely sure how much of an impact Mbappe had, you know? Zidane is a god? Okay, I see. Alright, let's see. So that was... that. And I think that's all you sent. Lefty stats. What's that? Okay, you still got others. Yeah. So we saw, like, this here. Now, this is not like a... It's 30 seats more than any other party. From what I can see. Wow, look at that. 87. For the centrists. Minus 87. So they will have to form, like, they will have to get some of these motherfuckers to vote with them. But yeah. Yeah, this is wrong? Oh, the exit polls were wrong. Okay, alright. That's still pretty good. Ensemble did way better than expected, yeah. But it's still like the majority of seats are the left's in control of now. Delogu, the guy that got excluded for showing a Palestinian flag in the assembly, posted this. Let's have a look. Gosh, okay, alright, there's two more. What's important is that the winner gets a prime minister seat and they have more negotiating power when picking minister seats, so they might need to make concessions coalition partner, but the left will still have the lion's share of power. That is still very good. They didn't have time to adjust the graphic. So wait. Oh wow, so they got these two the other way around. I'm confused. The graphic is just their prediction, I think. Oh, the numbers are correct, but the chart is wrong. Okay, I'm not entirely sure with respect to this. Okay. We're almost done. Then this last one here. And then we're gonna do the dolls. Oh, we already saw this. Okay. Well, well done, Frenchies. You did it. We will not be mean to you. It's been a big problem. They just trick the shit out of graphics. Yeah. I mean, that always has been an issue. They've been doing that in the US for such a long time. Especially with respect to crime statistics. They do that on Fox News all the time. Alright, everyone. It's time for the dolls. Always do your daily dolls. Okay, there are a lot of people in here because Gremlo is not live. So, just so everyone knows, I'm going to try and not look at the chat. Because I know that some people can't help themselves. Okay? Now say Ludwig is funny. Bro, is he actually French? I know his mother's French, but is he French? Yeah, so the idea is, everyone... Ludwig voted for the French left. Oh, is he allowed? Can Ludwig actually vote? Okay, that's sick. Okay, we like Ludwig. We like Ludwig. He should beat us on in 1v1 basketball anytime. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, just so everyone knows, we are going to be doing the dolls now. There are a lot of you in here because Gremlo is sick. Okay. So please don't help. I will try not look at the chat, obviously, but you know, it is how it is. And I will post the link every single time so you can play along. Okay? Unless I ask for help, don't help, okay? Otherwise, it's like, you know, I'm gonna try not look at the chat though, because I know that some of you are gonna struggle with this. Let me just I'll get the bot out, but nobody ever reads the bot. Del's no help. There we go. Sakura's partner's bot here. Alright, so if you guys want to do the Wordle along with me. I don't ever help, even if asked. No, sometimes with a mini I need help because there's like American stuff. Anyway. Even when she asks, I will directly ask the chat, be like, chat, please, will you help me with this if I need help? Okay? But if I just like ask a question, that's normally me talking to myself. Okay? Like if I'm like, maybe this or that or that. Okay. Let's see. Can we, what about France? Oh, Frank. There we go. that helped. Okay, what about a wood? None of those. Okay. What about a... site? Okay, we got an S, we got an H, okay. Shape? Easy clap. Okay, splendid. Thank you, Wordle. Connections time. Now the connections are for brain rot. Oh, did you do well in the connections, Elysium? Yeah, if those want to join in with the connections, let's see if you can beat me. Okay, okay. Mind virus activating. Let's go. Canine, trick, spirit, ozone, often, pointer, will, visit, frequent, resolve, haunt, tip, grit, suggestion, freight, patronize. Fuck. We got a pointer at the tip of something. Wait, no, frequent, often. Fuck, I don't know. Trick, pointer, will. Suggestion, resolve. I have the resolve, I have the will, I have the spirit, I have the grit, probably. Okay, fortitude, there we go. We got it, okay. Ozone. Canine. Well, there's a number 9. Oh, I got it, okay. Ozone has got the letter... I have the mind virus. I have it. Okay. Freight has got 8 in it. Ozone has got 1. Canine has got 9. And often has got 10. Oh my god. I have the mind virus. I have it. Oh my fucking god. Woo! Let's go. Frequent visit. My haunt, I guess. Like your tip, your trick, you patronize. I guess it must be pointer then. One away? Fuck. Okay, okay, hold on. Trick, patronize. Pointer. Tip? No, that's exactly what I did. Fuck. Okay. I frequent, I visit, I suggestion, I trick, I haunt, I patronize. I think it must be that. Yes, okay. Spend time at. There we go. Tip, suggestion, pointer, trick. Okay. These are all like help. Bit of advice. Just a little bit of advice. This is insane. This is mind virus stuff. I hate this game so much. Alright, the crossword. Let's do the mini. To whom Freddie Mercury sings, didn't mean to make you cry, Mama. Place for a blowout. Big summer blowout. The salon. Formal decree. I have no idea. Chip topped with queso and jalapenos. That's a nacho, right? Nasty. Mean, maybe? Dear sir or madam. This is mean. Pulitzer Prize winning novelist. I have no... Alice. Alice Walker. Chocolatey mocha. Anton Chekhov. I think so. I think that's it. One of 100 in Congress. Senators. Formal decree. Edict. Oh my god, let's go. Holy moly, let's go. Okay. The dolls are good today. They're good to us. Okay, Tradle time. Here, if you want to play along with me with Tradle. Okay, so it's 55.7 billion refined petroleum. Okay, I'm feeling this is leading towards European. Just because of how, like, much is and also then immediately cheese. But it could be something else. Okay, refined petroleum, then a lot of aluminium. Food stuff, let's have a look. Vegetables, nuts, tobacco, malt extract, jam, hard liquor, wine. Pickled pasta. Raw tobacco, baked goods. Cheese, non-fillet fresh fish. Then there's textiles and vegetable products like other fruits, citrus, wheat. Could be a country in Africa, actually. Actually, it literally could be anywhere. Pure olive oil, okay. I feel like for Italy it would be higher. Maybe Greece? Greek or cheese, yeah, like feta. Let's see, Greece. But there would probably be more fish. Oh my god! Holy moly! Woo! Let's go. Okay, let's go. In one. I did it. Yeah, I am cracked today. This is Haiti. Cracked. No longer a pick-me Greek, exactly. Yes, I can keep my passport today. I can keep my Greek passport today. Okay. Let's do Geogrip, my favorite doll. In Asia, name consists of multiple words. East Timor. Everyone will forget East... No, fuck, loads of people did East Timor. Okay, borders 5 countries in Asia. Okay, no one will do China because that's like, no one does that. In Asia. What about Brunei for human development index over 0.9? Isn't like Brunei pretty high up there? Fuck. Okay, no. Okay. Did you wait 90 minutes after waking up to have your first cup of coffee? No, I literally had it like 15 minutes after I woke up. Passport retained. Let's go. Ends with an N. Borders 5+ countries. Switzerland ends with a D. N. We got. Oh, I guess you could go Afghanistan. Okay, most people did that though. Fuck. Okay. Capital city population under 1 million. Okay, this is easy. You just go Switzerland, but you can also just go for in Asia. Fuck, I already used Brunei. We could do maybe Singapore. But actually, no, Singapore is just a city-state, so it might be over 1 million. Hold on, it's time to open a Red Bull. In Asia. Kyrgyzstan. What about Tajikistan? Okay. Human ends with development over 0.9. Let's see. Vatican. Everyone's gonna go for that. No, Vatican ends with a Y. Fuck. Okay. Hungary, Albania, Macedonia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Kosovo, Moldova, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Sweden, Finland, or Norway. Okay, so everyone's gonna go for Sweden though. Fuck. Okay, we'll wait. Borders 5+ countries. Name consists of multiple words. The Congo, but you could also do the Central African Republic, I think. Okay, there we go. Name consists of multiple words. Human development index 0.9. I mean, everyone's gonna go San Marino. Maybe Bosnia? 0.9. No, no one will go for the United States. Oh, people did. Red Bull does give you wings. Ends with letter N. Okay, I think I have to go Sweden here. I have to go Switzerland here. I don't know if they bought a 5+ countries. Maybe Liechtenstein here. I always spell it wrong. In Asia, capital population under 1 million. In Asia. Maybe like Bahrain. Bahrain? Okay, epic. Let's go. Borders 5+ countries. Cap city under 1 million. That's so fucking tricky. I feel like there was an African one. Maybe like Burkina Faso it was or something like that. But like Switzerland is just right there. Does Switzerland border 5+ countries though? Fuck it, let's see. It might be wrong. Oh my god, it was right, but everyone did Switzerland. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, we got there, we got there, we got there. So the least popular answers were Israel. Okay. Name consists in Asia, Saudi Arabia. Okay, no one did that. Borders 5+ countries. Ivory Coast. Shit. Okay, that's one to remember. And oh, it was the Ivory Coast. There we go. Then we got Lebanon. Spain. Oh my god, Spain. Spain borders 5+ countries? What? It has 2. And I guess Morocco 3. Andorra! And the UK? No, it doesn't border the UK. That's bullshit. The UK counts? Oh, Gil. Okay. An epic in Taiwan. I'm interested to see the countries that have the Human Development Index, because this is difficult to remember. So, Taiwan, Sweden, Spain, Liechtenstein, Japan. Okay, Japan was one. You got Australia, Cyprus, Finland, Iceland, Ireland, Israel, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, New Zealand, Slovenia, Sweden, and Switzerland. New Zealand, South Korea, UAE, United Kingdom, okay, and USA. Okay, we're fine. All right, that was good. I'm still alive. Let's do Tradle or Traveler. Let's do to the Gambia. Okay, we can do that. So we have to go through South Africa first. Then Namibia, Angola, Namibia, Angola, the DRC, okay, now it gets dicey because you want to go, I think, Central African Republic, Chad, Niger, Mauritania, Senegal. Central African Republic. Chad. Niger. Oh, okay. Mauritania. No, it was Mali. Fuck. Ah, oh, damn it. Okay, so close. Mali. Senegal. Aww. Damn. The weekly? Okay, let's have a look at the weekly. So I'd like to go from Ecuador to Chile while traveling along the coast and avoiding Peru. So I have to go around this way. So you don't have to go Argentina. No, okay, Ecuador. So you want to go Colombia, right? Yeah. Well, that way, is what I mean. Yeah. Okay, Colombia, then Venezuela. Oh, do we have to go? Oh, no, but we have to go all the way up and around, right? Fuck, okay. So then Panama. Costa Rica. I know it's Rica. Then we go to Nicaragua. No, wait. No, and then it's El Salvador, right? Okay, but we do need Honduras as well. Okay, good to know Honduras does have some coastline. Then we need Guatemala, Mexico. Guatemala. Mexico. Okay, then we've got the United States of America. Then we have Canada.
Yuck.
Okay. And then Belize. Okay, so then we have Guyana, Suriname. Are we gonna have to include France here? French. No, we've got French Guyana. Okay. Then Brazil. Then Argentina. Oh, we might need Uruguay though. We'll see. Yeah, and then Uruguay. Uruguay. Woo! What's wrong with Peru? So true. Okay, no going through Peru, but it was done. That was a cool one. I like that one. That was fun. Okay, so I was in the top 73%. Most people could do this. Fuck, it's only geo nerds that play this shit. Food guess time. What? Millet. Look at the SpongeBob stuff. Millet flour. I have no idea. Ginger cloves. Maybe China? Ice cold, okay. Is this like... Is this Polish or something? Is this Italian? No. Is this Egyptian? Is Zenodo gonna shout at me? Fuck! Cocoa, millet porridge. I have no idea. Is it Sudan? As deep as going ain't no way. Fuck. The Sudani chatter is laughing at me. Is it from Chad? It's not bordering. Why is the Egyptian being repressed right now? See, it's not Sudan. Oh, load shedding. Why are you making fun of me, Asdeef? I'm memeing? Okay. Alright, so it's from Cape Verde, Gambia, Nigeria. I have no idea where this is, but okay. Ghana, Sierra Leone, Benin, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Niger, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, Ivory Coast, Mauritania, and Liberia. Okay. I was about to say these Cook sisters, but then it was like the name of the pastry translates to torn underwear, reflecting the pastry's irregular, twisted shape. Yeah, and there'd be honey as well. Ooh, these look really good. There's none bee honey? No. No, there is no Cook sisters in South Africa. I feel like, no, these are not Cook sisters. They're drenched in honey. Oh, you can get ant honey? These are not Cook sisters. They look like Cook sisters though. Are these Dutch then? Ice cold. What? Okay, these from Brazil, maybe? Warm? Are they from Chile? Calzones rotos. Okay. Wow. This is what Cook Sisters look like. In South Africa. But they're like drenched in honey. They're very sweet. Not my thing, I'll be honest with you. That's why I went the Netherlands first, because I thought, okay, well, this has got Dutch influence, so... They are incredibly sweet. This is cake. This is cake.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah. They are insanely sweet. Cook Sisters. Better than Cook Sisters. Anyway. Not my favorite thing. But yeah. That looks so good. They are like, it just tastes of honey and pastry. That's it. They are like really, 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 really sweet. Anyway. What? This is just cereal. Buttermilk, eggs, sugar, vanilla, lemon juice, vanilla extract, yogurt, cream. This has to be British. Hot? Is this fucking Swedish? Is it German? Oh my god, it's German. No, it's from Belgium? No, it's Danish, I think. Buttermilk cold skull. I got this in one. No idea how. I mean, you literally live in, like, the UK. You could throw a stone to Denmark. Makes sense. Not really? Okay, dude. Initially, it was a type of cold beer soup. What? They had beer soup? Okay. The only thing we know about Denmark is bacon. Danish food is very weird. Global. Today it's gonna be Ghana, chat. Okay, let's go Chad. Let's go Eritrea. Okay, let's go Tunisia. Ah, it was Tunisia. There we go. Easy clap. Okay, now it's time to be very embarrassed because I don't know global capitals. Okay. The capital of Tunisia is Tunis, right? Tunis. Yes. Oh, it's close. Okay. Rome. Okay, Rome is even closer. What about Athens? No, that's further away. Fuck, I do not know. What is the capital of Croatia? That's so bad. I don't know. Zagreb. Okay. Okay, that's even closer. 600. Okay. Maybe Budapest? Oh, wait, wait, Prague? I get confused between Budapest and Prague. It's Budapest. That's Hungary. Okay, even closer. Fuck, I don't even know the capital of Austria. I know, is it Salzburg? It's not Salzburg, right? Oh, Vienna, yes, Vienna, of course. What? Oh, do I not know how to spell Vienna? Yeah, I don't. Vienna is cooler, okay. So Budapest is still the closest. Maybe Warsaw? No. Okay, it's probably like Romania or Bulgaria then. What is the capital of Romania, chat? I have no idea. Bucharest. Bucharest. Okay. What is the capital of Bulgaria? Sofia. There we go. We got there. Good to know. So Bucharest is the capital of Romania. And Sofia is the capital of Bulgaria. Okay. Good to know. 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 Okay, let's see. Vinomus. Pick a country, any country. But it must be a country. So a UN recognized country for this game. St. Lucia, okay. Damn. Fuck. Okay, default Seychelles, let's go. What? This is red, but then there's this like green block in the middle. Okay, I need to figure out more about this red. This is I feel like an idiot looking at this right now, being like, I have no idea what it is. Okay, I need to figure out more about that white in the center. So let's go, there's green too. Fuck, I have no idea what this is. I have no idea. Got red, but then you've also got like... But this here is interesting. Oh my god, okay. I'm taking an L on this one. Okay, let's just put... I want to figure out more where, like, that white is. So I'll put Japan. Oh shit, that's not gonna help me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's the Maldives. Maldives. I should have just thought about it a little bit more. It's the Maldives. There we go. I got it eventually. That took me longer than normal though. Japan was the worst one to choose there. Maldives. Okay. Shit. Oh, this is I know what this is. It's I think it's a Cocos Island. I can't believe I knew that. Holy. It is an insanely ugly flag. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna do Hyrule Guess today, but I will do Time Guesser and then Bandle and then we're done. Oh god, okay, let's see. No parking. Fuck. I have no idea. Is this San Francisco after the earthquake? Wait, no, there's a plane. Oh, a plane has fucking crashed. Oh, New York. Thank God. Okay, it's New York.
You know, sometimes planes crash, and that's what happens.
It's 9/11. It probably is like around here, maybe? And let's say that this is very early on. I mean, this is like the 20s. Maybe, no. More like the 30s? Like 34? 60? Aftermath of a mid-air plane collision that caused a Douglas DC-811 to crash into the streets of Brooklyn. Okay. Well, now we know. There was a mid-air plane collision. Oh my god. Mid-air plane collision. 8/11. I've been to this block a bunch of times, didn't know about this. Pretoria. Bingo. Zona Petonal. I don't know this language. Piso. Madrid. Okay, we're in Madrid. I've been here. This is the city in Europe I've spent, well, like more in recent memory, the most amount of time. It's probably near Sol. Sol is like... It's probably like around here. Like one of these. Is this pre-pandemic or post? €1 for a slice of pizza. I'll say pre-pandemic. No, this could have been taken yesterday. Let's say... Hey, Nandre. Actually, we'll say 2023. 2019! Oh my god, look how close I was. Wow. Because I've been here. I just needed to know it was Madrid. But I still didn't know where it was initially. I still didn't know it was Spanish. Only one pandemic away, exactly. Arabic. You wanna mod me into Smash? I have no idea where this is. Lots of English. And lots of Arabic. But there's, I don't, maybe it's like, or we need more nationalists to put flags up so like these games are easier, okay? Oh, is it Lebanon? It's Lebanon! That's the Lebanese tree! Oh my god, it's probably Beirut. Okay. That helps. Okay, that's helpful. Let's look for a main highway. Probably not around here. It's probably more like this. Like this or something. Or like, no, this seems better. These cars. This is like the 90s. Or early 2000s, like 2004. 1995! Okay, but it wasn't Beirut. You want to shine as Albi? Nobody plays Kirby. Beirut is beautiful, isn't it? I think there are better views of Beirut. This reminds me, like all of these buildings stacked, reminds me of Johannesburg. Which is, you know. This is, Barcelona. Barcelona. The Sagrada Familia. Okay, this is where a fucking tour guide almost stole my camera. I'm not even kidding. A tour guide almost stole my fucking camera because I was asking the guy, like how much. I have no idea when this was. It's the construction of the Sagrada. No, it doesn't look like it. They're just doing like repairs. I was asking one tour guide like how much it was for a student to enter the Sagrada Familia, and then I saw him like looking at me but like slightly behind me, and I turned around and there was another tour guide like literally in my bag. And I just like left. I was like, fuck this, I'm never coming back to Barcelona. It was terrible. This feels like the 20s maybe? Maybe the 30s? $54? Fuck. Okay. The Sagrada Familia isn't finished, really? Still is not finished? I love that. 26 years off. Alright, this is France. No, be nice to French people today. Is this like Nice or something though? It seems like it's seaside. This doesn't feel like Paris at all. It could be Paris. It feels more seaside though. No, it's not. It's probably like Nice or something. It's almost much nicer. Or maybe Marseille. I'll go here. And it's like a promenade or whatever. Like probably like here or something. This feels... I feel like maybe these are famous people and I should know who they are. But it feels like the 90s. Like 1997? 1997! Oh, it was, of course it should have been in Cannes. Okay. That's embarrassing. Anyway, we got there. They're bullying me again? Don't bully French people. Ken. How do you say it again? The Canes or whatever? Alright. 35. Can? Yes, Nando, what do you want? AI candidates? Puff is OP in Melee? I've never played it. Do you like washing dishes? No. I hate washing dishes. I fucking hate washing dishes. Dishwasher supremacy, okay? It's like the worst chore. Fun clip. This.
Come on, I brought dessert. Is it you? Oh my god. I'm so fucking pent up over this. It's just a fucking game. Oh my god. Oh. Please let it be Craig's beam and like, please, bro. Whip your dick out, put some whipped cream on it, and let's just. I will snort that shit, please. Come on, I brought dessert.
Sakura, go. I'll give you a shout out, honey fuck. There you go. Sakura streams, by the way. So there you go. He was being such a tease. Okay. Emote only though. Last doll. I probably will get this. We'll see. I have no idea. I'm like, what the fuck? Most generic beat of all time with most generic synths of all time? I know it's so easy. It's like, I know, I just didn't, I know exactly what song this is. I just can't tell you who sings it. And like, fuck. This is a layup? I literally can't remember what it is. I mean... Fuck! Fuck! I can't. It's not clicking. This is so bad. No! Okay, I'm glad I didn't get this. I'm glad I didn't get this. Oh my god. Baby. No, fuck. Oh god. Fuck. Actually glad I didn't get this. Oh. It's Justin Bieber. Yeah. Infant. Like baby, oh, you'd always be mine. When I was 13, I found my first love. Hate to do it, Tim, but since you showed the clip from Sakura, okay. Sakura. Are we still in emote only? No. Okay, good. He's just release the cock, motherfucker. Please one crumb of cock. Bench to get the bro. Craig got my straight ass begging for cock with all this edging. Craig, you fucker. Please. Finally. This is a quote. This is a quote. Don't tell him. Add quote. It's quote 2 in Sakura's chat. I love that. This is the guy giving your children HRT. Yeah. This is my doctor. I'm going to jail. Oh god, dude. Okay. Skip to... Okay. Fuck. Why are you bringing this song back? Oh my god, Drake is there. Bro, this is so bad. Why did we listen to this? Why did this become popular? Canadians supporting Canadians?
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Bro. Bro, I remember when he came, he literally, like at this age, toured in South Africa. He came to Cape Town and I remember some of my friends went. I did not go because I was like, I'm not interested. I remember it. Very few, like, big artists come to South Africa. No, because you got people who loved Justin Bieber at school and then you got people who hated him. And I was the hater crowd, okay? Picturing about serrating minors. So true. Okay. Alright. Does this not remind you of your childhood? Okay, what is this gonna be? Nandre, if this is a poop sock, I'm gonna be like, what? Fuck you. No, it's not. Okay. Teaches when you try to take a test.
The fuck? Yeah, class, let's go ahead and make sure we're actually reading the questions before we answer. Okay? Can we please make sure we're reading?
So true. I'll never die. Okay, let's see what Juniper's done. Scoop, for his events, President Biden staffers prepare a short document with a large print of photos that includes precise path to a podium, according to an event template of the White House. What the fuck? You could tell this battle cry to oust Biden is actually seriously happening because they're leaking everything now. I love that. Bro, the map that Biden's team shows him where he will be going for the events to today. Oh my god, dude, that's insane. Is that so bad, though? No, it's good. What now? Is this person like saying are they saying this is bad or this is bad? We don't know. All right. Okay. So Yogi, we're going to start in half an hour, right? Is that fine with you? And then we're going to be learning about Australia, chat. Let's watch an Ellie video in the meantime. And I need to go to the bathroom. Holy fuck, I've been live for 3 hours, or well, 2.5 hours already. Okay. Let's watch an Ellie video. Wait, what do you want, Nandre? I have one more. Okay, send it. I just got a package sent to me from Oni. Okay. This is my life, and this is my life right now. Okay, Oni sent you a package. Okay. What? Police officer tied to explosive devices, 90 seconds to say his goodbye. This guy is insane.
What the fuck? Tables and chairs warmed by all of the dust. Siri, call Dad.
Siri, call Dad. Bro, I can't. So good, dude. Fuck. Oh no.
Hello? Hi, Dad. Is Mum there? I will put her on.
Didn't even want to talk to his dad. We're hearing this through your speaker? No, you're not hearing it through a speaker at all. Oni Spumoni. That's just how bad the audio is. It's muted. It's not muted. Is this muted? There's a little X on the volume corner. Bro, what are you talking about? It's not muted. Oni is losing it, yeah. I don't know what the fuck's going on with you, Oni. Oni, are you okay? This is so good. Put Mum on.
Hello? Hi, Dad.
What?
Is Mum there? I will put her on.
Hello, Nick.
Hi, Mum.
Is everything alright?
I'm fine. I just wanted to say how much I love you and Dad. And I just wanted you to know you've always been amazing parents. And I don't think I've said that enough.
All he does in these TikToks is cry, and I am so here for it. 07.
I've got to go now, Mum. Siri.
You want to know what it was? Was it you? I did, because I know it's not me. I think it was everybody else. In the words of Tim Pool. I know it's not my fault. I know it's... I clicked on the fucking video and was watching it on my own. You fucking idiot. Why didn't he just call his mum though? So true. No, his mum probably like can't use phones or something. Bro, he's amazing. Dad always picks up the phone. All of his videos are like
Boom, it's
this.
gay. Gotcha.
All of his videos are like this, by the way. Just all of them. Astronaut freezes to death in space.
My mission has failed. My ship is lost.
I love it's 6:34 in the morning, Lewis.
It's heating unit. It's minus 455 degrees. My circulation is failing. My organs are...
There are other ones where he's like talking to his parents. This is so funny. Where's the one police officer says baby from sinking car? So news reporter breakdown on TV. Hold on, I want to find one of the really good ones. They're so good. A police officer's daughter, twin brother killed.
You've left me!
Mum. I've got some bad news.
Bro, imagine this is actually your dad making these. Sorry for your 500 loss. Happiest UK citizen. Okay, I need the bathroom. But we'll watch these until Soyogi comes on. They're so good. Let's just watch this one.
Not my baby!
What? Bro, it's so extra. This is some Dexter shit. Bro, they are so insane. The earlier ones are so good. I remember he has to keep on coming. Father loses son who killed his sister. Son reveals father's killer at his funeral.
You poisoned my dad! You evil thing!
Bro, what church allowed him to film this?
I watched you die. And all I could think about was none of this felt real. You were so quiet. I was numb. I didn't care. But it's not true. I do care.
Your fave? Let's have a look. I need. Okay, just continue watching this. I need the bathroom quickly. I'll be back in a second.
I miss you, Dad.
I miss you, Dad.
And what breaks my heart is I know why he died, how he died, and who killed him. And that person is sitting in this church today. Mum. You poisoned Dad. You poisoned my dad! You evil bitch! You poisoned my dad! You evil bitch! I watched you die. And all I could think about was none of this felt real. It was so quiet. I was numb. I didn't care. But it's not true.
All right, I'm back. Just a little bit now. I'm just making a cup of BRB. No worries, Sir Yogi. Sorry, you're watching it again. Okay. Non-Ray's favorite. Let's have a look.
Follow Nandre on Twitch.
2 minutes ago? Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. You deserve to get a fucking, like... I completely believed you. Are you gonna put a poop sock at the end?
Follow Nandre on Twitch. I need the money. I need your bits. Please come to my stream and donate to my PayPal.
This is the real one? I don't trust any of you anymore. Oh, yeah. What? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening?
The presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders.
Bro, you know what this is? What's his face? Gary V had a whole thing where he was like, you know, sometimes when you need to like really sense yourself, what I imagine is that like I just sit by myself for a bit and I imagine that everyone in my family has just died. I wake up and imagine my family has been murdered. He is the biggest Gary V stan. Gary V would love this guy. Yo, I fucking need this guy to do Igon's monologue. What the fuck is Igon's monologue?
Walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander. And my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. And I will call upon your name.
Bro, I love that he gets his friends to help him make the TikToks too.
Eyes above the waves.
Who watches this? These TikToks are insanely, like, popular. You have no idea. In the name of Jesus, please visit the dear ma'am. Wrap up your arms around him, give him peace. Show him you're holding his precious daughter. Please admit. What happened? What happened? Okay. I'm looking at the video you sent me.
Hey, so, would you want to, I don't know, help me take revenge sometime? Oh, well, I don't know if my boyfriend would like that. What? Oh, here he comes now. What's up, baby?
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, the true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons! With every last drop of my being!
This was his first video game voice actor role ever. Take on France. Two base take on France. The D program officially takes 20% of what we said about the French. Never. Oh my god, you like to mock our other VA, but this is you. Bro, no, I'm not mocking anyone. Yeah, I know, my French accent was so bad yesterday. This was me doing a French accent yesterday. Your Majesties, this is an outrage. I demand justice. I demand justice. Squirrel Temper is French, so I gave Squirrel Temper a French accent. Oh, oui, oui. Accurate voice acting. Last week, Lord Patrician, Nolid, shook my hand as a supposed show of reconciliation and stole my family's lucky ring in the process. Do you ever think that all this mocking is what made the left come together? Yes. That's so good but also bad. It's literally it's supposed to if you watch like old British comedies, they'll this is like the Blackadder French accent from Blackadder. Fuck it, I'll feature it, dude. Anyway. Oh, oui, oui. Yeah, like this. Yes. Yes. It's like this. So this is my experience of like, yeah, Blackadder is amazing. Anyway. All right, chat. We're going to be learning about Australia now. Let's get this all going. Specifically, wait, hold on. Let me get this all going. You ready, Sir Yogi? Okay. Second. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I just saw the art. Cookie for Foxes is going to come for me. So it's gonna like focus around Aboriginal culture and some various other things about Oz. Let me just get this all sorted. Okay. So I need to change this to... Should we, what can we call you, Sir Yogi? Sir Yogi. And what are your pronouns? We could just call you Sir Yogi as well. You don't have to have like a specific... Yeah, whatever. So Yogi 1. But we do need to know your pronouns. Okay, and we're going to be learning about Australia. Australia. Oh, yes. Also, it's been a weird month, but I will finish. But yeah, sure. So you just let me know. You just messaged me on Discord. Your name? Australia. Yogi, he, him. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. All right, let me get up the thing you sent me. Copy link. There we go. Let's go, everyone. It's time. Aussie. Okay, sorry, I just need to change a few things around. Okay. So, Yogi doesn't have a presentation, but has an entire playlist of lots of videos, so lots of stuff to have a look at. So, I don't know specifically if I should say Australia, like, Aboriginal culture, but we'll see. Say, learning about Oz. There we go. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I mistyped Australia. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, I did spell it wrong. Leah, there we go. Okay, Yogi. Wait, hold on, let me get the chat up. Can I call you now? Not sure what I'm gonna display. You know what, I'll just get a big image of the Aussie flag. Great. Hold on. Leah flag. There we go. Images. Hold on. And then we'll just swap between this and your playlist. Open image in new tab. There we go. And I just need to get this going here. There we go. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Hello. Can you hear me, Yogi?
You sure can.
All right. Perfect. Hold on. It's very late there for you, isn't it?
Yeah, hold on, just mute stream. I got it going around my head.
No worries. No worries. All
I
right.
literally just swigging me chocolate when you called. I was like, oh shit.
No worries. You need a few minutes to get ready?
No, I'm sweet.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. So, you come from the land down under. Sorry,
That is correct.
I'm not going to make too much fun of your accent, I promise.
Don't worry. There's plenty of memes that can be said throughout them.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
It's all good. Okay. So I guess a little bit about you, because you want to. So your focus. You said to me your focus is more just going to be about like Aboriginal culture. And
Yeah, it is, but it's not so much like it's going to be more about pre-Australian settlement, but there's stuff that's sort of about today as well. How things have changed in the way things are done and seen, and a few sort of interesting little tidbits about like there's a one video or two videos maybe. Uncle Jack, he's an Aboriginal chap. I'll explain more about it when he come to him. But he's got a really interesting story. That's about correction centres and
okay, I see.
helping Aboriginal. So it's sort of it's looking at ways to help the situation with crime rates and things like that, but also help the people that are being incarcerated. So it's like it's a holistic sort of
Approach to that
thing that
sort of
I'm
thing.
doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you just tell me when to start. I've got your whole playlist up here called LV
Well,
LV
if you
theme.
yeah, if you pull up my stream, I mean my channel's what do you call it? Preview video.
Oh, on your actual
I
like
wanna,
YouTube.
no, on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
I
You
have
put a
a
whole thing up. Hold on. Do you want to just link it to me in Discord, your channel, just so I don't have to type it all out? Wait, actually, no. Hold on. I can do it here. Never mind. Okay. You put a whole thing up there. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
Okay.
I don't do many streams from my computer anymore because I get bored. I can't sit still.
I've got it. Here we go. I didn't know you streamed
I
though.
do when oh yeah, I don't do it
I'll give you a
seriously. I only
follow.
do it for fun.
Okay.
But
So this video here.
with
Wait, I'll show it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll show you. I'll share it so you can watch along. Hold on. Get this going. There we go. Okay, you should see now, and you should be able to hear as well. Okay, start watching. So this here.
No, that's not. That's the last video. No, why has it played that? It should play the. No, that's the recent. That's
Is it this it?
yeah, that's it.
Okay, no, this did pop up first, but I think I must have
Yeah.
just messed it up anyway. This one, okay.
Yeah. Now with this, Australia does a thing now to recognise Aboriginal people, and there's also certain warnings. That's what this is. Of the first real videos I've got will explain where it comes from, why we do it, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
But this is my specific situation.
Okay.
This one here, it's Gumbungira. There's like 3 or 4 different ways you can actually pronounce it, but it's all the same thing basically. It's Gumbay or Bane, Gia or Ga or
Okay,
like,
so
similar
Gumbangia.
sort of sounds. Yeah, pretty much. And all you're doing is recognizing the elders that are here today, the people that have passed, and all future Aboriginal people. And it's not just Aboriginal; it's Torres Strait Islanders as well that are included in this presentation type thing. If you play it, it only goes for a few seconds.
Okay, I'll play it right now.
Actually, it has 3 scenes, I guess you'd call them, but that everyone can read it for themselves. It's got plenty of time. I sat there and made sure that it was easy because I'm dyslexic, so I take ages to read.
Okay, no worries, no problem.
And this is my backyard too, by the way.
Oh, okay, I see. Where Noz are you? Well, I guess I don't know. Wait. I'll read it. I'll aim to respect the law as much as possible while assisting the continuation of knowledge for cultural and spiritual practices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. Did I say that correctly? Islander people, and welcome more Indigenous cultures, both near and far, all around the world.
Yeah. So basically, it's like I was saying. It's following. I try and follow cultural teachings with how things are allowed to be presented, because certain things aren't allowed to be talked about. Some of it you will hear throughout the presentation, but then there's specific things that are considered men's only or women's only business, and that's just things like birth and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Content warning, I would like to advise you on make sure images and vocal records of people who are no longer with us, as well as talking about parts of history that may be disturbing to some viewers. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so that's it basically.
Okay.
Now, the reason I got you to play that one first is because the very first 2 things are going to be a bit of fun. It's actually serious lyrics by Aboriginal chap that is no longer with us. hence the warning about
So this one.
dead people.
Mm.
Yeah. And what's the name of the first one?
Warumpi Band, My Island Home.
Yeah. Now with the My Island Home, his story is that he comes from an island,
Mm-hmm.
in the Torres Strait,
Mm-hmm.
and moved to the desert, and you'll hear that throughout the song. And it sort of signifies how important culture is, or how, sorry, not culture, well, yeah, culture, but how important land is to Aboriginal people. And then the second song that he sings is a unification song. That's like an anthem in Australia.
All right, so I'm gonna play the song, and you just interrupt. You'll be able to hear everything. You don't have to keep my stream open. You just interrupt when you.
Is waiting for me.
This is scenes of where he was talking about in the desert. So this is all out near Uluru.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's just like nothing out there. So living on an island by the sea and then moving to the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Would be like I know from my own personal experience, and that's kind of what this whole presentation is. It's sort of I was born white, but through my dad's side, who are who were pioneers in this area. My great-great-grandfather, who I have photos with when I was 6, he died at like 101 or some weird freaking age.
Massive
But
age, yeah.
through him actually being the first white man born in the area and living with Aboriginal people, I learned how to not touch certain plants, and we could eat these plants and stuff like that. Outside of knowing that I had I didn't know until 2004 that I had Aboriginal heritage. We were always told marry. And it turns out that there's actually 2 lines of Aboriginal in our family. The second line was marriage, and that was only allowed because the husband was half Aboriginal, half white. So he was allowed to marry her. But his story's kind of a dark one. We don't know whether it was a legitimate relationship, but our ancestor took the baby after it was born.
Oh gosh, okay.
Yeah, so we're kind of not sure whether that was for its own protection or whether it was for the whitening thing.
Yeah, I mean,
So, yeah,
Australia's
kinda.
like, I mean, like I think a lot of people probably have watched, like when I was, I mean, we don't learn a lot about Australia here, but we did watch in history class. We did watch Rabbit Proof Fence. So
Yeah, that's a great movie.
yeah, and I recommend like to anybody who wants to know about like what happened to Aboriginal people in Australia, like
Another really good. There's 2 more that I highly recommend. One gets mentioned, 10 Canoes. It's more of a bloke following people around in Arnhem Land, Northern Territory, or Kakadu area there at Western Australia there. Can't remember exactly now. But it's quite a eye-opening movie, doco, whatever you want to call it.
Is that
And
what you call
Walkabout.
documentaries in Australia? Docos? I love that.
Yeah, docos, yeah.
Sorry.
And another one's Walkabout. And I actually can't remember if the guy that's singing this is in it or not, but there's a few famous guys all around the same age that did some really great artwork, like art as in music, paintings, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, Walkabout's a story about Walkabout. It's kind of really sad.
I mean, yeah.
It's such a sad movie. But
Movies about
it's sad
yeah.
because it's not just an Aboriginal lad in the movie. A father abandons his 2 kids in the desert deliberately,
Gosh.
and he happens to find them, and they follow him, and it's like, yeah, it's the whole story's sad. But it's a brilliant movie. It's a must watch.
Okay. Be good if you could post in the Monday presentation your recommendations just after the stream, just so that like maybe we can watch it on a movie night. But yeah, Rabbit Proof Friends is an insanely like it talks about like the process where Aborigines children were taken from their families and put into like I guess more literal re-education camps to make them more European.
Yeah, literally. It's exactly the same as what you see in Canada.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
The Catholics mostly. And that's why a lot of our lingo has a sort of an Irish accent to it. Because the Aboriginals were taught by Irish how to speak English.
Oh, really? Okay. That is
Yeah.
interesting. All right.
and it has a lot to do with like our accent has a lot of Aboriginal influence as well. You don't often hear it spoken about in videos and stuff on YouTube. There's a few that do. There's one that's really good that goes right into it, and actually suggests the lingo being an influence as well. Because the it's funny, the more Aboriginal people are in a community, the harder it is to understand us.
Yeah. I mean,
Because we go full lingo. I love lingo, man. Lingo is the best way to talk. It's like pig Latin sort of, or that where you mix the two languages
together, yeah.
and get simple words. But we still use Australia uses a lot of words like yakka. We have a clothing line for workwear called hard yakka.
What on earth is
Yakka is an
yakka?
Aboriginal word. Yeah, Aboriginal word for work.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay, interesting.
So yakka is in our dictionary. It's an everyday word for us, but it comes from Aboriginal influence. And you'll notice when you hear the Aboriginal people talking, they'll say things like black fella, white fella, and the next song is actually called that, black fella, white fella.
Okay.
And it's spelled FELLA.
Yeah. And I know that Australians often say fella a lot. Yeah. I wonder, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is.
That's them saying fellow from back when everyone talked proper. But because of their dialect, it was never an O sound.
It was always an R sound. Interesting. Hope you're okay. Should I continue with the song?
No. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, hope
I
you're
won't
okay.
need to talk anymore.
Okay, no worries,
I've had
no
the
worries.
flu for the last week. I'm just getting over it. I was hoping I was
Aw.
actually, I'm doing pretty good today, but oh man. Well, 2 days ago, I was sniffling and coughing all the time. Like, no, don't be like this.
Shame. Okay, well, you let me know when you're not feeling too well, but I think you're pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty good.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's continue.
And this is from the 80s, too.
For I come from the saltwater people. We always live by the sea. And my island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. In the evening the dry wind blows from the hills and across the plain. I close my eyes and I'm standing in a boat on the sea again, and I'm holding that long-tail spear, and I feel I'm close now to where it must be. My island home is waiting for me. My island home.
He's got a terrible sounding voice, but it just works.
He's got a terrible sounding voice? No, I think he sounds great.
No, he does, but that's what I mean. Like, it shouldn't sound good, like, because they didn't know what work with his voice, engineering-wise. That's just his voice, but I think the instruments and everything just harmonize with his tones just the right way to make it sound really good. Like, because he doesn't have proper diction at all when he's singing.
No, it does. It does sound wonderful. But yeah. All right, should I?
Yeah, then skip on to the next song now because it's pretty much just that over and over again.
Okay, so then we've got
this one.
You can explain.
This song is a stand-up song, basically, and everyone come together. It was basically in preparation for bicentennial,
Bicentennial?
1988.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
1988. There was, like, you know how we had the Voice vote recently, like a year or two ago now?
I don't know at all, actually.
There was, there was a thing called Vote Yes or Vote No,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a referendum to have an Aboriginal government, I guess it was, that were going to, be in control of their monies and all that sort of stuff.
And their land and
But
everything.
yeah, but people saw it as the typical right-wing type sentiment.
Mm.
Give them that, and then that means that you admit that they own the land type crap.
Mm.
But in saying that, some Aboriginal people weren't for it either, but only because of how things have been done in the past, and they wanted to have more input than what the system was having, or was going to have, I should say.
Mm.
So it is understandable that it did end up getting in because of the Aboriginal vote. But I personally voted yes, because I feel that it's the only way that Aboriginal people will be recognised on our constitution as people,
Mm.
because they're not yet, even though they're no longer theoretically considered fauna and flora. They
What?
sort of, yeah, that's a thing.
That's insane.
Yeah. If you look up the definition of Aborigine,
Mm.
it'll tell you. Oh, not definition. Sorry, the etymology of it on the etymology website. It'll actually tell you that what the definition actually is,
Let me have a look quickly.
and it is
Ziggy, are you
original
here?
fauna or flora.
Okay, I had no idea. Hold on, let me quickly look it up. Why? Hold on, give me a second. There we go. Okay, let me have a look it up quickly. Etymology of Aboriginal. There we go. Let's see more.
Yeah, Aboriginal is the correct usage these days. Aborigine is considered sort of racist, not racist, but derogatory.
Yeah.
And there's another 3-letter version, just the 3 first letters, which is also a racist. That is racist, straight up racist.
Okay, I don't know what that word is, but it's fine not to obviously
no,
say it, so don't worry.
It's literally just the first 3 letters of the word.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I've heard old yeah. Okay. So you can see inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times from before the arrival of colonists. So it is like, yeah, it's like inhabiting or existing in a land. Like it is almost like I mean, this is not the proper etymology.
And on the etymology.com or whatever it is website, they show you the Australian entry of the definition.
I don't know.
That was recorded back when they
Is this it?
settled.
The etymology dictionary?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 1776 or something, I think it's dated. Yeah, in the Aborigine section, I think it is. Might be up
Person,
the top,
animal, or
but
plant that has been in a country of origin from the earliest times. So it's like it was extended to the natives of other countries with European had colonized. Interesting. Okay. All right, I see. Okay.
yeah, so that's why it's got bad connotations to it, because it's the way that it was originally assigned.
And how it's so still today. So like that's something I did not know about Australia. So still today, do Aborigines people not have like they are not, they're seen as do they not have like the right to, like, I mean, this sounds like crazy for me to say, but I'm not entirely sure. Do they not have like the right to vote in the country? Are they not seen as
Oh yeah,
citizens?
no. The Aboriginal people all have voting rights and all that
Oh
now.
yeah. Okay.
But it was only like the 70s, I think.
The 70s? Wow. I mean, look, I'm South African, so you know, like there's only own thing here, but like, you know, obviously Australia, we see it's like South Africa is a very extreme example of an apartheid. Like in the modern era where everyone was focusing on it, but like, you
This
know,
will trip
obviously.
you out.
Mm.
You know when the word genocide was coined.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the reference was used for a genocide?
Yeah, it was the Aboriginal genocide, wasn't it?
Of Tasmania.
Of Tasmania. Okay. All right. I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm pretty sure one of these videos, one of these videos that I have, the chap that speaks is from Tasmania.
Okay.
And he sort of touches on it.
Okay.
But I don't have any videos that are going to be talking about that sort of stuff because I want. Sorry.
No
I
worries.
wanted to keep it sort of light.
Yeah,
but
no worries.
Still get in as much information because it's quite a complex situation. But yeah, there's one of the, I think it's about the 5th video, is a doco that can be played at double speed because he talks really slow.
Okay.
I mean, not a doco, a podcast. And
Okay.
this guy is brilliant. His understanding of Aboriginal culture blew my mind. I don't know where he's from. He sounds American, but he's. I'm almost tempted to watch the rest of his podcasts because of this one video, but I don't do podcasts, so.
Okay.
It was only that I was looking for information. Well, like I've got nearly 200 videos to do with Aboriginal stuff from YouTube alone.
Gosh.
Yeah, I've been sort of trying to learn my culture since I found out. And the last 10 years I've really been delving into it. Yeah, I kind of feel like culture was always with me. I just wasn't ready to know it.
No, I understand what you mean by that. Yeah. Like it's, yeah, and it's one of those things with Australia where
and
it's like everything.
Aboriginal people,
Continue.
knowledge is a very strong thing. Only certain people are allowed to know certain things. And that's even within tribes. Because in the wrong hands, it can do bad things.
Yeah. It's interesting.
But it's also important to have knowledge out there. So anyone willing to share knowledge, it's important that we document that knowledge.
Yeah,
and
of
that's
course.
where I come from with how I present. I won't tell anyone else's story because that's another thing. My story is my story. Your story is your story. I cannot tell your story. You can't tell mine.
No, I know what you mean by that. Yeah. One thing that is interesting is though what you brought up about the plants and how like you found, you know, obviously Australia is a pretty dangerous place, like especially with flora and fauna. I mean, if we feel like it's more dangerous than it is, but you know,
we only just mushrooms alone. We only know a small portion of the 50% that they think that they've found.
In Australia, wow.
Like they think there's only been about 50% of all mushrooms found, and of that, there's only probably I think it's sort of 25-50% range of plants that have actually been classified. And people think that our mushrooms are one from we got a lot that look like the ones you get in Japanese soups and stuff.
Mm.
So people think, oh yeah, I'll just munch on that. Boom, hospital.
Mm. I mean, but for
So,
example,
yeah.
you know, the San people in South Africa, they had this there was this cactus, I think, or some plant called Hoodia. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. And what happened was they used to chew on it to basically it would make you less hungry, so it would suppress your appetite. And so obviously big
Yep.
corporations found out about it and they tried to patent it, but they there was a court case
Yeah,
fought
yeah.
against them, and so now all
Aboriginal people have got IP over things like that too. There was the
Mm.
same sort of thing happened here.
Yeah, and
But plant,
Mhm.
you know, with plants, you can't patent plant material.
Mm.
That's why hemp can't be controlled by the medical guys, like the chemical pharmaceutical guys. I mean, yeah, they can make extracts, but they can't clone that. Well, not clone, reproduce that, and then shut everyone out because
Yeah.
it's a natural substance.
Yeah, it's the same thing that
Yeah,
happened with
there's a
in the San like the San one, and now actually they earn money from the patent. The
yeah,
fact that
yeah.
they use that knowledge. It's not like a patent, but
I've
the fact that
I've
the
got a
pharma
couple of
companies, yeah.
videos about the plant section that are
Mm.
Aboriginal people doing the same sort of thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Should
yeah.
we listen to this song?
Yep, that's Karen.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Now these stages are them actual doing live performances,
Okay.
including the ones out in the bush.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter what you color, as long as you a true fella, as long as you a real fella. All the people of different races with different lives in different places. It doesn't matter what your name is. We got to have lots of changes. We need more brothers if we're to make it. We need more sisters if we're to save it. Are you the one who's gonna stand up and be counted? Are you the one who's gonna be there when we're shouting? Are you the one who's always ready with a helping hand? Are you the one who understands this family plan?
This is how Aboriginal people in the outback do concerts.
Out there, like just out in the.
They rig up any sort of power source they can, and they just set up a blanket or a rug, and that's their stage.
I love that.
With different lives in different places. It doesn't matter which religions, it's all the same whether ship is sinking. We need more brothers if we're to make it. We need more sisters if we're to save it. Are you the one who's gonna stand up and be counted?
This has been used in so many things. It's not funny.
For example, like what sort of things? I mean, like it's a great song. I've never heard it before.
Advertising for political parties, for movements, all that sort of stuff. It's just sort of anything where it's about bringing people together to have an opinion. That sort of stuff. But it's it's an anthem song in Australia.
Gosh.
And they had heaps of great songs too. These just two basic ones that I thought would actually. I wasn't gonna put any music in. It just happened to see something, and I was like, "Hold on, that actually fits
pretty
in
well."
Yeah, because it sort of shows a bit about the culture, like with the performing out in the middle of the bush, like they literally drive hundreds of kilometers
Mm.
in the. It's like I'm not even talking cars that are normally considered drivable, let alone roadworthy.
And they drive out into the bush and have these concerts.
Well, they drive from encampment to encampment, and there might be 20 people there. And then the next day, there'll be 500 people from all over the nation. Everyone just comes in, flocks in, and they have concert. And it'll be just some random group that have happened to be able to perform somewhere.
Gosh. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. It's there's a few shows that have had it in it on Australian TV, and yeah, it's more of a culture. You got to be cultural aware of what's happening to get the shows, so they're kind of hard to watch otherwise.
Mm. One question I do have for you before we move on is like, so obviously, like, you know, it is the political history. They're so different between South Africa and Australia, but I do like for me, I look like at South Africa now and like my own upbringing. Like I'm white, okay. My genealogy is like comes from settlers. I don't have any genealogy from any natives in this land at all. But one thing that is very like for me, my you know, South Africa is a pretty progressive country as countries go. Is I am always like we live and we are always surrounded by like what this nation did, what apartheid did, and there is a
I'm
massive
old enough
awareness
to
of
know.
race. Mm?
Yeah, I'm old enough to have been alive when apartheid was taking place.
Mm.
I was born 73.
Ah, okay.
So I do remember seeing a lot of stuff on TV
Yeah.
about it.
See, I was born
Um,
post-apartheid, but like, so it's like, you know, but still today, like my main thing was like, I see it everywhere. My question is like, in Australian society, like, is there like a sense of like awareness and like a deep understanding, like this is what happened to the original Aboriginal people, you know, or not really? Is it taught?
Yes and no. These days, Aboriginal stuff is taught at school.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, I live about 500 meters away from a public school, and on the fences, like the gate area where they enter, this looks like kids have painted them. Different animals, like there's a turtle, a flathead, which is a fish. I can't remember the other two things now. And they've got the Aboriginal word for them underneath.
Okay, so there is this like extra.
They have little gardens that are native, and they learn about native environment type stuff. Importance of looking after the environment, all that sort of stuff. And there is actually a school in the city, which is sort of like 16k or so away, that is an Aboriginal school, and they teach Aboriginal culture, and we will be talking about that more down the track as well. Because there's a few bits and pieces.
All right, well let's move on. This was great. I love this song. I'm gonna add it to a playlist. So let's I'll go back.
It's a definite leftist song for sure, I reckon.
All right. Okay. So then,
not many right wingers would get into the unity stuff.
Yeah.
Yellow people and.
Yeah. All right.
Good anyway. Yeah. Now these next two specifically, are talking about. Actually, before we even say that, this next one is a children's TV news program designed for education.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I saw this when I was a kid.
Okay.
This program. I mean, it's been around that long. They tried to pull it off the air. We chucked up such a stink as Australians. that another channel brought it back, and it's now back on the original channel.
Okay,
It's
interesting.
been going like 40, 50 years.
So
That's how good this show is.
So these would be right wingers in your country trying to like get this stuff taken off.
No. This is just a general budget cut thing that they tried
to. Okay, I see.
Yeah, government, because it's a government TV station, ABC, Australian Broadcast Corporation.
Oh, okay.
Commission. I can never always get it mixed up.
All right.
But either way, it's got their own laws about how they're allowed to operate, because it's got to be non-bias, being that, and it's actually got to call out the government that's in power at the time. It's got to hold them accountable. That's a part of their license agreement. They've got to hold them accountable. And the government hates it because they pay them the money to do everything.
Gosh, okay. All right, well, let's have a look.
But yeah, BTN it's called, Behind the News. It's there's different levels nowadays, but it was aimed at primary school kids.
All right,
and
let's have a look.
Here talks about sorry business.
All right. Let's have a look then. Hold on, let me just get this to play. There we go. All right, you just let me know. You can hear everything, so you just let me know when you want me to pause or anything.
Yeah, no, I'll let this play out.
Okay.
It's
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander viewers are advised that the following program contains images and voices of people who've died.
Around the world, there are different ways that people celebrate the life of someone who has passed away. In New Orleans in the US, funerals can involve long parades with jazz bands. In Thailand, when a king dies, the entire country dresses in black and mourns for a full year. And back home, Indigenous Australians have their own sacred ceremonies called sorry business.
Sorry business is a term that describes how Aboriginal people and communities all over Australia deal with the death of a person in their community. Now, it can include private and public expressions of grief, like a funeral. Or it can just mean everyone coming together to mourn the loss of someone they loved. And it's during sorry business that families and communities should be left alone to deal with that loss. Respect and privacy are also a big part of sorry business.
There are also a number of rules that many Indigenous people follow when someone has died. They can include not using the name of the person who's passed away, not showing any images or video of their face, and not broadcasting their voice either. These laws have been around for thousands of years and have been adapted as technology has changed. And they're taken very seriously by the media, which is why you might have seen things like this before.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander viewers are warned that the following program does contain images and voices of people who have passed away.
You might have also noticed that in all the news reports about Dr. Yunupingu's life and achievements, his face or full name was never used. Some Indigenous people believe that by following these rules, we won't disrupt the spirit of the departed. But for most, it's about respecting the person's family and community and allowing them time to grieve. But it's worth remembering that there are hundreds of Indigenous language groups, so these rules can be different in different areas. And often it's up to the family to ultimately decide whether or not names and images...
Sorry, what did you say?
I've got a video that talks about, well, not talks about, but mentions every single name of a language.
Okay, gosh.
Yeah, the dude who put it together did a bloody good job of getting it together, because I couldn't even try to say like 10th of them.
Gosh, okay.
It's just crazy.
Okay, this is interesting. I never knew that this was something they did in Australia and on Australian news. Like they actually will, like that. You had that warning before, and I had no idea why. I've never heard of sorry business before, so this is interesting. I'm gonna finish it, and then we can continue with the next one. Thank you. This is interesting.
Images can be used. For example,
I'm just gonna
last
go to
week,
the
Dr.
toilet.
G.
If I'm not back in time,
Okay, no
just
worries.
play the next one. 'Cause it's talking about the same sort of stuff.
Okay, no worries. I
But
will
it's
do.
from an Aboriginal person, so it sort of goes into it a little bit more
Okay.
about the social side of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll continue.
Yunupingu's family decided it was okay to continue playing his music after he'd passed away, but images of him weren't allowed unless they were blurred. By working together and respecting the wishes of others, the aim is to be respectful, while still publicly honouring the life of a great musician.
All right, that was great. I never knew that before, but it is very interesting. Okay, let's go. We'll continue with the next one while Yogi's on the toilet.
Sorry business is the Aboriginal English word that we use to refer to when a person has passed away. So sorry business encompasses all of the things you have to do, attending funerals, bereavement, and that sort of thing. Now you will find that Aboriginal people need more leave to attend these events. I know that some organisations have special cultural leave for these sort of things, but if you don't, you will find that Aboriginal people will be asking for sorry business leave a lot. And the reason for that is if you play the kinship game with us and learn, you will learn that there are many mothers, many fathers, brothers, sisters, and grandmothers in our community. So that means that our family are extended, and we have
Actually,
far more. And of course,
pause it for a sec.
Yeah. You're back.
Yeah. You know how you've started seeing Americans use the word "unk"?
Yeah.
We've been using that forever.
To reference
Everybody around us, like my mum used to be called Auntie Gwen by the kids because she didn't like Mrs. But Aboriginal culture is everybody in the community is a member of the family.
It's very
If they're an older woman, they're your auntie. If they're an older man, they're your uncle. If they're the same age as you, they're your cousin.
It's actually the same, interestingly enough, in Xhosa culture, within like the original tribes. They all
There's quite a lot of similarities between a lot of indigenous cultures. I've noticed so many things that like fire is used throughout all of Pacific, basically, including Americas, not just in Australia. Like, there's lots, and I've got stuff that sort of talks about something else in a bit in regards to that as well.
Okay, and I must ask about this with this regards to sorry business. I can see how this clashes with do businesses take this stuff like as seriously as they should? Because obviously you've got like okay.
It can all depend on the boss, like bigots and the bigots, but technically speaking, legally, no, they don't have a leg to stand on as a boss because of Discrimination Act.
Okay, wow, that's good, because it's like, for me, yeah, you can see this immediately, like taking cultural leave for like if somebody has died, like that would not be would it count towards your you know what I mean, like it's that clashes ultimately with like wanting your worker to be working and giving them a few days off and everything, you know what I mean? So okay, it's good that the government specifically is like, no, you have to let people have cultural leave.
Yeah. No, there are a lot of regulations, I guess is the term, that govern that for lots of different people, not just Aboriginal people. So it's not like it's just them getting special treatment. It's across the board. each culture has their own specific needs, and that just happens to be one of those. And that's just the way it works. Now, this hasn't been around for a long time. All this stuff's sort of been maybe 20 years. It's sort of since the 90s, more or less.
Yeah.
It slowly got more and more accepted, and as people accepted one thing, it sort of grew and grew and grew.
Okay.
And this Reconciliation Week, they call it NAIDOC, NAIDOC, I think it is. It's an acronym. I can't remember what it stands for, but it's literally a week of all Aboriginal stuff.
Okay, I see.
It's sort of done in a cultural centre, so to speak, and people come from all around and see things like welcome to country ceremonies and sort of have sports events. It might be just rugby league games and stuff, but it's bringing them back to culture in regards of it's all for education of culture and awareness of culture and just to keep it going, basically.
Okay, I see.
Aboriginal people have adapted. They've been around longer than any other civilization in a continuous stream.
Okay, I see.
Like we know they say we came out of Africa, but
I mean, every
recent
single
science,
culture, every single human being can traces back to Africa. So that's silly, but yeah.
recent science is leading to Aboriginals being the second peoples
Okay, I see. Interesting.
in the DNA gene line, if that's the right wording.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, I see.
And it's kind of it's a debated thing because it's hard to find remains. Because Australia's been so exposed for so many bloody millennia. Oldest landmass on the planet.
Of course,
But
yeah.
keep going.
All right, let's keep going.
Given the statistics that Aboriginal people have lower life expectations, that means that more of our people are passing away, and so more of our people need cultural leave to attend these events. They're special events. The other thing is, it's not just family, but just any elder that passes away in the community. It's a mark of respect for us to attend their funerals as well. So one of the best things to do is to support Indigenous people and not inquire so much into the nature of the relationship, that can be offensive. So we ask you to find out more about Sorry Business so that you can respond in a more compassionate way.
I guess, yeah, because people would try to use that Western structure of family to say, oh, well, it's just your whatever, not someone who isn't that related to you based on the Western structure of family. And I can imagine that would be very offensive, yeah.
Something that wasn't mentioned there with Sorry Business, as an example, if someone goes away, as in prison, for a period of time, and people have died in that time, when they see their family or whoever for the first time, or actually no, when they see their family and other community members after they are released, they will cry.
Gosh.
They will all cry. Not just one person, they will all cry. Because what it is, it's Sorry Business. It's weeping for those who have passed in the time that has passed since you last saw them, as in the person you're seeing at the present.
Mm.
So you are mourning with them, and like this can go on for weeks and months, depending how big the community is and how like close you are to people and stuff.
Mm. Gosh, okay.
So that's it's kind of a pretty complicated thing, even though it's quite simple.
Mm. No, of course. Ziggy says, as far as we know, Aboriginal Australians come from the earliest human migrations out of Africa that stuck around, mainly traveling along coastlines that are now deep underwater. So it's hard to do archaeology on this. People are constantly pushing the date of the earliest people. The further into the past, the more work is done. Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Gosh. Okay. All right. So let's go to the
they've even changed their theory on how Aboriginal people came into Australia. Because all the oldest evidence is actually in the southern parts of Australia,
Okay.
not up the north like they first thought. So there's a bit of a conflict going on over what actually happened, but they're still following the evidence of what they've got. Sort
I
of
guess
stuff. So and
there would be conflict there because most people, I mean, very few people live in the north of Australia, right? Just as far as I understand, like most of it's around the south.
yeah, it's pretty much just like human population these days. You're pretty much looking from Queensland. You're looking from probably Brisbane area, which is down probably bottom third of Queensland on the coast, down along the mountain all the way down through New South Wales into Victoria, and then a little blip in South Australia, and then the rest is spread well away.
Yeah, a lot of that. All right. So the next one is another one on story business. Dreamtime and Songlines Explained. We have a look at this?
Now this guy, this guy kind of talks a bit about a personal experience that he had that was put off because sorry business it was going to be on, but he talks about songlines, which is often confused by people with things like sorry business, and like they sort of so he sort of does a nice little talk on that.
Okay, I don't even know what
And
songlines
then
are, so we'll have a look then.
it's basically kind of self-explanatory if you read the word, but you got to have context as well. So it's sort of not. And then the next one, he mentions in this story about Burke and Wills, and I had to put it in because it's a funny story, but it's in a messed up way, and it actually proves that Aboriginal people weren't all murderous like they used to say they were.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic
we'll just go
British
straight
thing
from
of saying that the natives are savages, and like, you know, yeah. Anyway,
so we'll just go straight from one to the other.
all right, I'll start with the first one.
So, ceremony got put off a couple of days. We had some sorry business, which is an average.
Oh, okay. The funeral. Okay, hold on. Let me just make this big. All right, good.
Turn for a funeral. Aboriginal culture. You don't call it a funeral. You don't go. You grieve. You simply go. You have sorry business. You connect with the family. You shake hands, and a lot of the time you don't mention the person's name for a period of up to 12 months. They just believe the spirit hangs around for that period of time, and the more you talk about them, the more their spirit is not able to move on. I wanted to just talk about one brief thing, give some people maybe some insight. You'll hear two concepts talked about concerning Mbrani or Australian Aboriginals. You'll hear Dreamtime and Songlines. And back in the 70s, when a whole bunch of white folk, anthropologists were doing this stuff, they all sort of mungled it together, and it became this witchery, mystical, dragon, serpenty thing that didn't make any real sense. And, you know, there was a little bit of pat on the head condescendingly there, little black people. They're two very distinct concepts. So let's talk about Dreamtime. Dreamtimes are the stories of creation. Dreamtimes are the stories about how we got here, how the country was made, how the world was made, why the frog, you know, croaks before a storm but not afterwards, all those sorts of things. So there's a lot, how the Willy Wagtail got its Willy Wagtail name and all that. So it's all those sorts of things. They're your Dreamtime stories. They're the stories your mothers would tell the children, the fathers would tell the children, the grandfathers would around the fire, because that would be in reinforcing culture and giving them an explanation of how they connect to the land of their ancestors. Now, the second thing is songlines, and songlines are very strategic. And you'll hear them using very similar terms to some Dreamtime stories. For example, the flying fox came from Alice Springs and it stopped at a place called Nicaninu, and Nicaninu
That's
is
flying
a
fox,
lizard.
not
And
flocks.
it stopped at the place of the
fox.
lizard. We'll
Okay.
just call it that.
Yeah,
make it
as
simple
in
for you.
fruit bat.
Stopped at the place of the lizard, but then the flying fox picked up the lizard and went forward, and it shape shifted in and then came down and seduced 3 women and then moved on and went up to another place. Okay, so what that's actually doing is the lines that come from Alice Springs come up and they stop at a certain rock in the middle of Tennant Creek called Nicaninu, and a certain rock. And then from that rock, it continues north up to the place called the Three Sisters, which is 3 large hills. Not large hills, but 3 hills. They're 3. So Aboriginal law, anything that looks like a set of breasts is women's business. Anything that looks phallic is men's business. It's not that complicated. So then goes to this place. So, but what that means is there's a song line from the place of the lizard to the place of the breast. So the 3 sisters. So that song line actually denotes a family's boundary. They own that song line. That song line belongs to their family. It's like GPS coordinates. Now on the western side, there's a place where the dog and the busted bird, the bush turkey, walk together. And then they walk from this place, this soakage, up to another place. And when they get to that place, the dog turns west and the busted bird flies on and ends up in the Tiwi Islands. So that particular song line, that denotes the boundaries of another family's property. So this is how they could cross Australia on these song lines, because every 3 days there was water and
They
food,
literally
because the
did
song line
cross Australia
would lead you
too,
to a
by the way.
soakage, which
You crossed Australia. Hmm?
They literally did
Oh, they
cross
literally did.
Australia.
Mm.
Yeah, they literally would. There's tracks that go from Alice Springs all the way through to the East Coast,
Okay, interesting.
and the Aboriginal people would sing their way to wherever they're going, hence song line.
Mm. But it was actually like within the song where was information about like
The
how to get from
directions.
yeah
Yep.
directions.
Yep.
Interesting. Gosh.
Yep. And that's they're finding is helping Aboriginal kids excel at school. Things like that, because it's getting them to use traditional methods, and they can adapt that to modern teachings and remember what they've got to remember, and they enjoy it more, and all. There's so much that's come of actually letting Aboriginal kids be in culture.
Mm.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy, the benefits.
Gosh, yeah, of course. And like because the thing is that why that's so useful is because you remember stuff through music so much better, like being able to
Well, you guys have certain techniques as well. The African people.
Mm.
There's sticks, I think it is.
I wouldn't know because
That
I'm
that
definitely not
I
I'm white, so
no.
but yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like
Yeah.
African being just generalistic. I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, no worries, no
'Cause
worries.
you're over there, so to me it's Africa. You're African.
Yeah, no worries.
But, yeah, no, all different cultures have different ways of recalling knowledge. And the reason I'm doing this presentation the way I'm doing it is because if the rest of the world was to see the way we're opening up to Indigenous cultures and letting them do their thing, it actually helps them to assimilate.
Yes, of course. Taking away people's yes, 100%.
And
Like
it makes them healthier. Like with Aboriginal people, they weren't fat. You know how much fat Australian animals have?
Mm.
Very little. Kangaroo's the leanest meat you'll get in the world.
Mm. Gosh, okay.
They used to have to eat things like lizards to get fat. Emu to get fat. They'd actually have to store fat in containers of some kind to, like, to have fat as well as their meat. Our fruits don't have sugars.
Mm.
The only sugar they got was from either ant butts or what we call sugar bag. It's not honey, but it's close to honey, because our native bees do things slightly different.
Mm.
It's better than honey. Manuka. If you think of true Manuka honey, not this modern shit.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
just
a crystallized.
But just a PSA, just to the chat, because this is really important. Please do not bring honeys. Like, you have to go to Australia to try this honey. And this is like one thing that I always get frustrated with people. When you bring honey to different countries, it can fuck up the bee population there. So if you want to try this honey, go to Australia, okay? Don't bring it over. Because it's literally, it's one of the most serious things to never bring overseas. But yeah, okay. So this honey, I've never heard of it before. Manuka.
Manuka is actually the New Zealander term for a similar product. It's basically honeys made by bees, native bees, that collect pollens from tea tree shrubs.
Ah, okay, interesting.
And yeah, so it has medicinal properties. It's actually been proven to have medicinal properties. It's used in bandages and all sorts of things these days.
Oh, okay, so it's got like an antiseptic element to it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's really hard to get to.
Of course. All right, should I continue with this?
Yep.
Okay, let's continue.
Which is a water place,
or
a place where there was food that had been cultivated, or they knew there was kangaroo. They knew.
Okay. All right. Yeah, of course. It's very late there. Anyway, let's continue.
There were emu, wallabies about, etc. So you could cross all of Australia following the different songlines because you're actually going to custodians' places, and the custodians were looking after country where they knew what the fauna and flora were like, and they knew they could get bush tucker of different forms. So it's a very intricate. It's been developed over 70,000 years, and it's absolutely bloody fascinating. And to call these people primitive, where they had a system that still to this day is as accurate as GPS, and they crossed the country. They could navigate the country the size of North America, the continent of North America, the continent of this, what the Europeans call Australia. They could navigate this country.
Aboriginal people.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Aboriginal people have actually recorded stars disappearing.
What?
And science has only just proven them.
Gosh, that is insane.
Yeah. And some of the stories that you actually, if you really listen to the story, it's talking about the creation of all living beings coming out of the water. It's crazy the knowledge they had. They've recently, science has just gotten on to actually asking Aboriginal people. They've just recently proven that the Great Barrier Reef was created by a volcano that the Aboriginal people knew about.
And they would
They
have
have a
like
story
information
about-
about, you know, they had stories about, yeah.
Yeah, they have a creation story of the Great Barrier Reef,
Wow. And so
and
and they
science has proven it to a date.
gosh.
And there's lots of things that Aboriginal people have proven through story, like which I'm going to show later. Megafauna. You think we have scary animals now?
Oh yeah. No, I've heard about like megafauna. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue. And then yeah, you
place,
see, yeah.
no starvation, no dying of thirst. That's why when Burke and Wills and those guys came through, these black fellas just stood around looking at them going, why are they not going over there, you know, another couple of 100 feet where there's water? Why are they sitting at this tree just dying? That's kind of stupid, isn't it? Because they knew where everything was. So it's absolutely fascinating. So
This
that's
is
the
the next
differences
video.
between the creation stories or the dream time, where spiritual aspects of thing, their mythology that's tied, and the song lines, which are very practical, how to survive walking the length and the breadth of this continent.
Gosh. Okay, so this
I don't know
so,
about Flying Spider King.
yeah, so this is then about
You
isn't
can
there
probably play this about 1.5 times speed because he's sort of
very
a bit
slow?
troll. It's
Okay.
he's
I'll do
it's an 80s
1.25 for next.
recording.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an 80s recording. And it's just like it sort of waffles on a bit, but when he gets into the main story, it's kind of crazy.
Okay. All right, let's have a look.
These are explorers, by the way. These are people that discovered Outback.
Oh, okay. Okay. So these were
I just did air quotes, by the way.
yeah, air quotes, yeah. They were so these were like probably British, Burke and Wills.
Yeah, I think they were. I can't remember where they're from now because we've got explorers from all over the place.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. Let's continue.
This must be the most famous tree in Australia, and is certainly the largest relic that's left of the tragic Burke and Wills expedition of 1860. Burke left Melbourne with an enormous group of camels and horses and people, but there were arguments and the group split up. So Burke and Wills and a few others came along here to Cooper Creek to make their depot and to wait for the rest of the party to come along. And when he got here, as was the custom, he made his mark on the tree. You can still see it. B for Burke and 65, the number of the camp. And while they were waiting for the rest of the party, they built a stockade to protect their goods. It was about here, made of vertical logs, and it went all the way around the tree.
This tree's still around too.
Tree is still there. Is this like a is it like a protected heritage thing?
Type thing, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, Burke was very impatient to be off, so he left an assistant in charge here, Brahe, and he was to wait here, guard the stores, and wait for the party to catch him up with the rest of them. Burke, Wills, King, and Gray were the four that went off to find the top of Australia. Burke said he'd be back in 3 months, not to wait any longer for him, and the four of them went overland that way. And they got to the top, and they got back again. But they took too long to do it, and they pushed themselves too hard. Gray died on the trip. And by the time they got back here, over 4 months had passed. Right.
Sorry, yeah?
Yeah, that's just the way things go. It's just so stupid. It just should not have happened.
Yeah. Of course. All right, let's continue.
He had given up on them. In case they turned up, he carved the now famous inscription in there. It was dig under 3 feet west. And with one of his men dying and his food running out, Brahe and the little party here set off back on the road to Melbourne. When Burke, Wills and King arrived, they saw the inscription, the place was deserted. They dug up the cache, which was down here, and with the food and a note that were buried here, they realised they missed that party by only 7 hours. They were in despair at being deserted, but they couldn't follow them, they were too weak. So they determined the only way they could get off the Cooper was to go over in that direction, over to Mount Hopeless and out through Adelaide. So with what they could gather here, they set off. But the whole thing was a total disaster. Certainly the Cooper does run towards Mount Hopeless that way, but it doesn't go very far. It runs out into sandhills in the most inhospitable country you could imagine. And whichever channel they tried, they couldn't find water and simply had to turn back. And they trudged all the way back again until round about here. Well, at this stage, they were in a hopeless position. They'd had to shoot both camels, and they were eating the meat. They were increasingly reliant on the Aborigines who lived around here for food and assistance. Wills rode all the way up there to the dig tree to try and find a relief party, but he didn't find one and came back here, more exhausted. Burke and King continued to gather native food, but they got steadily weaker too. The calamity struck round about here, where they had their provisions stored in a whirley, because the cooking fire sent sparks into it, and almost everything they had was burnt. They had nothing left. Well, they knew they had to find the Aborigines to look for help. The Aborigines had gone but they didn't know which way to go, and Wills couldn't go any further. So in another Aboriginal wurley, they made a bed and put Wills in it. They buried his notebook somewhere here. That was later recovered, and from that we know what Burke and Wills actually did achieve on their massive trip. And at Wills' insistence, they left him. He gave them a letter for his father, because they knew he was dying, and the two of them, Burke and King, quite exhausted, started to trudge back towards the big tree. But this is as far as they got, a distance of about 30 kilometres. And then Burke simply couldn't go any further. He collapsed there, he wrote his final messages, and within a very short time, he was dead. Now, King must have been extraordinarily tough, because exhausted as he was, he gathered up their provisions, turned round, and went all the way back again to where he'd left Wills to see what he could do for him. But he couldn't do anything, because Wills had died in the meantime. And King was just too weak to bury them. He left them where they lay. But he didn't die. The tribe of Aborigines that lived on the Cooper, they've all vanished now, were very good to King. They befriended him and fed him, and he stayed with them until he was rescued. And that was done by the explorer Howard, who came from Melbourne overland to see what had happened to the expedition. He found King, and with King's help, went to where Burke and Wills' bodies lay. And it was Howard who buried them, Burke here and Wills down the river. At least the bits he could find, because the dingoes had been at the corpses. And Howard also carved on the tree the initials of each of the explorers.
Oh, the dingoes have been at the corpses. Yeah. Dingo.
You can't see that today. It's buried under several feet of silt. Howard took King back to Melbourne, and King never came back to the Cooper, but Howard did. The bodies of Burke and Wills don't lie here anymore. Howard dug them up and took the bones back to Melbourne, and there was an enormous public funeral. And the bodies of Burke and Wills today lie in the Melbourne cemetery. King didn't last much longer. His health was ruined through what he'd been through here, and 10 years later, he died too. And today, his body lies not far from those of Burke and Wills.
Gosh, okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
literally, the Aboriginal guys saved their life, but then it didn't matter because they were too stupid and got themselves into a situation that they really didn't need to get into.
Yeah, like, and if they'd just listened to, or, you know, like, you, for example, like, understanding of the land isn't very important, you know, with respect to that. And
Yeah,
if it, you know,
Yeah,
it is that
100%.
understanding of, like, considering people primitive that will, like, you know, led to this, you know. Anyway.
And the irony is, these people, the early explorers, literally documented how things were done. But nobody ever saw or acknowledged it
Mm,
outside of the inner circle sort of people
yeah.
until modern times, more or less, when historians read through the books that, like, journals and all that crap. It's crazy.
Mm. So like so just to understand, so they documented the Aboriginal culture and what they were doing. Is that what you're saying?
In bits and pieces, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Like, when they're writing in their daily journal, they jot down little things that they saw, curious features, and you'll hear it more when I play a video, when you play the video on Bush Tucker down the track a little bit. Yeah, he talks in depth about things that were seen and recorded.
Okay. Interesting. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Hold on. There we go.
If it's the one I think it is, put it on a double speed. Where they were.
Okay, so then there's
Oh, no,
indigenous
yeah, no,
kinship.
this one is all right. Yeah, this goes more into you know how the lady was talking about family
Mm-hmm.
and sorry business? This guy talks more about families
Okay.
and how it's all sort of connected.
Okay. All right, let's have a look. All right, so it's good to understand this warning now.
Yeah, because you will see it on a lot of Australian YouTube videos that are done by people that are connected to organizations or that are culturally sensitive. Because it's kind of like a required thing these days. If you don't do it, it's like you've done a big taboo.
Let
it's
me.
kind of the opposite to how it used to be.
Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, let me read this. Kinship is at the heart of Indigenous society. A person's position in the kinship system establishes their relationship to others and the universe, prescribing their responsibilities towards other people, the land, and natural resources. Traditional kinship structures remain important to many Indigenous communities today. All right. All right. I'm going to press play. Continue.
Well, there, before you do,
Mm-hmm.
with what they're saying there, it goes beyond animal and vegetable.
Mm.
Aboriginal people have a belief that the soul can enter into rocks,
Oh, okay.
as in ancestors when they die. And like stories of like the three sisters that the chap mentioned before, the three women were turned into those stones.
Yeah.
So it's all sort of connected in that sense. Like, it's not just about being connected to your totem animal. It's also the rock that's on the land. It's a tree. It's everything. Everything is connected to us. We are connected to it. It's like that's how like people, unless they see this sort of stuff, learn this sort of stuff, don't understand the connection that is with Aboriginal people and land. It's like I've not seen any other culture have the sense of everything is the land.
Gosh, okay. That is I mean,
Um,
yeah, and it's something that like most people I think would not be so like it sounds unless you understand that literally is like the belief that is part of the culture of like when people die they're like so just to understand, so what you're saying is the belief is that like the soul can be can occupy like rocks within the land or not
Yep.
just like trees or anything that is actually living, but
that's it.
inanimate
Yep.
objects as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The Aboriginal, but now I don't know if all Aboriginal cultures have the same belief, but majority of the cultures have a base belief system and slight differentiations depending on the areas and events that they've seen compared to other parts of Australia, like because volcanoes and things are sort of localized. So you get different stories because of that. But yeah, they'll have a general law structure that is all connected, and even certain words are used right across Australia.
Okay. Interesting.
Slight pronunciations, whatever, but it's pretty much the same word.
Okay.
But yeah,
All
keep
right.
going now.
Let's continue.
My name's Richard Fijo, and I'm a deadly Larrakia man from Darwin. I'm also Warramungu on my mother's side, which is Tennant Creek area. So I have connections to...
Yeah, it's too fast. Sorry, hold on. I still have it on.
Yeah,
Let me take it back. There
I
we go.
forgot that you did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he said he is a deadly. So that how he's. I don't. He says I am a deadly, not whatever the frick that.
Yeah, Anima, deadly. Yeah, these are just bad captions, so don't stress too much about them. Yeah.
It's going to struggle with some of the words.
Yeah.
Darwin. I'm also
Deadly in
Warramungu.
Aboriginal means deadly is an Aboriginal lingo. It means like awesome, like it's the best.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yeah,
All right.
it's like totally deadly.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense.
And if someone says, "Oh, you're deadly, bro," it means that they think you're really good.
All right. Oh, Vox and Stock
But you
says,
keep going.
Sir Yogi, one has cried with grief with
I was
me.
just reading it too.
And we've talked
she's-
about the sorry business together. I have a lot of love for him. Yeah. This is wonderful. I mean, I'm
I-
enjoying this
I-
a lot so far,
I
so you know.
I find it hard sometimes because it's weird. The spiritual side of it really, when I started learning more and more, I was drawn in more and more. And like I feel it now. Like if I hear a story, it's like the empathy thing, but times 100. It's like it's like it's affecting my being hearing these stories.
Okay.
And it's kind of weird.
That's one. It is wonderful though that like you have like formed that connection with like um
Well,
your
another
past, you
thing
know?
too, that's you saying that reminded me. Aboriginal people have a thing of being lost. Somebody's lost because they have lost connection to culture.
Gosh,
Their
okay.
soul is lost. And when your soul is lost, you turn to drugs, alcohol, crime, and that's comes back to again culture. Once they've got culture, they no longer feel lost. They have a sense
Mm.
of being, and it like I said, it's a spiritual. When you start learning culture, and I'm assuming this is true of all culture. When I say culture, I don't talk. I'm not talking Western arts and craft type culture.
Yeah.
I'm talking true understanding the earth and the way it works culture.
Mm.
And it's quite powerful the way they see things.
Of course. All right, let's continue. It is very I will say this is like I mean I didn't know anything about Aboriginal culture at all. So this is like fascinating to me. I mean we like this chat loves these segments because it's everything, you know, there's so much you can learn and Twitch allows like it's such a unique situation because you're live chatting with people from all around the world and it's not an opportunity you get a lot of the time. That's why I love Twitch so much because you know so it is like yeah, this is wonderful. I just want to say anyway, let's continue.
Fijo, and I'm a deadly Larrakia man from Darwin. I'm also Wurrumungu on my mother's side, which is Tennant Creek area. So I have connections to saltwater and desert country. Now, in my belief, we believe in the dream time, and in the dream time there were lots of mystical animals and rainbow serpent that came and created the lands for us. And so today we carry this on because this is our creation stories. We're always surrounded by spirits. We're surrounded by spirits of our ancestors, you know, of my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and all the Larrakia spirits are always around us, and these are spirits that support us. But sometimes we go to places where there's not so good spirits, and these spirits can mean danger to us, and so we're afraid of these spirits and we take off, and we get all kinds of warnings from birds and animals and all kinds of stuff because we have what is called connection to country. And connection to country is the second stage of understanding our spirituality, because in our spirituality we're connected to our land through the kin system. And for an example, I'm a Juppuljarri from the desert, that's my skin name, but I'm also Balang from saltwater country, and that's also my skin name, but they're just different regions and it means the same thing, it's just a different word. Balang as my skin name, it also interconnects with a system of the kin system which is called Dua and Yiricha. Now I like to think of Dua and Yiricha like yin and yang, black and white. It brings balance to our world, and it means that on one hand Yiricha and Dua is like that. Dua is often dark, Yiricha is often light, and we call it day, night, 1, 2, morning, sunset, all kinds of things. And in different languages they mean different things, but in essence it's like yin and yang. And so we think about this. Now, my skin name, Balang, is Dua, so that's a dark-sided thing. But there are also animals like, for example, the dugong, that is also classified in Aboriginal culture as Dua. There are also plants like the stringy bark that is also classified as Dua. And so what that means is that that tree, the stringy bark, or that animal, the dugong, is the same importance as me. We are interrelated, and this is our connection to country. This is how we connect to country, because everything that is there, we have a relationship. In essence, we're a part of everything, and everything is a part of us.
Gosh. Okay. That was very interesting.
Yeah, it's quite deep, isn't it?
It is. It is. It is.
It's kind of interesting because my whole life, like I felt spiritual, but not like religious or anything like that.
Mm.
I felt things with land
Mm.
and experienced things that aren't natural.
Mm.
I had one experience where I was walking to town, or was going to go to a spot to hitchhike to town, and it was late afternoon or late evening, and the sun was just setting. It was about 8, 9 o'clock during summer in Australia, so it's daylight savings,
Mm.
and it was hot and still. I walked over a hill, and there's a bit of a tunnel area through the trees, and a slight warm breeze blew, and I thought, oh, that was weird, because it was only just in that one spot. And then I heard a snap, and I looked, and there was nothing there, and I was like, yeah, okay, that was a bit weird. And I felt uneasy, so I crossed the road, and when I got to the other side of the road, I looked back, and there's a black shadow with the red eyes. Sort of had ears like a kangaroo, but it was a round head,
Gosh, okay.
and it was about 4 or 5 foot high. I've been told since that only witch, well, it's not witch doctors, but medicine men
Mm.
um, see that sort of thing.
Oh,
And
okay.
I've always been interested in healing sort of stuff and like bush medicines and stuff. But I've always felt I've had a dark ancestor guiding me, like, the angel type bullshit.
Mm.
Um, and even though I don't believe in the bloody psychic crap, my
Mm.
sister went to see a psychic and just randomly asked about a few other people who their guardians were. And it turns out one of my guardians is my great, I don't remember, great grandmother, something like that, who was the second Aboriginal lady.
Gosh, okay. Interesting.
And she, my sister didn't even know that I felt this because I don't talk about it because it's sort of one of them things that I sort of don't really believe in, but I kind of do at the same time.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean by that.
And as I've grown up, I've been handed information that normal people I found didn't get. Like my school, for example, in the 70s, we learnt Aboriginal stuff. Nobody did that at
So it was
school
like very.
until recent.
So it was just a very unique
Um,
circumstance, like that your school was like
yeah, we
teaching you
had
that.
elders, like aunties, come in and read us dream stories for our storytelling sections. Um, there was a site in the school grounds that was a significant site. The school was only allowed to be built because the Aboriginal people were allocated a parcel of land a bit further up the hill in memorial for a battle that took place.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm one of the few people that have that information because
Gosh.
not many people know that. And I've spoken to Aboriginal people and they're like, I never knew that. I was like, how? I was taught this at school and it was like, and then people like growing up hear people complain that they never learned about Aboriginal history. And I happened to have it at my school and it was just, yeah, little things like that that just weren't
Mm.
um, normal, but it fed me my culture
Yeah.
all through my life. I ended up
Yeah.
doing bush regeneration and learning that a whole heap of the plants that I was eating when I was growing up were natives and that I never even knew. I thought they were just berries everyone ate.
Gosh, okay. You know what is
Yeah,
interesting?
so
Well, I'm just about the. It's actually something that's so annoying here, South Africa. Is we've got blue gums everywhere here, and I wonder why we do. They're not native, but they do destroy the land. Yeah, so that's
it's because they grow so quick, forestry.
yeah, yeah, it is. But they
And
suck
yeah,
up all
no,
the
they're
water.
a big problem.
Mm.
And yeah, over in America they have gums and paper barks. And I think they got acacia problem too. Like the Australian acacias.
Mm.
And you guys and our botanists have been fighting for many, many years. South Africa don't
Yeah.
think that acacias from here should be called acacias.
Oh gosh, South African botanists is something else because of Fynbos, you know. So there's like
Oh,
a yeah.
botanists are crazy just in general. They shoot me because I've got like plant stuff and like they change names on you all the time, and I just gave up after all.
Mm.
But yeah, no, there's certain things that you guys can do over there that we can do. Like the acacias have a little sap, um, like a looks sort of like a lump of honey that comes out of it. It
Mm.
actually has medicinal properties.
Oh yeah, we learned about that.
Um,
Learned
yeah,
about
yeah.
like a
Um, yeah, we have the same thing over here. There's a few different trees that can do it.
and we learned about like
But
a also there's a like a it's a I don't know what to call it really, but it's like a one of those things tumbleweed, and the tumbleweed has got like we learned specifically that the SAN would take just the skin because the actual like sticks itself like on the inside is poisonous, but the outside is really good for antiseptic. So they used to put that on like scars and things like that, which is it's something we learned at school. But yeah, just came back to me now.
yeah, and there's a few different from when we were joined, few different things plant wise that sort of are related that can be used in the same sort of ways.
Mm.
It's quite interesting. Like we got violets over here that are actually like we've got several species of violet, not just one type of violet, and they can all be eaten like the African violet can.
Oh gosh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay. Mm.
we've got plants that are related to plants in America too.
Mm. Okay. And like what specifically?
Sarsaparilla.
Okay, I'm not big on plants, so I've got no idea what that is. But yeah.
Yeah, no, you know the drink sarsaparilla that
Nah, I
you
actually
hear
don't.
about in America. Well, it's a flavor in Coke.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
Um, it's a berry, but over here we've got a relative that the leaf is able to be used like artificial sweetener. I hate it. Like it literally tastes like artificial sweetener.
Okay, I see.
Bitter and horrible. It's like it's really nice until it's not.
I know what you mean by
It's like
that.
it gets sweet straight up, and then it's like, oh fuck, bitter and dry. It's
Gosh.
horrible. I don't like it. But you can use it as in desperate measures. Now the next one, put on double speed, the
Mhm.
Aboriginal Australian mythology thing.
Mhm.
This here is going to get in depth.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, it needs to be double speed. It
Okay, no
does need
worries.
to be double
You've got so many videos here, so I just want to say if we don't
Yeah,
finish today, no, if we
we
don't finish today,
there's
we
a
can
big
finish.
chunk of those. There's a big chunk of those we won't be watching today.
Okay.
Well, we probably won't watch today. But I definitely want to get to the
This one.
Mardi Gras ones at the bottom. But yeah,
Okay.
this is the main one.
Okay.
This is going to explain everything. Like this, I could not do a better job of this if I had 60 million videos in front of me.
Okay. All right.
He is spot on with his information, and his insight is dead on too. It's amazing.
Okay. All right. But I'll just say is I'm loving learning about this. So if we do run out of time, We'll just plan like there'll be a day in the future where you can come on if you'd like to, or I can just watch them and you can be in the chat. Up to you, and you can finish the
no,
rest.
no, they're some of them are non-important ones. Like there's ones talking about bush regeneration and importance. They're only short, so like little ones like that we will be able to get through. But oh shit, it's 3 o'clock already.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we won't.
So no, that's what I'm saying is if we do, I don't want to rush this at all. So don't feel stressed because we'll just find like another time, like maybe in 2 weeks you can come on and finish the Australia thing if it's up to you because this is very interesting and I'm very like I feel like I mean the chat always loves this even though they're often so quiet because people I mean like it's just not it's you're learning about something that
This
like
is
you've
the sort
never
of
been
thing I'd
exposed to,
usually
you
sit
know.
back and just lurking myself. I find I often like I've got a playlist of 190 videos on Aboriginal stuff. Some of them are like 1 hour, 2 hour documentaries.
Mm.
You know how many times I've watched this playlist in the last 2 weeks?
How many times?
About 5.
5,
And
gosh.
that's after I actually cut out 3/4 of it.
Gosh, so you really have gone through this. Anyway, right, it is wonderful. But yeah, so don't just I want you to just know, just don't feel rushed. You can come on another time and we can finish the rest of it because I feel like all of this you've clearly put this all together. It's all got importance. So I want to make sure I do it justice. Anyway, but let's go through this one. So you say this one will have to be a bit faster.
Yeah, he's kind of
Welcome
slow
to
and
Spiritual
he sort of
Studies
has
session 40.
Okay, sort of slow. So I'll put it on 1.25 for now, and then we'll see if we have to increase it. But you just let me know when I need to pause and everything. Okay. Go back a bit.
First
Welcome
bit's
to
only him talking about the actual episode podcast number and stuff.
Okay. All right. No worries.
Spiritual Studies session 43. This session is going to give a focus onto the many concepts seen and all about the Aboriginals of Australia. This session is going to give a broad stroke as to their historical context, their cosmogony, their philosophy, their concept of the afterlife, a few deities, and some cultural motifs. Now, I will reiterate throughout, as I have with many other sessions, that this group of people, the Aboriginals of Australia, are many. And historically, we're even more. So everything that I say bears a hedging, bears a context that I'm trying to give an overview. And in certain ways, this is overly simplistic. With the Sami people, for instance, there were many groups. In this case, the Aboriginals, there are even more groups. This would be even more apparent if I were to make one session covering the Native Americans as a whole, because there are many, many, many. But for what I can do within the span of an hour, we will be giving this focus. So when it comes to the Aboriginals, the ancestry, the dating of their arrival in Australia is a very curious topic. The first human remains, and by human, distinctly Homo sapien.
I love the way he words
outside
his script.
You like the way he words
picks,
his?
Yeah, like it is, the word curious is the most interesting choice he could have made, but it is spot on.
Interesting, yeah, because it's you get you thought more about it because it's you know anyway I know what you mean. Let's continue. You just once again if you want me to pause just because people can't hear you over the if you speak over this, so just tell me to pause and then that'd be good. But yeah, anyway,
side of Africa can be found in Australia, and this dates 50,000 years ago. 50,000. And you
Wow.
can find artifacts that date back 65,000 years ago. You can find evidence of the use of fire. This dates back 120,000 years ago. Genetic evidence points to at least 80,000 years ago, ranging up to 125,000 years ago. So when it comes to the last person, anatomically, 50,000, 42,000 years ago. However, the artifacts, however, the signs of inhabitation, all the way back to 125. Now, conservative estimates would put a migration from Africa to Australia somewhere between 64,000 to 75,000 years ago. And that this may have involved more than one migration. That this would have taken place via
Which
boat.
is, pause.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the standard understanding these days, that there was multiple migration periods where Aboriginal people have both come and gone
Mm.
and come back again, sort of thing. It's even DNA evidence has proven several South American countries have Aboriginal and Pacific Island, Southeast Asia DNA lines.
Mm. Interesting. There's something I'll bring up later. I don't want to interrupt this, but because I need to double check on it. But anyway, I shouldn't have said anything because it's something I'll bring up when you talk about plants. But yeah, it is just interesting because I feel like the way in which you talk about flora, like it is something that resonates a lot with like what I've been taught about, like specifically the Western Cape in South Africa, where there's lots of fynbos. I'm sure you've heard people. South Africans talk about fynbos before. There's tons of South Africans in Australia, so. But it is very like interesting because I'll bring this up but I need to double confirm. But I'm pretty sure they found native like literally exactly the same fynbos growing in Australia as in South Africa, which is just something that blows my mind because it was like just growing there. It's the only other place in the world where they found it. But I might be incorrect on that, so I need to double check. But I just thought it would be something that would interest you. Anyway, let's continue.
It's quite possible.
It is. Because anyway, but we'll continue.
And that perhaps there were as few as 2,000 women that would forge the diversity seen in this nation. This would have been, again, seafaring. So note the level of intelligence there, which we're going to mention something interesting about that later on. Now, to have traveled to Australia so long ago, they would have seen species that has not been seen anywhere near. I hope that makes sense. They would have seen long extinct species. Their closest relatives would have been the Melanesians and the Papua New Guinea natives. And that this split between them would have happened 32,000 years ago, roughly. And we saw this interesting case where the Polynesians, as they had moved from apparently Taiwan, seemed to have had little interaction with the Aboriginals, seemed to have. However, a large constitution of their people would inhabit their neighbor in New Zealand. We do see later that there were definite signs of trade between the Aboriginals and their northern neighbors. When it came to their lifestyle, this isn't too shocking to say that we see hunter-gatherer, we see forager lifestyles, nomadic, semi-nomadic, and permanent. What needs the people had, these different tribes would have, would depend on where they lived from region to region. If they were to move, if they were to not move, if they were to stay put, it all depended on food supply, weather, geography. And you can still find these archaeological evidence and still yet the tradition of making canoes out of bark. So to give further weight to the history here, the rock art found in Australia is twice as old as the pyramids. This is a shocking case of isolation
Pause it for a sec.
where what was happening.
Interesting sort of side note, but Tutankhamun's tomb.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they found there?
What did they find? Lots of gold. Sorry,
Boomerangs.
what? Boomerangs. What?
2 boomerangs and a couple of other artifacts. There's a controversial site in North Queensland. That's a pyramid,
Mm.
but nobody's allowed to dig it up because there's been different reasons behind it, but it's thought that they don't want to prove that it's actually related, but they think it's actually older than the pyramids.
Gosh, okay.
There's actually a theory that the Egyptians learnt a lot from the Aboriginal people and took certain practices back with them.
Huh. Interesting. Gosh.
Yeah. Nobody knows what race Egyptians actually are. They've never been allowed to do DNA analyzing.
No, we already did Egypt on
not,
the
yeah,
you know Zenodo. So that's interesting. I've never that's insane.
yeah. So there could be some sort of tie, but we'll never know until they do the
The genealogy and all
the
of that.
genealogy. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, no, but it's quite interesting, these little things that have turned up in the history books, that like even to the point that there's a Turkish king, I think it was Turkish king, had been given a a cockatoo, which only comes from either North Queensland, the tip of North Queensland, or Papua New Guinea.
Wow. Okay.
This is back 1300s, I think it was, 1200s,
Wow.
one of the two. And it's only just recently been realised because he documented all his birds.
Mm.
And there's actually written documentation of him getting it as a gift from somebody else. And yeah, it was because it's actually kind of funny. It was a YouTuber making a video that triggered a historian in Sweden or somewhere like that was happened to find this book in the archives and was going through it to catalogue it and saw this video and he's gone, hold on, and he's gone back to the book and yeah, they've actually ended up doing a bit of a collab together and traced actually the story kind of. It was, yeah. So there's been trade through Europe and Australia and stuff a lot longer than people realise.
Interesting. Gosh. I mean, like, yeah, because our global understanding of trade, like, the way we understand it is it was always like, well, I mean, from my perspective, and what I have growing up, like, it's almost like it starts with Europeans, but that's just obviously not the case at all. I mean, like the whole story of like why Cape Town was formed in its first instance was it was a trading depot. It was a pit stop for Portuguese travelers to get to India to get spices and textiles and things like that. And it was so yeah, a lot of like the way in which we understand trade is through that European lens. Like even if you think about like the story of Christopher Columbus, he was trying to get to India, you know?
Yep.
For trade. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, no, when I was putting this together, I cut out a whole heap of videos, but I found some really interesting stuff in regards to the documentation of sailors that have actually landed on Australia prior to Captain Cook.
Gosh, okay.
There was
Yeah.
like 3 or 4 different countries. that
Wow.
they'd actually mapped parts of Australia, but that nobody knew that it was what it was.
Yeah.
It's weird.
All right, let's continue.
Before they moved from Africa was more or less retained throughout all this time prior to colonialization. And of course, when colonialization happened, smallpox broke out, massacres, conflicts over the frontier, a giant depopulation. There was a great diversity of languages prior to European settlement, over 250, it said.
Actually,
And
pause it there.
nowadays, it could be any.
Are you able to bring up I think it's the next video with the picture of Australia?
Sure.
And I'll a little.
Sure, let me
and we'll
quickly
play
do that.
It's because it's that one I was telling you about
This
with
one.
the languages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to play it? Yeah, we
It's
can jump in
here.
between. Oh, we can jump in between. You want me to play this?
Yeah. Because this is all the languages.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, let's have a look. So this map and my pronunciation may not be entirely accurate. I apologize if I didn't draw your nation correctly or got this name wrong. Okay. All right, nice little disclaimer.
This was a uni student.
Okay.
Angamuti jungon chimpale chan butati autim en kukuyau. Inum te patikim bewum yupangati lutigan utalnganu. Mutim reum pilakan winda weekend kukuyin mitir. Pakan lama lama gunjanya daikan amora like Mary and Mir. Kukuyani pindam mutayora yeryoran koko peragalo kawoya. Koko wara kuko mini kukuyalan chimotamoyan kalalakoya.
Oh my gosh.
Babara mirinji and jabu kanji and yawaiki wargamagan. Bindal and Beriki Yayoru Yui and Google Batun Jerbongan. Yelba Yanga and Yambinamian and Bana with Parata and Guin Mal. Wangan Yakaling Ugayari Gangolo Gapu Parata Rumpal. Woli Woli and Bayali Wajiku Yiman Gungapu Lagaring Palpijara. Pachala Guring Guring Gapi Gapi Waka Waka Panchalang Yagara. Ngarapol Dangati Gumpankir Biripi Waraming and Yamana. Lorege Awikol Daraga Wabikol Dakin Yung Ronarua. Gun Dungara Goringa Yuin and Narigo Jatnatang and Tarawal. Bidawal Bonarongana and Wawaronguli Chan and Gunawal. Wat Tawarongadu Banud and Jakud Warongira Warongundich Mara. Pirapatomic in me and Piameran Natsuki Cheren Otsapana. Lemerin and Unoni and Paradarami Bungandich Naranjari. Binjali Jaburung Algacha Jawarung Wergaya Jatpajali. Wemba Wadi Wadi Dadi Dadi Lachi Lachi Gorinji Maru. Baraba Tangarung Uralam Yoda Yoda Waveru. Where Rajari Nari Mati Yida Yida Pakanji Baranji. Dankali Will Jelly Wanji Valgu and Banjikali Wangabun Baranji.
Holy. This is insane.
Kauna and Naranga Bera Mankbangalan Nukanu and Ngajuri. At Yamatana Nawukuyani Wirangu Malyanga Bamuruwari. Gam Millerai While one Bigambul Barungam Butchery Baraminya. Gunu Mandandanji Kuma and Gungari Muri Marganyan Kunya. Taharo Walo and Komara Beria Gungari Guli Lagaringaba. Garu Wali Awara Wargayandru Wanda Watikali Pilataba.
Not even halfway.
Arabana Derari Tieri Nameni Yalu Yandi Medaka. One Kangaroo Garamurawan Gamana Mayawali Pita Pita. Gal Katun and Yalanga with Gua and Yanda and Tin and Kair and Dali. One Numaram Bara with Nyawun and Yanga and Michael and Maitakurti. Akuam and Tagala Walanga Marco Jakok Naran Kutnan Kaya Tilt. Maya Pigugach Kangali Damingin and Danangalinda Lardil. Yanua Garawa Wani Makotana Goporin Jeepin Binga Waka Bonga and Maragun Mintering Alakan Gandhi one Nintil Yakwa Nong Gopo Yung Alpon and Paronga Dangbon and Konebiji Gunwingo Maonge Waja and Nakara Gun Balang Bora Gun Gorogoni Yongo Till we can check me Kakachua Murakon Puchin Gombor and Pokonija Warning Akwonam Bokala Limongan Wachikin Larakia Jared Gogarakan Goema Warai Malak Malak and Makiman Narai Jawan and
No, it's fine. We're in for the whole ride. I can't stop now. This is amazing. It is. It just is. It just shows you like.
It would have taken so much work to just get all these words out.
Yeah, and to get all the regions correctly. I'm sure there are some people who complain in the comments of like, I'm sorry, but you did get this wrong or whatever. But this is insane. Let's finish it. I love this.
Ragaran Boru Wataman, Ngali Woro Nungali Narin Man Billy Naraja Minjung Korinji, Morin Patangan Kikoran Goran Maran Nungu Maringar Marameninji, Nangi Wameri Mariti Yellen Gajerang Iji Queenie Miwatubung, Narin Yin Gampara Wonambo Wara Walla Kijamiri Bong. Gunian Tipuna Paungomi Wara Umita Unkarangi. Nikina Yaworo Jukunin Manbaru Japir Japir and Jawi, Ngumbang Nonol and Badi Mangalaga Rajari Walmachari Kukaja, Yolbari Changati and Charu and Wabari Pintopi and Loricha, Walman Pajingali Yalawangaji and Vampaya Wagaya Waramono, Guida Chalyawara and Takarapina Waluwara Pulanu. Anmachara Aranda and Takarinya Yan Kunchachara Kokata. Beja Chara and Yali and Naka Kongata Chara Manjinja, Yang and Yachara Wankata Chalkanti Guara Nanya Chara and Nana. Jopanyan Babola Mado Nyangomata Nyamu Palguangala, Garmi Arangalo Madapur Rama to Tuniva Inji Pandi, Banji Mangalo Wanka Ina Wanka and Kuramano Wala Talanji. Bayongo Puranatin and Pinikura Jodaru and Chivali, Mayawari and Katarkari and Katamalkana and Watari, Badi Mayanata Mangukula Maya Malpa Mirning Wutari. What you can be manaki naki people man. Binchara baladon you what and kani and hachu my min and kurang waranti.
Wow.
You imagine what it would have been like trying to come up with the way you spell those friggin' languages?
Yeah. Gosh. That was insane. Holy.
Like, Aboriginal English words, Aboriginal words in English are spelt so weird. Like, there's letters that are doubled up that you normally don't see doubled up.
Mm.
Like,
of course,
you'll see double N's and double I's and things like that you normally wouldn't see.
Mm.
Double A's.
You get lots of double A's in Afrikaans.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing. But I did notice like the lots of places start with like N, which reminds me of like
And
like
you'll find they have similar sounding names too. But now with this, just because it's a language doesn't mean it's a nation. Because they had separate dialects within.
So it could be even more fragmented.
Yeah, and that's why, like, these aren't actually the marking out of nations; they're just marking out of language territories.
Okay, interesting. Gosh, okay. Let's continue to. We'll go back
Yeah,
to.
there could be like 7 languages in the one nation in like the Western Australia and areas that are like big desert areas. Because the nation is a bigger area.
You can see it's almost like you can see where the big deserty areas are with just how big the
Yeah. And you remember what he was saying about the song lines? Well, all those edges are song lines, basically.
So they'd have like a song like a bout or like okay, what's the best way to say it in like a more poetic
It's
or sung
literally a song.
description? Yeah.
It's literally a song. They literally sing all the way, and they sing what's coming up, and like they sing a story of the adventure to get there. And yeah, so like every single one of those boundaries on all the different sides would be a part of a trail that would connect all the country.
Amazing. Wow. All right, let's continue. We'll go back to this one. So I think what we'll do is we'll try and we'll finish this for today. And I don't think we're going to have much more time afterwards. But I don't want you to, because you put so much work into this, I don't want this to be the end. So we'll plan for you to come on again to
all the
do
other
the part
videos,
2.
basically, all the other videos to do with Aboriginal culture are basically designed off this video anyway.
Okay.
They're just things that I grabbed to sort of give a bit of in context or something in regards to what he's saying.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's just doing a generalistic sort of, this is how I see it type thing.
Okay. But if you, but just so you know, because if you want, don't. We can.
Yeah,
You
no,
can come on again if you'd
yeah,
like. If you'd like to.
yep, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I find this fascinating. I think the chat is also. I mean, most people are normally very quiet during this period because it is. But everybody loves these segments, you know. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Anywhere between 120 and
I'm
100.
just gonna go back a bit so that we aren't like completely just jumping in.
Conflicts over the frontier, a giant depopulation. There was a great diversity of languages prior to European settlement, over 250, it said. And nowadays, it could be anywhere between 120 and 145 in use, but the only ones that are not said to be endangered are 13. So if you
Gosh.
imagine that a people take over Europe, and many people aren't aware of truly how many languages are spoken in Europe, by proportion, say now that there's only about 3. That's the level that we're talking here.
Crazy to think
Prior
about it
to
that way,
the
isn't it?
European settlement.
Yeah, it's literally like, I mean, lots of Europeans in this chat. This is like the devastation of like what even would you describe this as? Like just on language alone, like that complete wiping out of just language culture, I guess is the best way to say it.
People refuse to use the word genocide, but that's genocide. Wiping out
It is.
all their language is a part of genocide.
Of course, yeah. I mean, if you look at like what's happening in Palestine, what are some of the buildings that they targeted? Universities, records of like historical monuments. You know, it's heritage sites. Like it's all included in that. It's trying to wipe off completely cleanse the land. Oh, cleanse is a terrible word in that, but like that's the way they wanted it. They just they just wanted to wipe away any sort of native to make the space. So it's always been about like that. Which is what you know. Anyway, but let's continue. We won't go too deeply into it. We're all very aware of that. But yeah.
I've been trying hard not to all stream.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
There was a maintained slash and burn technique that would have maintained nutrients in the soil. We saw this was also the case I live here in the Pacific Northwest. When the natives were running the show, these wildfires were planned and you tended to nature. You take care of nature by doing so. However, by introducing herding animals, sheep and cattle, this ruined it. This ruined the soil. And back when, they had all manner of tools. They could make baskets, they could make nets, they could make bags. They had their trading networks, as I noted on before, via their canoes. They had boomerangs and spears, axes, or not axes, well, in some cases, axes, tools for fishing. They also had this use of a message stick,
which isn't documented,
which would be
much.
effectively.
They use bow and arrows too, but it's not very well documented.
Yeah.
There's one thing.
You never hear anyone talking about it.
There's one thing in South Africa that the natives use a lot. I know that my godfather has a whole bunch of them. Carved wooden sticks with like a heavier end of the wood, and it was called a knobkiri. Knobkiri. Can't even say it correctly. And that was used as a weapon. But it's basically just like a stick, but like the one end is carved like into like a circle, into a sphere, and that was used as a weapon. And you know, you could still find them all over the place in South Africa. Anyway, let's continue.
A stick with some engravings to put to communicate between places. Now, when it comes to the common conception of the Aboriginals, one of the first things that is ever brought up, it's almost a cliche, is the dream time, Aboriginal dream time. And this is something to question, because we are taking a concept from a language and an understanding of the world completely outside of the mindset cultivated by the Western world. And we are ham-fistingly translating it into what we know. A trippy consideration of language is how we think of the world is crafted by the words of which we use to describe it. So dream time might be a little too bland, might be a little bit too assumptive. Now, with the Maori in New Zealand, you're starting to see an integration of the native terms into the English language via loan words. And in this way, it would be far more respectful and honoring to use the terms as the Aboriginals use them. So one of them is Mangai, Jukurpa. I'm apologizing now, as I have in many sessions. I read, I don't speak. This will become a lot more apparent when I'm speaking on the deities later in the session. I mean nothing but respect. I just pronunciations, man. Anyhow, so for us to believe that we fully understand a complex of meanings, the word epistemology, to think that we have a true mental wraparound of this concept is a bit much. It would take being within the cultural context to really give the breadth that it deserves. The dreaming is frequently touted as a timelessness. So it's not a matter of past, present, or future. These concepts of past, present, and future is Western. I know it's gone across the world now. You can see the soupy grounds I'm in. So in this way, the other definition is not dreaming, but every when. Every when. Every when is now.
I love the
Gosh,
way
I'm
he
fumbling
muses
even trying to get
himself.
it. As a
You like the way he?
He amuses himself with his thoughts.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's very very cool. But yeah, let's continue.
digression, but I think illustrates the point. A similar topic is in looking at all of these different spiritualities, paganisms, shamanisms, what have you, polytheisms, we use the term gods a lot. But what does that mean? What does gods mean? A force of nature? A celestial body? An influence above the power of mankind? An aspect of existence? What does gods mean? So in this way, what does time mean? Anyhow. So, dream time. In the stories of the ancient culture, they're called dream time stories by our translation. And in these places and times and stories, every person exists forever. Everything exists forever. We'll get into this more as we go along. But the dreaming era was the era before the world as we recognize it was created. And that this beginning was where all creation came from. That in this beginning, there were only spirit beings that formed creation. And that these gods, you see, these spirit beings, you see, traveled across a place without form. It is said in the legends that in this time, it was bare. No animals, no plants, no humans, no trees, no nothing. Well, no nothing, that's a bit of a paradox. In that one of these versions, there is Wagina, that is understood as cloud and rain spirit, the creator, that brought all the ancestors from within the earth and over the seas and began life. So here in one version, we're seeing a creator. Some of these ancestors that were called forth, they existed, but in a potentiation, in a potential state. They were called forth and actualized. Some of them were like men, and others were like animals. But we also see this case of the shape shifting. Man to animal, animal to man. Its spirit form can move seamlessly between, like in a dream, how you're here and then you're there. The boundaries are not there. They're very loose, if at all. It is forbidden in some tribes to speak the name of the Creator, to speak it publicly. This is a taboo.
Pause for a sec.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, with what he was just saying then, was it last week? I was at the shopping centre waiting for a bus,
Mm-hmm.
and Aboriginal lad come up and said, "Oh, is it all okay if I sit in?" I was like, "Yeah, go for it, dude." And we sort of got chatting and whatnot. He asked me for $2 if I had $2. He was trying to make up 5. I didn't have $2, and I ended up just saying, "Oh, bugger it, here, I got 5 in my wallet. Here, take this." And then later on, I was eating KFC at the time, and I was getting towards full, and I had a piece of chicken, and I hadn't started on the popcorn chicken, so I offered him a piece of chicken. I gave him a handful of popcorn chicken and that, and he ended up telling me a creation story.
Oh, wow.
And I just completely vagued out on what I was going to say.
No worries, no worries. Don't worry, it happens to me all the time.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what it was. And he's in the creation story. There was only three beings that cannot be named on the planet when we come from the stars. That was the first life formed on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's thought that it was from a meteor strike.
Oh, okay.
We come from the stars. Kind of weird that, eh?
Yeah, I've heard that before, that there was like, it's something to do with the Earth itself, like, is formed from bits of stars. So, but like, yeah, meteor strike and in particular, it is still one of the things they just don't know. Like, scientists just don't know why life did form,
Yeah.
That's interesting. So that's one of the like I'm so ignorant with all of this. So that's one of like the deities, you could say, is like that creation, or that meteor sort of.
Yeah, we were brought from space to Earth by someone.
I see.
Or,
Okay.
like, it's, aliens, basically.
Okay.
It's,
Interesting.
but not aliens. It's no mention of aliens, but we were brought to the Earth from out in like distant space even. So it's but when you go beyond the conspiracy alien crap, to me it screams evolution.
No, of course. Yeah. All right.
Oh, yeah, I know. Just reading King's comment.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's continue. So what we'll do is we'll finish this. I'm loving this, by the way. It's very interesting, and then we'll call it for today. But then we'll plan to have you on again to finish the rest of this, because it's just yeah. All right, let's continue.
In certain legends, the spirits, the gods, fight amongst themselves. In their fights in this early time, they created mountains, they created lakes, they created rivers, carves in the earth with their fights. Does this not remind you of the Greeks, the Titans, and the Olympian gods? It's to say that if the Aboriginals have been isolated for 80,000 years, that these story patterns And we'll see some similarities later with the Native Americans. These story patterns precede all history.
Gosh.
That they would stem all the way back to Africa and who knows how much further. So this trope, gods arriving from the sky, gods with powers, the creation of the world and of humanity, of its features, and of conflicts amongst themselves for disobediences. In another version of a creation story, the same for the beginning. It was bare, it was dry and empty. And then comes the rainbow serpent. And this is a common thread between, I would say, most, if not all, of the Aboriginal tribes. That the rainbow serpent awoke and traveled in all directions to find the people and found nothing. And as he was searching, or she, because the sex does change depending, her body carved gouges in the land, ravines and such. And finding that the rainbow serpent was all alone, he, I'm going to switch up the pronouns here, called out to the frogs, told the frogs to come out. And the frogs burst water from their mouths. And this filled the ravines, this filled the gorges, this filled the lakes, and created rivers and streams.
Remember the chap before talking about why the frogs croak before and not after a rain?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
There you go.
And that's like the okay, interesting.
It's more
this
detailed
began
than what he's saying, but yeah.
Yeah. No, of course. All right. This is just like incredibly fascinating. But I'm so like, I've got so little to like add, so I'm just gonna sit down and listen, you know. Anyway,
It's pretty much the same. Like I could watch this whole thing and not say anything and use it all, get something from it. I just feel sometimes a little bit of context or
oh no, of course you can. You tell me when to pause and everything like that. But yeah.
collaboration or whatever, just to let people know that what he's saying is actually legit.
No, of course.
And grasses and trees to grow and added color all across the landscape. And since the setting was set, the rainbow serpent woke up the rest of the animals. Again, they live in a state of potentiation and they come out and they're glad. They're glad that there's food. They're glad that there's water. They're glad that they can provide for their people. And the rainbow serpent makes rules for people to obey. This is metaphysics here. Makes rules that must be obeyed. And if they are broken, they will be turned to stone and they will be made into mountains. And if they're followed, they are rewarded by becoming human. So it's interesting that to be human is a very grateful thing to be. Curious contrast there. And in this version, one day it starts to rain, and it rains and rains and rains. And this is the flood myth. And that two men come to the rainbow serpent asking for shelter. And the rainbow serpent says, "You can crawl into my mouth, and I'll hold you there." And they do. And the people soon realize that these two young men are missing. And the serpent seems to feel shame or something to that effect, deciding not to get caught, and flees into the sky. And once seeing the sadness that the tribe had for their two missing men, the rainbow serpent decides to become a rainbow, a beautiful arc of colors. So this trope, this rainbow serpent, and mind you,
Yeah.
It's a gay.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
I talked about this quite a bit in the snake mythology talk, if you're curious, is
Boom, it's gay. Gotcha.
related to the many seasons. And in the living world, the different colors that the earth wears is everything. So the rainbow serpent is a direct analogy for the metaphysical reality of the world of which we live. And this association with water is a strong one. That when an area is dry or goes into drought, it's because the rainbow serpent hasn't been there recently. And if it plumes, if it floods, if it's lush, the rainbow serpent has. And so this is the giving of life, because without water, there is no life. The beginning time was dry and barren. And the difference now is the rainbow serpent, the water. This is what gives life, that the spirit of life itself lives within the water and belongs to the rainbow serpent. And the creator of humanity, the creator of the abundance of the world, right? All manner of rainfall, all oceans, all rivers, all lushness in the land. And to anger this entity would be to bring floods, that you might be consumed by the rainbow serpent and turned into stone. And that the rainbow serpent also endows certain ancestral blessings that can gift magical powers to individuals or progeny, but can also give curses that will go down, ancestral karma, ancestral curses. So it's this kind of omnipotent force that is also likened to a fertility god, because again, you can't live without the water, without the colors. So all manner of fertility back to the rainbow serpent. That all manner of reproducing back to the rainbow serpent. That in these depictions too is sometimes wearing a kangaroo's head or a crocodile's tail, but the body is always that of a snake. Now there's a theory that this symbol is tied to the discovery of the pipefish. That way back when, as the ice age was receding, that the rising seas would have brought pipefish to the attention of the Aboriginals. And during this time of challenge, because the habitat had changed, food supplies had changed, everything had been messed up, that the tribes would have been at ends with each other. They might have been warring with each other. And during this trepidatious time, this strange entity of the pipefish might have become a symbol of unification for them. Thus, why you see the rainbow serpent across all tribes. A theory, interesting theory. Now, in regards to the afterlife, it is said that those who pass on go to the land of the dead, which is the sky world. This is not uncommon for shamanic cultures. As long as certain rituals were held, one could assuredly be sent to the land of the dead. Now, this is a curious tie, because where do we see something like this? Ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt, and many other cultures, mind you, was very firm on the point of you have to perform certain ceremonies for the dead in order to ensure their safe travel. Curious, that root of Africa, huh? Now there is a place as well, the Bragu, which is a particular place where the dead can become, in my understanding, and I hope I'm not getting anything wrong, they become the sacredness of the very place itself. And that this is why the place is so sacred. It ought not be disturbed, ruined.
And this is what you were talking about before with regards to like where the dead go, where your soul goes, you know?
Yeah. And like he's talking about the rocks. So you can see how Aboriginal people believe there's a soul in rock. But with the burial thing, it's very common in multiple cultures, not just Aboriginal, to bury the dead under places they eat.
Under places they would eat.
Yeah, so middens.
Ah, okay, I see.
So yeah, places where they discard shells and other bones and stuff like that would
Hmm.
often have burials inside them
Okay, I
because
see.
then they were always at the center of a gathering because food always involved sitting around the circle and they were in the middle.
I see. Okay. Interesting.
You can continue now.
All right, interesting.
And pillaged, excavated, yada, yada, yada. It's our ancestors. You honor them. How dare you, right? But there's this never-ending cycle aspect that people become spirits, that animals become spirits, and spirits become people, spirits become animals. That there is a cycle. This is the eternal dreaming. This is the dream time. This is the everywhen. That death is a move onto the next dreamland, and that this dreamland is a move to the next dreamland, and that it's always going in back on itself. It's a circle. And again, this is not samsara. This is not the grievous wheel. This is not a curse. This is the way it is. This is something to be grateful for. Oh. So in this way, your death is a rebirth. Mm. You may also be said
love
to
the
go
way
to the land.
Yeah, he's like arguing with himself. It's very funny. Anyway, I can see where you like this guy so much. He's so good at getting his emotions through with what he's saying. You know what I mean? There's like a deep connection to what he's talking about, even though
Yeah,
like he's
and
American.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. He actually understands what he's talking about in a way that isn't just presenting
Facts.
information. He's actually delved into the culture
I see
and
what you mean.
sees it for how it should be seen.
Mm.
And he opened my eyes up so much when I found this video a few years back. But this
Very
is pretty
interesting.
old now.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Of the dreaming ancestors, where the gods are. I say gods in air quotes here. And if we're taking a book out of the old shamanic, which mind you, we're really not seeing heavy shamanic vibes when it comes to the Aboriginals. I could have looked deeper. I could be very wrong about that. But you see that this is hearkening to the upper world as we see in the shamanic. So without saying too much, again, these beliefs depend on where you are, depending on what groups you're talking to. Some groups would have a nuanced discussion about the nature of humans having two souls, and that upon death they merge together. In some cases, you would see burials needing to be as concealed as possible, that the body would be covered in all manner of things to stop their spirit from haunting the group. This might be in cases of those. That's interesting. I'm not going to get too far into that. And in these certain cases too, we'll see that dead people are buried with their possessions. We see this all across the ancient world, which, mind you, again, is an interesting hearkening to the Egyptians. And in certain groups, most notably on the northern end of Australia, the name being spoken of the person is forbidden after death. So if you were to refer to somebody, you would give them a substitute name or a nickname, because to say their name after they're dead is to disturb their spirits, to pique up their ears, and to take them away from where they are. So in order to respect them, you let them be where they are, and you don't rip them between two worlds by speaking their name. And in this way too, they will not carry photographs of the dead. You let them pass on. So it's interesting. Now, a very curious tie.
Now, the photograph thing,
Mm-hmm.
it's changed a lot these days, but for many, many, many years, you weren't allowed to take photos of Aboriginal people at all.
Really? Okay, because of this.
Yeah, they believed it stole their soul.
Okay, I see.
And the photo thing is the same principle. It's their soul. So by having their photo, you are preventing their soul from escaping.
And getting and passing through. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So it's it's kind of interesting. Like these days, it's not so much because of Christianity and stuff, but there still are elders out there that do. Actually, something I forgot to mention earlier. You know, when the last nomadic Aboriginal person was removed from the middle of Australia?
I don't know. Nope.
1984. He had never seen a white man.
Wow.
The last of his man, last man of his nation.
Hmm.
And they put him into civilization. Forced him into civilization.
Gosh. 1984.
1984. The last official, truly nomadic human being.
Gosh.
Crazy when you hear stories like that, isn't it? It's like, that's only like
40
I was
years
only
ago.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 11 when that happened.
I wasn't born, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's like you think these things like all of this this Europeanizing, I guess is the best word, like this
Yeah.
this westernizing of people is something that like happened, you know, before the world wars and after that, like but no, it's all it's I mean, I'm sure it's ongoing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's still things that need changing, but capitalism, a whole different story. That.
Yeah, of course. All right, let's continue.
To the Native Americans here, we're going to start talking about, I don't know, it's not deities, it's just it's myth, it's story, it's legend, whatever you want to call it. But this is a specific reference to the peoples that lived and live around Victoria. And it's the Crow. The Crow is their trickster. With the Polynesians, we had Maui. With most of the Native Americans, we have Coyote. And with certain Native Americans, we also have the trickster of the Crow. And this is this aspect of a being who demands instant gratification and resists discipline, as it's said. It is a legend
how
that
it
the
ties in
Crow
with other
started as a
cultures.
Yeah, as he said, like he says he's got other episodes of on Native Americans, so I guess like I mean he's definitely like an academic, I think, or something like
Yeah.
that. But it seems to be like indigenous cultures, like you know, it's very interesting. Yeah, I like that he ties it back to Native American and all of that sort of stuff, you know.
Yeah, because it gives people something to get a slight understanding from, because a lot of those cultures is known about, but you don't really hear a lot about Aboriginal culture except for the atrocity stuff,
I know exactly. You're right.
which
Like the genocide of the
which does
people.
need to be heard, but there's so much more
Mm.
that needs to be taught.
No, exactly. Like, I mean, I guess the point of the genocide is to make sure that like these things don't get taught. You know, that there's an
That's it.
ending.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you focus,
Exactly.
but you have to know both, with respect to these things. But yeah, it's good because it shows people like this understanding of the world exists on like the land in which they live still today. Like it's not just Australia, where you find these cultural motifs, I guess is the best word to say it. But like this, and that is good that he connects it back to like Native American culture and all of that. Let's continue. Like it gives people a connection to understand that this is not just, you know, Australia. Yeah, let's continue.
Mosquito and pushed itself to become bigger and bigger and bigger, from a mosquito to a fly to a moth, and then the form of a crow. And that this crow will always have a trick, that these tricks don't always go well. But one of these tricks was of great benefit to everybody. And that is the trick of how the crow gave fire to the people. So it's an interesting story here, because it's not just about the crow, it's also about the Pleiades, which if you've been paying attention to the course, you know that this is quite the ancient trope. Which, mind you, yet again, in Aboriginal legend, the Pleiades are sisters. They're women. That's always the case all around the world. How? I've asked that question before. How? How is that possible? Okay. So these women, the Carrotgurk women, the Pleiades, had fire on the end of their sticks, live coals under their digging, the ends of their digging sticks, and they would use the fire to cook yams. Yams are another interesting statement. You know how they had them, the Polynesians had them, and how did they get to the Americas if the Polynesians didn't make it to America? Anyway, Crow one day finds one of their cooked yams and finds that it's tastier than the regular yams. So he goes up and asks them, "Hey, you know, can I get some of that fire?" And so they say no. And so of course, what does Crow do? Crow starts to think up a trick. So he hides a bunch of snakes underneath an ant mound. And then he says to them, "Hey, I figured out that these ant larvae, they're way tastier than these yams. You should come check it out." So they start digging with their sticks with the fires on the end. And this infuriates and agitates the snakes, and they attack them. And so in defense of themselves, they start poking at them with their sticks, and this sends off coals in various directions. And Crow is right there waiting and gathers the coals and runs with them and goes to the top of a high tree. And up there with the coals now, you see that that the eagle hawk comes and says, "Hey, can I use one of these? I want to cook a possum." And then others start to notice that Crow has fire. So they all start asking and chattering, demanding that they get some of these coals. And so out of frustration, Crow throws them out to the crowd. And that this is a story of how the fire-tailed finch became fire-tailed, is by holding the coals on its back. And also why the crow is black. The crow is black because it held all the coals. It charred it black. Now, I want to stop and pause right here for a second. You find this exact story with different details.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Firebirds still exist in Australia.
Mm. I've heard of that before, you know? Like the
Yeah,
the
birds of
firebird.
prey use sticks that are lit to set fires.
What?
They carry them and drop them, set fires, and then get the prey that is fleeing the fire.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yeah. And apparently there was prehistoric animals that did this as well.
Mm.
And I really think dragons were just versions of ancient, like, pterodactyl type firebirds.
Mm. And that's where
Um,
that legend comes
which,
from.
yeah, and they've just it's just morphed into a dragon.
Interesting. You know what I mean, I don't know much about and we'll have you on again to discuss that, but one thing that's so interesting, and you might have heard me say this before if you've been watching me, if I've spoken about Faneboss before. Obviously I'm everything you know, what you take in your world, what you learn about other words, you have to refer it back to what you know. But what's so interesting about like South African, specifically on the West Coast, the fauna here, no, sorry, the flora, not fauna. I always get those confused. Sorry. The plants. Okay.
Yeah.
It has to burn. In fact, like they have to every single 7 years. If the one side of a mountain hasn't burned, they literally have to manually burn it because that's the only way that the plants regenerate. That's the only way.
You know, it's interesting, the 7-year thing.
Mm.
Many of the Australian Banksias can't have more than one fire every 7 years because the juvenile plants won't grow. Or if they do, they get burnt, so they end up dying, and you lose generations. And the adult ones don't have time to recover.
Yeah, it's
So it's yeah. There's quite a lot of things that are universal that people don't really realize.
It is.
And I've only recently, like probably last 4 years, I could say, have noticed how many things are connected with all cultures that are indigenous that haven't
Interesting.
been corrupted by other cultures.
And it is just yeah, that whole 7 years thing. I mean, here it's what's funny is if it doesn't burn, then it doesn't regenerate. Like the Fane boss will die, so it has to. They literally have to plan burnings because the mountains would burn, like naturally.
Yeah, no, they've found that certain chemicals activate seeds. So, like the smoke, you can get stuff called smoke water, or you can get a powder that's basically you put in water and it makes smoke water. And the chemical in it will trigger the germination process of certain seeds.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And they've found this true with seeds from all around the world. Like not all seeds, obviously, but yeah, they've found it can help with a diverse range of countries' seeds. And then yeah, other things just need heat to trigger it. Like most seeds, like summer plants and that, will need like 25 degrees Celsius temperature in the soil before it'll trigger.
Okay, I see. All right, interesting.
And yeah, certain capsules won't open unless they reach certain temperatures. So the low temperature fires help those capsules release the seed, and they have the potassium in the soil from the ash.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Wow, you know a lot about plant regeneration. Anyway, let's continue.
I have qualifications in it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. All right.
In the story of how Coyote got fire. Coyote went up the mountain, found those who had fire, ran, took it from them, tricked them, took it. And the fire, in getting the fire, it required teamwork, and this somehow resulted in this squirrel getting a curved tail, and a number of other animals getting their characteristics. So, the same story but different characters. As an interesting alignment between the natives of America and the Aboriginals of Australia, who by no historical precedent ought to have any mutual stories. I mean, we could speculate, right? Maybe the story passed through the Polynesians that went to the Americas and sent it to them there. Or maybe the story goes all the way to Africa, and that the natives who eventually moved to Siberia and out through the Bering Strait carried it all the way from Africa, as the Australians did when they left from Africa. Anyhow, these sisters, I guess out of shame, or I'm not sure how, because it seems rather ambiguous, but they were swept up into the sky, and they were still bearing their fire sticks. And so the Pleiades are the fire sticks of the sisters. And in other stories, there's other ways that this happens. That the Pleiades was a woman, and that she was being preyed upon by the man in the moon, Kedili. and in order to run away, took to the sky, was swept into the sky. And this is exactly like the story of Orion and the Pleiades in Greek. I mean, there are other stories that are even more analogous and similar, where the seven sisters are running away from this man, Gilby. This is the story of Orion chasing the Pleiades, how Orion lusted over them. This is the exact same story with different names. It's shared with the Greeks. How?
His passion.
Yeah, it's almost like he's just burdened by like how all of this knowledge that he's obtained and his interest in like indigenous culture has only left him with more questions than answers, which is like just the nature of research, you know? Like, and he's like, why? Why won't someone explain, you know?
It's got to be A-coded. It
Yeah.
has to be A-coded.
I love it though. Anyway, definitely. Anyway, let's continue.
So the Pleiades were transformed into stars. And Gilby transforms himself into the morning star in Orion's belt. But there's also another case of the morning star here, and we've seen this across many ancient cultures, that the morning star is always this sacred point of reverence, which most of the time, if not all of the time, it is the planet Venus. And in this case of the Aboriginal story, you see the tale that the first humans to reach Australia were guided by the morning star. So how did they find Australia when they took off in their boats? The morning star, and that this is a point of reverence. Banumber is the name, as I've seen it, and as I might be terribly pronouncing it. That during their travels too, it wasn't just the vision of the morning star, but also this creating of a song line, which is something that I would love to explain further, but I haven't quite gotten down to the root of these song lines. It's interesting that at the pinnacle, at the peak, at the showing of the morning star, it is believed that this is the time to communicate with the dead, to communicate with the ancestors. This is the releasing of their spirits. That during this time of the morning star summit, that zodiacal light reverberates through extraterrestrial dust, as it said, creating an ambience, a vibe, an alignment of which would make communication with the ancestors possible. So this might be an interesting nod to the many holy days, say like Walpurgis Night, Samhain, and many of these others, Lupercalia, that all these things might have a little bit more scientific, extrasensual credo than one might assume. These prophets, clairvoyance, oracle sort of stuff. Oh, another curious nod, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the name, I'm sorry, but it's a sun goddess here that we see, a sun goddess. And I want to point this out because this isn't very common. Most of the time throughout mythology, gods, male masculinity gets the credit of the sun, but here we have the goddess, and what she does is every morning when she wakes up, she lights a small fire, and this is the first glow of dawn, and she always will decorate her face with a red ochre, and sometimes this powder goes astray and will create a red sunrise, and she'll take a torch that she's lit and she'll walk across the sky. And then as she's coming to a close, in anticipation, she reapplies the red ochre to herself again, creating the sunset colors. And that she eventually will work her way into a tunnel under the earth, back to where she started again. So in many of these cases, we see these stories of gods, in air quotes, of spirits, of these stories that explain the everyday phenomena of which humanity is engaged with. So I want to take a little moment right now. What is myth? The root of religion. What is myth? What is story? And what is dream? Humans arrive. Humans feel a questioning. And does it matter how we answer these questions? You might be already waving the proverbial flag of truth. What about truth? Well, what about truth? What about it? Why does the mountain look that way? Well, you see. Here's a story, whether it's geological, or whether it's abstract, allegorical. At least if it's allegorical, we also have a sense of morality about it. And no matter what, there's a sense of wonder. And so I hope you can see the kind of ambiguousness of this. I'd love to dedicate a whole session to the nature of myth, but I just want to point that out. Now, as a cultural trope I want to talk about, it's this concept of the walkabout, this initiation from becoming a boy into becoming a man, which we see in many different forms across the world. And in this case, it was to undergo a long travel across the land, a temporary mobility, and that this walkabout was actually a derogatory term for a while in Australian culture. But as I understand it, many people tried to imitate this in the modern day. That this would have been a rite of passage for you to become an adult, to transform into an adult.
Pause it for a sec.
And that this usually...
Now, this is an important thing I've got to say about myself. I've always been one who suffered from what we call itchy feet.
Okay.
It's traveller syndrome. You get itchy feet and you have to go somewhere. I've lived from where I am now, which is halfway between Sydney and Melbourne. I mean, Sydney and Brisbane, sorry. I don't know why I said Melbourne. I've lived on an island in the Great Barrier Reef. I've lived in Adelaide. I've lived in Gold Coast, which is Brisbane, basically. Sydney, Melbourne, and I've also been back here. This is the third time I've come back here in between all those. I've, ever since I was a kid, travelled to visit family members and stuff. So I've always done the walkabout thing, but I've sort of come to a realization that I call myself white, but I have Aboriginal heritage. I do recognise Aboriginal heritage on legal forms and stuff. But because I didn't have the cultural
Well, you didn't have the culture
ceremonial
surrounding you,
type.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't feel I warrant that calling myself Aboriginal. I didn't go through ceremony. I didn't get any of the abuse that Aboriginal people get. Because I am. It's funny, when I was a kid, Aboriginal lad that Dad worked with down the street used to joke that I was living up the wrong end of the street. Because like I had real white hair when I was a kid, but I was like black. And yeah, little did he know he was actually right.
Gosh, yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I didn't do my ceremony that made me a man in Aboriginal law, if that makes sense. So I feel, I don't feel completed, but I feel that I have done walkabout, which is a spiritual. It's not so much about the journey, it's about self-discovery, learning, proving to yourself that you can survive in any land. You just walk for miles. You can go for, it can take a year, and you're just walking the country on your own. spear in hand type thing. But in a spiritual sense, you can still do walkabout without doing that. And I feel I've done that through teaching myself as well as my life experiences. I've come to the age like now I am considered an elder because of my age, being 51. But I don't consider myself an elder, but I still feel the duty of an elder, if that makes sense.
I see what
Like
you mean, yeah.
it's my duty to present things like this to not necessarily spread the knowledge, but present knowledge and like let other people also go down a path of self-exploration and learning, even if it's their own culture. It's sort of, same sort of, that's why I like to, that's especially with this video, how he brings it in with all the other cultures. And like with my initial one about accepting all cultures far and wide type thing. It's because I think we all need to learn from each other
No, of course, yeah.
and keep knowledge strong and like everyone sharing in a little bit of knowledge will keep a part of our ancestors alive. It's kind of, it's getting into that spiritual realm again. But
I mean, that's fine. Like it's but I see what you mean. There is like that desire to make sure people know that this exists. You know, like I before you came on, I did not know. I mean, like if I had seen an Australian program and it said, "Be aware to Aboriginal people watching that there are going to be depictions of people that are not alive anymore," I would not know. It's small things like that
I've seen
where
a few YouTubers like Americans and British and that react to Australian content, and the first time they see it, they go, "Oh, what the hell's this all about?" And they have to ask for people to comment what it means. So it's something that not a lot of people do know about.
Of course.
And it's the little things like that that I feel are going to be the best way to move forward, because when people start being aware that these things can be done to make different cultures feel at ease, it then sort of opens them up to other things that can happen.
And it
And
also
like,
it promotes a society
and
that's just like tolerant, like that
that's it.
that has respect for
And like,
everyone.
to go into a community in the middle of nowhere, they have to befriend everyone. The elders first. They have to not win the trust, but you know what I mean, and win it. Like they have to prove themselves worthy of the trust, and it won't be just trust to treat them. They'll be accepted into the community as a member of that community. You don't have to be Aboriginal to be called Aboriginal.
Yeah.
That's how the Aboriginal mindset is. If they see you as a family member, you are Aboriginal.
Wow. That is distinctive from like
And it's not something that they do lightly either.
of course. Of course.
But anyway, keep going there.
All right, let's keep going. This is fascinating, by the way. Once again, thank you so much for coming. And we're gonna obviously we'll just finish this and then end it for today. But I am very thank you. I am very interested in having you on again though, Yogi, to like finish what you'd put together for us, you know? So
For sure.
yeah, it's lovely.
Would have happened between the ages of 10 and 16, depending on your maturation. The elders would say when you're ready. This journey was to survive, but it wasn't just to survive. It was also to reflect, to it was a spiritual journey as well. And you may have heard me in the course before that, you know, many of these we say these initiations of times were journeys, literal journeys, hikes, you know, but oftentimes they were inward journeys. And in this case, it's both. It's not a sacred medicine induced inward journey, it's an outward journey to survive in the land, which provides an internal growth, reflection, transformation, to prove that you could survive in the wilderness, that you were ready to be an adult. This is kind of like a Darwinism sort of thing, right? To prove yourself physically and mentally capable and spiritually in tune enough to pull it off. And that this could be 1,000 miles. And for years as a child, you had been told the secrets of how to pull this off. They didn't just push you out, you know. You had been preparing for this your whole childhood. And that these secrets, you know, maybe knowledge of certain stars, knowledge of plants, which ones are edible, which ones aren't, how to make fire, what you need, you know, how to pull off hunting and fishing out of the bare essentials around you. And in order to claim you as an initiate, this could take the form of body paint. This could take the form of piercings. You would go out in a loincloth. That's it. Get to it. And to think about this, right? Like to think of how coddled the modern man is, right? At what point, I mean, I guess the nearest thing we have is you turning 18 and go out there and get a job, kiddo. But this is a very blurred line, right? Because many people don't leave right away. Many people don't get jobs, especially if you're rich, right? Hey, but when are you going to get pushed out into the woods and say, hey, dude, do it, you know? This experience too of going out on your own would be to be guided by your spiritual guides, to call upon your ancestors to sing certain songs, that you would be taught these certain songs and taught these certain ways of navigation to pull off the miracle of surviving and returning. Ooh. And so to imagine how what an experience it would be to come back, you know, the journey on land and of the mind, the journey of initiation. So let's do some summary here, some overview. We're finding that in the historical context of the Aboriginals being isolated for the majority of human history, the vast majority of human history, that they would have stories that are carbon copies. I don't know if copies is the right word. They're analogous to stories from around the world. They are not unlike other peoples. The stories mirror the natives, the Greeks, the Europeans. In certain cases, I didn't mention it, but we were seeing some interesting syncretisms with Slavic paganism as well. I don't stand to answer the how here, but it's definitely a feeling of unity here, a mutual history, a mutual spirituality this aspect too of the walkabout, of the initiation from boy into man, we see this everywhere in the ancient world. You saw more similar cases with the literal journey. You see that across tribes in Africa.
Yep. Exists in
You
South Africa too.
see the initiation from boy into man in European paganism. Man, there's a number of analogies that I wish I can in a later date tie closer to, right? Like this trope of the sun goddess, and in the particular cultures of which we find it, the trope of the trickster, in the particular cultures of which we find it. Do these things come up organically and of themselves, or are these things inspired by a mutual line of heritage? Because in regards to like tricksters, for instance, here we have the crow. In like I mentioned, in Native America we have coyote. In the Norse mythology we have Loki, right? Where are these things coming from? Where are they coming from? Now, as another mention that I want to touch on briefly, this aspect of the dream time, or our appropriated translation of the dream time. I think this really helps set a certain tone to consider when it comes to all the other sessions in the course as well. And that is the nature of story and the nature of time and the nature of dreams. How far off is reality from dreams? How far off of it is it, if not for sensory phenomena? Have you ever passed from one room to another, or realize all of a sudden, oh wait, here I am? A sudden blast of psyche, a certain blast of consciousness, where you're like, what day is? Oh, it's Tuesday. And then in the same way, this could be likened to dreams, where all of a sudden you're awake. Because how conscious are you really, if not only sometimes? Even in your walking life, how often are you very present? And if life is just an intermediary period between death and rebirth, then how is this not like moving from dream to dream? That it could go dark for a bit and then you're in a dream. And that no matter where you exist, whether in that headspace or in this reality, there are always rules and there's always spirit to the realm of which you live, to the realm of which you breathe, to the realm of which you exist. So there's some real boundary dissolving to be had here. And our nature of needing truth in story, the truth of esotericism or whatever it is, right? What's that about? I mean, what's that really about? Anyhow, I'm going to close it with that.
Gosh. That was fascinating. Wow. Wait, hold on. That was really amazing. Yogi. Gosh, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. It's very late for you, but you said you're a degenerate Twitch user, so it's not really a problem. But anyway.
No, I'll still be up for a few hours yet.
Anyway, so you still have so much to go through, but we just don't have the time. I like to keep these a max like 3 hours, otherwise people just like can't absorb as much. But I do want to do the rest of this with you at some point. We'll discuss.
I'll get you to play one other video. It's about the gay Mardi Gras.
Oh,
in
sure.
Sydney.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The first one on the list. It's another BTN, so it's another one for the kids.
This one here. Mardi Gras history.
Behind the news. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's only short, so it's only like 3.5 minutes. I think it says 2.5, 3.5. I can't quite.
Yeah. It says three and a half. It says
cones.
3 minutes. It's 4 minutes long. It's completely fine. Perfect.
Oh yeah. By the way,
Hmm?
cones is Australian for bulbs for the Americans.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
So if you hear an Aussie say cones, they're talking about smoking billies.
Oh, okay.
Bongs.
Oh, okay. Cones. All right. Interesting. So those are bongs. Okay. Interesting. All right. Yeah. Of course, we have to. All of these segments have to end up with something gay. You know.
Yeah.
As usual.
Now this is a really good short story on what kicked off the game. Lesbian Mardi Gras, it's known as, but it's for everything.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
This is aimed at kids.
Mm.
Remember that?
Good to
A
keep in mind.
school,
Yeah.
as in, imagine Americans' minds
Being shown
seeing
this,
the
yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Mardi Gras is a beautiful thing.
I'm still on a 1.25 speed. There we go. Hold on. Let's turn it down a bit. There we go.
It's inclusive, it's flamboyant, it's crazy.
Mardi Gras is acceptance,
inclusive,
loud, sparkly, and equal. We have Mardi Gras because we're celebrating gay and lesbian people.
I think
Oh my
Mardi Gras
God.
is important because it allows people to
This video would literally get banned in some American schools. Oh my god.
really
I
be
know, right?
themselves.
Yeah.
Mardi Gras is family. And it's a day where we are accepted as regular people. Not that we already aren't.
Over the weekend, hundreds of thousands of people sashayed their way to Sydney to celebrate the 40th Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras. There were floats, dancing, music, and of course, plenty of glitter. It's one of the biggest celebrations of the year for this community, but it
it's
actually
this year's Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras, the full thing.
Wait, what did you
If
say?
put it in chat, if you grab the link on the playlist, it's at the bottom, and post it in chat.
Yeah.
It's the full Mardi Gras parade
Oh,
from
okay.
2024, and chat can watch it
Oh,
because
okay.
they will love
Well, definitely. I mean,
it. It's got it's got the people that they're talking about in this video in it at the start of the parade, and it's got an 86-year-old walking in a separate part of the parade, not associated with the 78ers. Being 78 was the year it happened.
Oh, okay. I see. I don't know what the 7. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Okay. Well, I posted in chat. I mean, I do want to go through a lot of the other stuff that you wanted to mention again. But
Yeah.
But yeah, I did
No,
send it
that,
so
yeah,
chat can have a look.
yeah, because chat will love it. It goes for like 3.5 hours.
Oh,
It's the
gosh.
full parade. It's
Wow.
because they do it on TV.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see. That's cool.
Yeah, ABC presents it, and they have hosts and that are all different types, like lesbians, gays, trans,
Mm.
the lot, everyone.
All right, that's wonderful.
It started as a
And
big
it's
protest.
it's so popular that even straight people that come into Australia for it.
Really?
That's how big it is. It is huge. It's the biggest Mardi Gras in the world.
Wow, okay.
Most
Interesting.
popular. Yeah. It's awesome. They closed down all of Sydney.
That's
All like
wonderful.
the main CBD basically, and it's just one long parade.
Hmm.
But yeah, keep going.
Let's keep going.
Way
Yeah.
back in the 1970s.
2, 4, 6, 8. Gay is just as good as straight.
Back then, it was illegal for men and women to be openly gay in New South Wales.
In 78, male homosexuality was still illegal. Homosexual people could legally be discriminated against in terms of jobs, education, a whole range of things.
So, on the 24th of June, 1978, hundreds of people, known today as the 78ers, took to Oxford Street in Sydney to protest that law. But it quickly turned violent. Police took over the lead float and arrested 53 men and women.
I got a dustbin lid thrown in my back. I knew it because it really, really hurt. And then some big buffy blokes, police picked me, and then I had other people trying to save me, and my glasses got lost, and I got literally thrown into a paddy wagon.
Afterward, the Sydney Morning Herald posted the names of all the people arrested. And as a result, many lost their jobs, and some were even kicked out of home.
Doxed.
The next year, the New South Wales government changed these laws, and around 3,000 people turned out to show their support.
Police reported no trouble during today's march.
Over the years, Mardi Gras has transformed from a protest to a parade, with floats, costumes and performances, each year reflecting on the progress this community has made in their fight for equality.
The entire difference between now versus back then is so huge, so I think we enormously owe them a debt and just need to hear their stories and what it was like.
Ran every year since the initial
And
protest.
in 2016, the New South Wales government...
It's interesting. It sounds a lot like Stonewall, because that's obviously like the first, it's very, very similar, you know?
This how much it's changed.
Mm.
The mayor, and the Liberals had a tiny representation, and the Labor Party from New South Wales both had floats.
Oh gosh, yes, and our political parties are getting involved as well.
Police had a float.
Wow.
They were
Gosh.
almost banned, but because of something that happened that was pretty messed up.
Yeah, that's insane that the police were allowed to float. But anyway, yeah, continue.
But there was the
Police
78ers that did the reconciliation between the police and the parade organisers.
Mm. Of
So
course.
the 78ers, who were the initial people to be abused, stood up. Well, not stood up for the police, but were the level heads.
Yeah, they formed a like a. It was like
And-
a yeah. I know what you mean.
Because they came to the conclusion that just because they're police doesn't mean they should be excluded. They're
Mm.
still part of the community.
Okay, I see what you mean. All right, let's
And
continue.
to me, that's the whole thing. It's all about unity. So the place should be there. But yeah, there's some pretty wild. I actually wrote down where all the TOS was. There's like 3 boobs shots and the guys with their G-strings. Holy fuck. I didn't expect that one. It was just they come around the corner and all of a sudden it's just a wall of bare butts.
Gosh. Okay. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, it's all pretty respectful because it is designed for entertainment.
Mm.
It's got none of what the rights over in America claim gay and lesbian celebrations about.
Yeah. No. Yeah. What they. Yeah. Don't know what those bigots say. Anyway, let's continue.
Herald apologised for how they treated the 78ers.
For the mistreatment you suffered that evening as a member of this Parliament who oversaw the events of that night, I apologise and I say sorry.
Wow.
Today, police and politicians get involved in Mardi Gras, along with lots of other community groups and businesses. And as Mardi Gras grows, it continues to celebrate a push for equality that started 40 years ago.
Happy Mardi Gras! Happy Mardi Gras! Happy Mardi Gras! Happy Mardi Gras!
Gosh. Okay. That was amazing. Anyway. Oh. All right. That's the.
Good evening.
That's the full thing. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna call it for today because I obviously I like to, otherwise people
No,
visual, but we'll have you on another time to do Australia part 2, mainly like Aboriginal culture, and we didn't get to talk about the plants or anything, but yeah, thank you so much. This was wonderful. I love these segments, as you know, and thank you. This was very, very. I mean, every single one is so eye-opening. It always just amazes me, like how, the more you know, the less you don't, you know.
Yeah. Some of these other videos that are like this one and the next one are more detailed about the event that kicked off at
Mardi
the
Gras.
original one. Yeah. And it's kind of scary.
Yeah, of course.
like they didn't hold back, that's for sure.
Of course. Anyway, but yeah,
Yeah,
I'll see you around chat, and I'll have you on again. All right.
for sure.
All right. Thank you so much.
Enjoy
Yeah.
your day.
All right. You too. Well, enjoy your evening. It's very late in Australia right now. It's 9 p.m. here, so it's like I have no idea.
Yeah,
Incredibly late
it's
for you, but yeah. Anyway.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
6 a.m.
Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. All right.
So I'll be
Well.
up for another few hours.
Anyway. Well. Thank you, and yeah. I'll see you around in chat. Thank you so much, Sir Yogi. Anyway.
Have a good one.
All right. Bye bye. Bye bye. All right, everyone. That was wonderful. I'm trying to be good. / marker and Australia segment. So that I can like make highlights, which I think will make Elysium's job a bit easier. So after the stream, I'll cut it, and then it'll be a highlight on the channel, and then it'll always exist there. Even though it's probably best to keep it with the YouTube, but yeah, it makes no difference. Anyway, I'm gonna do that though. Anyway, all right, let's continue then. Well, I'm gonna play some Zelda now and watch this on. I do want to see more about what's happening in France. But yeah, that was amazing. So yeah, I linked to the VOD and then YouTube, and the YouTube usually, but this would be a highlight, so the VOD would never disappear. Anyway, let's go to my Switch. There we go. And then change all this. This was wonderful. Anyway, put them on. Oh, gosh, there we go. And yeah, I'll give Sir Yogi a shout out. Just in case Sir Yogi is going to stream again, as he said that he did, a bit here and there. But yeah, follow. Anyway, all right, let's get this going here. I'll be back in a second. I need to get some food. Hope my milk wasn't too bad. No, it was wonderful. That was fascinating to me. I mean, like, yeah, everyone, it was wonderful. So thank you so much. Let me just put this back here.
Housing vouchers if they need them.
There we go.
Basically, the National Assembly has a lot of studio.
I'm going to be back in a second. I just need to get some food. I have not had anything since lunch to eat. Just want to get like a banana and some chicken.
That'll be all taken care of.
I'll be back in a second, chat, and then we're gonna play. I'm gonna play some Zelda, and then
and of course, as you mentioned, Max, one of the things that we're all
I'll be back in a second, everyone.
Is this
Nationalist Mondays are the only good part of Monday. Yeah, they're wonderful.
Rough alliance that took the most
back
seats.
In a second.
182 of the 577 seats belong to the new Popular Front, as it's called, but it's made up of 5 individual parties, and one of the most extreme parties is headed by a guy named Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He wasted no time yesterday claiming the prime ministership. Here's what he had to say.
Now the will of the people must be strictly respected. From now on, no tricks, backroom deals, nor combinations would be acceptable. The lesson to be taken from the vote is definitive. The defeat of the president and his coalition has been confirmed with clarity. The president has the power. The president has the duty to call on the new Popular Front to govern.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the president's problem is going to be if he wants the extreme left in power. I don't.
This guy's awesome. Holding the newspaper. Yeah.
Think he does, but this is the award for the headline of the day has to go to Le Parisien, because they said, and now what? What do we do? What do we do now with a very perplexed-looking Mr. Macron on the cover?
By the way, the French Justice Department said Mélenchon is only a leftist and non-extreme left. Every Republican moron is using the term. Yes, they're fucking. It's bullshit. I know that already. I know that from my own personal experiences. Depending on how far right you are, depending on how fucking far right you are on the spectrum, you literally, Americans think Nancy Pelosi is a socialist. Americans think motherfucking Jeff Bezos is a socialist, okay? Like, it's entirely dependent on who the fuck you're talking to, who's, like, how stupid they are and how right-wing they are that they think like, oh, this guy's crazy. Like, they also call him an anti-Semite. And you know what that means, obviously, you know, oh, God forbid you have any opinions on the humanity of Palestinians, then, oh, wow, well, there it is, like a classic case of anti-Semitism. But, you know, that's besides the point. Let's continue.
That's exactly what's confronting France right now. Who is going to be the prime minister, and which one of these many party groups is going to really represent the government of France? Max?
Jim, thank you. A question we're going to put to Danielle Obono.
The left has not won. We have not won anything. The RN had no seats in 2002. Now has 130. They are everywhere in mainstream media. They're supported by some of Macron's ministers like Darmanin. We still have a far-right political system. I mean, it's still. Macron has collaborated with the RN and far-right in general for his 2 mandates. Darmanin was a royalist and far-right militant. There's also, the LFI is led by Mélenchon, not NFP. This is frustrating as fuck right now. And then you also talked about some far-right billionaire who owns like a lot of the media there, I think, right? I'm French. Hello, check how many murders and racist aggressions are going on right now by Iran supporters. They're literal terrorists. I saw that as well. The media briefly glanced on that coverage and basically said, oh, there were some riots in France. But you know, it seems like there are a lot of people who are, wait, you support the far left communists in France? I support the far left communists everywhere. Okay. Everywhere, not just in France, across the board. The further left you go, the better for me. Okay. 100%. Just like I support the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Darmanin is the #1 financier of the GUD, a far-right terror group. Yeah, I think that, like I said, it is genuinely scary. It is genuinely scary. It is genuinely scary how much momentum the far right has. Okay, it's true. This is definitely true. Anyway, what's also true is that you will be seeing a 3-minute ad break right now unless you subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue. Twitch Prime is free, folks. Yardley Fudge Rounds. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. The billionaire question is Vincent Bolloré. If you find a video about him, it is crazy. Okay. We'll do the TLDR news French election analysis after this.
She is a member of parliament with France's unbowed party led by Mélenchon. You were with him last night. He was pretty quick off the blocks. Within minutes of the projection coming out, he was out claiming victory. What was that like?
That was a pretty intense feeling.
Yeah.
I think everybody was both relieved and very overwhelmed by everybody being so happy, and also we felt that we were at a turning point in our country's history, and we managed to beat the odds and win and defeat the far right, which what everybody predicted they would win. And the people rose up and said, not today, they're not going to win this time, nor ever. So that was a very powerful moment.
That was very successful, the way the parties on the left and in the middle ground came together to squeeze out the far right. But you also had a very strong turnout. So are you finding that people were really quite shocked by that first round election with the National Front, the far right actually coming out on top?
Yes, and I think for millions of people in this country, it was about their very lives that was threatened. And we had groups of far-right groups roaming the streets, threatening LGBT people, threatening migrant people. A lot of people were abused verbally and called names, and it was very a matter of life or death for a lot of people. And
I've realized, so my mum and dad, Otto normally does not come into my room at night. He's normally sleeping, but it's because my parents have been watching the tennis. And there's something to do with the tennis, or whenever there's sports playing, and he hates it, and he always comes to my room. So now he's on my bed. Hold up, go to sleep. It's like yeah, he hates tennis. Anyway, so I'm just gonna eat and then we'll play some Zelda, okay? So just continue
And
this
they also didn't like your language either. You know, they're as worried about the far left as they are about the far right. What are you saying?
Classic. Dude, leave it up. Leave it to the American media to fucking hit the notes that matter, okay? Yeah, a lot of people are worried about your language too. What is the far left language, by the way? Look, I know that there are some sus statements that Mélenchon has made about that are definitely that could be considered as anti-Semitic for sure. Okay, he's French. I don't know what else to tell you. I made a joke about this literally yesterday, where I was like, his anti-Semitism is not seen as a burden, but a literal fucking benefit in terms of the election, because we're in France. We're talking about French. We're talking about, the literal nationalist party being straight up Nazi defenders. Okay. Like it's unimaginable. Things that are like considered wild or things that are considered like outside of the boundaries of like normal permissible politics in America, like having an American Nazi party like run for a Republican candidacy, is like a one-off. It happens. It has happened time and time again, but like nowhere near the same fucking severity as what you are seeing with a nationalist party winning 10 million fucking votes. Okay? Like
whenever my dad makes chicken, immediately the next meal the next day that they make, chicken soup. It's so delicious though. It's so nice and spicy. Yeah, it was wonderful. Thank you once again, Yogi, if you're still here. Sorry, I'm just eating my chicken soup. and then we will play some Zelda and listen to what's happening in France.
Way back in the day, but like nowhere near to the same severity as like the far right. But that's besides the point. That's not when they're talking about like extremist sentiments. They're talking about fucking raising minimum wage. Like it's not like these guys' opinions are a secret. Okay, their opinions are not hidden. Here, let's look at what the scary things he said, okay? Don't know the New York Times said people find his program dangerous. The far left's proposed platform includes raising France's monthly minimum wage, lowering the legal retirement age from 64 to 60, building 1 million new affordable housing units in 5 years, and freezing the price of basic necessities, including food, energy, and gas. The state would also pay households all costs associated with their children's education, including meals at cafeterias, transportation, and extracurricular activities. They also said that they would do this, they would fund this by taxing the wealthy. Now, on top of that, the other extreme anti-Semitism that you hear from Mélenchon and others in the New Popular Front is literally a recognition of Palestinian statehood. So when these guys are fucking talking about how anti-Semitic these guys are, or how extremist these guys are, that's what they're talking about. So none of their ideas are shocking, scary, or even fucking radical, okay? That's it. And yet the media apparatus across the board is going to turn around and present this as though it is genuinely terrifying because they're liberal pieces of shit. Their job is to uphold the capitalist hierarchy. Their job is not to look at this and go, well, for the current material conditions, I would say that this party platform is rather normal, if not necessary. Okay? Here, this is Sky News' analysis on it.
Is that he didn't come first. The French hard left came first. His Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, has resigned. And this parliament, if the exit polls are borne out, obviously the real results have to come in and there could still be a polling shock. This parliament doesn't have an obvious government in it. The hard left, quite understandably, is saying that actually, if they are going to get the prime ministership and if they're going to form a government, they want to be able to put in place their economic agenda. And, this is Britain. We have no idea what a left-wing French economic agenda looks like. It's like price controls, slashing the retirement age, completely opposed to what Macron has been trying to do over the past few years. But his problem is that he didn't come first.
Yeah, the hard left and their scary ideas. It seems that as of literally like 8 minutes ago, Jean-Luc Mélenchon has asked for a presidential election. We saved the republic. Without the government of the NFP, the RN would be in the government. The president of the republic cannot dissolve the assembly for 1 year. Only one other option exists: let him go and provoke a new presidential election. Yeah, slashing the retirement age is like lowering it from by 4 years, I think. Well, they increased it to 65, right? What was Macron increasing it to? I think it was what? It was 65, and then Macron increased it regardless of the endless riots. So they wanted to lower it back. It went 64, from 62 to 64. So they want to lower it from 64 to 60, right? It was 62. Macron put it to 64. NFP wants to lower it to 60. Okay. So slashing it dramatically. So more debt? Yes, dude. More debt. Shut the fuck up. I hate this fucking argument, dude. Like, are you...
The bank?
You are not the French bank, okay? You are not the Central Bank of France. You are not Macron. You are not in a position of power, okay? What the fuck are you arguing about?
God, he's angry today.
Literally, right now, you are personally saying, I want to be able to work until I'm 64. Fuck it, until I'm 70. Why not increase it to 70 then? Like, you are a peasant, dude. This debt conversation is so beyond your realm of comprehension. You read one fucking micro or macroeconomic textbook and you think you are a fucking analyst. And it causes you to unironically argue against your self-interest. You are a worker, okay? You are working class. You will most likely be, for the rest of your life, working class. This is a good thing for you, okay? It doesn't make any sense. It's literally like let's say there's politician A and politician B, okay? Politician B is saying, we need to take more money from the poor. Politician A is saying, no, actually, we need to get...
Debt is such like as soon as somebody brings up debt, you know immediately what sort of propaganda they've fallen for. You know what I mean? Because it's so like obvious, like what they're sort of... Hold on. Oh gosh, okay. Fucking owned. Hold on. Okay, now I need to quickly hold on. There we go.
Austerity.
But yeah, it's so you literally just doing cover for that because where's that debt spent on weapons? Where did most of the money go to? You know, trade debt for human lives and standard of living and everything. It's not even a question. I know it's such fucking bullshit. It's like you literally are defending like the government and like how it spent the money in a way that like has not benefited people. You know, like. Also, it's like American debt. It doesn't really matter, okay?
Intellectual in this situation. You're not. To me, a dumb guy that at least goes, no, I want more food on my fucking table. I want more money. What the fuck are we talking about? Is infinitely smarter than you, okay? Even an animal in the wild has this kind of natural instinct of self-preservation, whereas humans, for some weird fucking reason, do the exact opposite and think it is like actually brilliant. You're not. You've been duped into thinking that advocating against your best interest is unimaginably intellectual. It's not. Sometimes it is that simple, okay?
There we go. I don't know if I've explored around this area. I have not.
The real scary part of this conversation, okay, is that then in defense, the second conversation takes place. When I bring this up and I say, you are being a peasant, you're not in this club, you are advocating against your best interest. To make up for the budget shortfall, there's always an opportunity. You tax the wealthy. So then you say, Well, the wealthy are always going to avoid taxes. They're going to take their assets away from France. That's insane. You're not a fucking multimillionaire. You're not a corporation. You don't own Carrefour. You're not Mr. Carrefour, okay? You're Mr. Poor. You're not Mr. Carrefour. So why the fuck are you talking about how scary it is that the wealthy could take their assets away from France?
True.
And shelter them elsewhere? If that's the case, then you take action against them. What kind of fucked up system are we living under? And this happens in America too. That's why I'm saying, like, you're fucking ridiculous. This happens in America all the time. Oh, well, what if the wealthy shelter their asses? What if they take the asses away?
Well, make
like,
legislation to, like, make sure they
fucking
can't.
jail them. What do you mean? We have a system of rules. Make the fucking rules and then legislate and regulate. What are we talking about? Like, the thing that you advocate for, the fear that you have that guides you into this advocacy, unironically means that you are docile. You are servile under a system where the wealthy have a gun and are holding the fucking entire economy hostage. That's ridiculous. Aren't you French? Didn't you guys invent the guillotine? What the fuck are we talking about? These motherfuckers love raising up a stink when, you know, there's like additional taxes or anything that happens in the country, okay? They flip tables at a moment's notice, but when it comes down to, like, what, punishing the fucking wealthy if they're tax avoiding, then it's like, oh, it's unthinkable. It's unthinkable. It's not unthinkable. You should start thinking it, okay?
No! Stop slipping!
Oh. I don't understand why we are so cognitively impaired by our lack of imagination of a better way possible. People are so sedated and so limited in their imagination. Oh, the wealthy will take their asses away. No, they won't.
You want to be in here or not? Lie down.
If the government has your best interest in mind, they're the motherfucking
Just
government.
standing on my bed
okay?
staring at me.
They'll take it. Just take the fucking assets. Who gives a shit? What are we talking about? I thought these motherfuckers were supposed to be French. I thought this is what you do. I thought this is what you did. This is what you're famous for. It's so unimaginably fearful and cynical to always assume that we cannot.
He doesn't even want attention. He just doesn't know what he wants.
Pay their fucking fair share. We are so unimaginably cucked to this, like, reality. And I understand where it comes from, because constantly there is a reinforcement of this scary reality, this scary alternative where the demigod mega wealthy just basically have the economy held hostage. They'll just take their money away. They'll take their money elsewhere. It's like, no, they can't. You're the government. Why is there a system of, like, a military force, a police force, a fucking tax structure, if you can't actually make it work for yourself? It's as simple as literally writing new rules, okay? Because as a poor person, if you don't fucking pay your taxes, you go to jail, okay? So why is it that when a rich person does it, it's like, well, you know, they wrote the rules that way?
Want something, please? He's still
It makes
staring
no
at me.
sense.
Lie down. Go to bed.
Write new rules.
Huh.
I've said this for America a million times over, okay? The United States of America is the largest economic consumer engine on the fucking planet.
Yes, there we go. Also, well done.
There's so much wealth here. There's so much money here. Everyone wants to enter this market. That includes American corporations. If our government wasn't so goddamn servile to the interests of corporations, they could literally say, oh, you're taking your assets away because we increased the tax burden for you? That sucks, man. I guess you can't enter the American marketplace any longer then. Solved. Problem solved. What are they going to do? Sell to India? Are they going to sell their fucking incredibly expensive products to the Indian market? Like, is that what they're going to do? Is that they're going to make up for that shortfall? No shot.
True.
Like, it's just like the average wealth that the American household has is unimaginable in comparison to the rest of the fucking planet. Okay?
Where
we
the fuck
constantly
is this
eat.
shrine?
We constantly fucking consume.
constantly buy water bottles when your water's
China
perfectly
does that
safe to
shit.
drink
Why
in
can't
certain parts of
America?
your country. Sorry, it has another dig at the Americans. Where the fuck is this shrine?
This really scares me because the rise of leftist communist movements also leads to fascism coming into law and order. We already see so much fascism. Maybe you already said this, but sorry,
Maybe it's
I got
over
here.
here. Maybe the
What's
cave
funny
is
is what
here.
you're describing isn't even a communist position. I know. That's the craziest part. Like, it's not even... It's not even what I'm saying is not even fucking radical. What
Tell
I'm
them,
saying is
Elvie,
not
they
like,
make me
oh,
sick.
workers need to seize the means of production. We're not even talking about that.
Like, I would understand if like, your entire life you'd been
know?
told that your water's not drinkable.
It's just normal policy that you could write
But in California, there really is just,
Overnight.
like, no excuse at all.
and put into place.
It's just an extra expense.
Anyway,
The fuck is this shrine, dude? I'm gonna lose my mind.
the irony
for a
is,
cave.
even from a pro-capitalist perspective, having more meaningful freedoms for the average working class person would yield more productive outcomes across the board. But we are so nearsighted and so hyper-focused on our collective short-term gains for a select few that people can't even imagine a world where the government does stuff like that, okay?
Yep.
Like,
where are you?
maximizing efficiency. You can make a pro-capitalist argument to what I just described. But
Get
here
axed,
over
tree.
here, capitalism is this parasitic monster that basically focuses on shorter and shorter and shorter terms of profit seeking, making everyone's lives worse and worse. I don't understand it. The government is a profoundly powerful entity. And
You
I
just
think
drink
a
from
lot
the
of people
tap?
forget that reality.
I just can't for health reasons.
Anyway.
Oh no, but I mean, it's different. Like, it depends on New York. By the way, I'm not like, when I say that, I'm just saying, like, it is one of those things where it's like the means
Details
has
reported in the piece for those who
led
can't
to the
read.
end.
Macron's team mostly shrugged.
Like, the thing with American water is like, I find that like there are definitely places in America where you can't drink the water, but it is fucking ridiculous that that has been allowed to happen. First of all, and second of all, there are many places where you should like you can, but it's still that fear that like there's this mistrust in government, which you don't find like in other parts of the world. You know, like water quality is not like the best in the world here, certainly. Like all the European countries are ahead here, but I would never ever worry about drinking out of the tap in America and in South Africa ever. Never. I've never heard of a case of anybody getting sick from the water here. Like, maybe there'll be isolated cases once every few years, but it's like, that stuff is dealt with, and then there's a water warning put out, and it's like, it's always something that, like, the government is very much tapped into. You know what I mean? Yeah. People use, think tank water, is unsafe because they grew up in cities, yeah.
Elections, we've known Atal didn't know about it till just before the public announcement.
But it's not to shame anyone. It's just like, it is just very sad that, like, America has capitulated to
Macron's prime minister instead of Atal this week.
water corporations to the extent that, like, you can't be provided with this needed resource, you know, by the government. It's ridiculous. It's so fucking sad. And worst thing is like even when cases, and this is why like Nestle is fucking won, because even in cases where like your water's really good, like in California, it's really good drinking water. It's probably better drinking water, like in terms of all their regulations, than it is in South Africa, you know? Like probably better on the scale. But the thing is that fear, like the water companies have won. They've won. They already will get you to buy all of this water. They will sell something you own back to you. Because they've already put the fear in your head that, like, this water is bad for you. You know what I mean?
That's what's going on in France. We'll talk about
It's untrustworthy.
the far-right tiers in a second.
To them today.
But first of all, we are the left as a whole, and
your party's far left.
No,
As a group.
it's on the left, and our highest administrative courts said that we were the left, and the National Rally was the far right, which I think closed the debate. But most of all, it's not about the language or how bright is our smile or anything. It's about our platform.
As a Bledard, I'll give you the Bledard pass. Technically, wouldn't I be considered a Bledard as well?
For you could solve every single one of these with one of these floating things. Vista, thank you for the 5 months.
Like Algerians and Tunisians and shit, no?
I've figured out what Otto's problem is. He doesn't like that I'm making noise. You know what Otto wants to do right now? He wants me to stop streaming. He wants me to stop talking. He wants me to turn off the light. He's just looking at me with these eyes of like, why the fuck are you making a noise? I came in here to sleep. Otto, you could go somewhere else. Just chill. You could be here. I don't mind. But, like, stop looking at me with those eyes of, like, please go to bed. Like, he's staring directly into my soul, being like... He's just lying there on my bed. Like, staring directly at me. Like, don't you think you should be going to bed soon? Looking very sorry for himself.
That's the most important, rather than like language or the way we behave, supposedly behave. I think that's what people are looking for, and they will be very serious about what we're going to do next.
But
that's what
your platform, your party's platform has been very
he is
clear.
guilt-tripping me.
The issue is that the platform of the left alliance that has come out of this isn't clear. And there's going to be a big struggle to decide on who is going to be the next prime minister. Mélenchon's obviously put himself forward, but how are you going to, none of the analysts I've spoken to say it's just not clear how you're going to agree with the moderates on who should replace the Tao.
But most of the analysts over the past 3 weeks didn't know they didn't see. They didn't want this coming, really, because we had the entire establishment media saying that we will lose and the far right will win. So I'd say to you, don't listen to those.
Well, to be fair, they did base a lot of that on the first round election, which was pretty clear.
Yes, but I think they underestimate the resistance that in our people's political history and identity to the far right. And also, I would say that our platform as the New Popular Front is basically most of our program from La France Insoumise, but also everybody agrees that that's what people are waiting for, and I think nobody actually read. I mean, from in the media, the people talking about it, they weren't talking about what we actually put forward. We had over 300 high-level economists, among which the Nobel Prize in Economy, Esther Duflo, we had Gabriel Zuckman, we had Thomas Piketty, who actually supported our program, said that was what needed in order to meet
wow, leftist policies are actually like more economically like prosperous for everyone. I never would have known that. Wow.
Can I ask you, because you have spent a long time trying to...
Let's go. I'm so
Here, let's do the TLDR one real quick. Let's look up
oh, TLDR is
French elections YouTube.
Remember to take your medication, chat.
On Sunday, France went to the poll. Results explain. No, this is from 6 days ago. This is not the one. There's a new one, right?
Yeah, there is a new one.
France went to the polls for the second and final round of the legislative election. In the end, despite an unprecedented victory in the first round, not only did Marine Le Pen's National Rally fail to win an outright majority in the National Assembly...
Wait, is my stream actually so quiet and it's hard to hear on mobile? What the fuck?
No, it's not. It's not. It's complete. No, it's fine.
Or is that just is that a one guy? Am I getting
That's one guy? That's one guy. That's Oni Spumoni.
Dude, oh my God, I'm getting super one-guyed. Everyone said no.
Thanks largely to a record number of tactical alliances between centrist and left-wing candidates. But the new left-wing Popular Front coalition actually came out on top. So in this video, we're going to explain what happened on Sunday, the so-called Republican front that emerged over the past week, and what happens next. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So, let's start with a quick recap. We did a full video on the first round results last week, so go and watch that if you want to know more. But the TLDR is that the French National Assembly elections, which just happened, were held in 2 rounds.
Shit.
In each constituency, if no candidate won a majority of the votes in the first round, then the top 2, as well as anyone else who received votes equivalent to at least 12.5% of registered voters, go through to the second round, where whoever gets the most votes wins. Now, usually only 2 candidates go through to the second round, and 3 candidate runoffs, known in France as a triangulaire, are pretty rare. In 2017, for instance, there was only 1 triangulaire, and in 2022, there were only 8. However, this time around, that's not how things panned out, because turnout came in at a sky-high 67%, up nearly 20 points from 2022, and the highest since 1986. And the vote was also relatively evenly split between the 3 main parties in the first round, meaning that there were a ridiculous 306 3-way runoffs, and even 5 4-way runoffs. The vast majority of these triangulaires were between the right-wing National Rally, the left-wing NFP, and Macron's centrist coalition. But about 30 were between the National Rally, the MFP, and the centre-right Republicans, who outperformed the polls and won about 10% of the popular vote in the first round. This was all utterly unprecedented. The previous record for triangulaires was 105 in 1997, and the last time there was a 4-way runoff was way back in 1973. And that meant that what happened in the second round would depend more than ever on whether or not the various parties, and especially NFP and Macron's ensemble, could strike a deal to squeeze out the National Rally. And this is what's previously happened at previous French elections. At both the legislative and presidential level, centrist, left-leaning, and even centre-right parties like the Republicans have stepped aside for one another to keep out the National Rally and its predecessor Jean-Marie Le Pen's National Front. This cordon sanitaire is known in France as the Republican Front, and it's proven remarkably successful in the past. In the 2002 presidential election, for instance, after losing to Jean-Marie Le Pen in the first round, the socialists threw their support behind their nominal rival, Republican candidate Jacques Chirac, who then beat Le Pen with a ridiculous 82% of the popular vote. However, its efficacy has waned over time, and especially after Marine Le Pen succeeded her father in 2011 and began detoxifying the brand. In 2017 and 2022,
it took her more than a decade to detoxify the brand, and she didn't even fucking detoxify the brand until like 2017. Like, her detoxification was like marginally less overtly Nazi. Okay? Marginally less overtly Nazi. Like, her father was like a straight up Nazi, and she was also kind of a straight up Nazi, and only until like the last decade did she start retriangulating and just being like, yeah, the Nazi stuff, it's not so great. Yeah, no, the Holocaust did happen, I think. Maybe. Like, that's what we're talking about. And when
it's always the same guy trapped under these cages. Always the exact same guy.
100% verbatim about the Holocaust shit, okay? Like, it's not even... It's ridiculous. Yeah, the Front National was co-founded by literal Waffen-SS. Like, they still had people in the ranks that would just, like, chirp every now and then, but they were just, like, trying to... Yeah, when I say Nazi, I mean like 1930s style Nazi governance.
It was lovely.
Detoxifying the brand, yet they kept the same logo and took the name of a Nazi-affiliated parties of the 40s. Yep.
For instance, both the socialists and Republicans backed Macron over Marine Le Pen. But despite the backing of both establishment parties, Macron never enjoyed the
Actual quotes from Aaron Candace's election via Reddit. I am not racist. My dentist is a Jew and my eye doctor is Muslim. I am not racist. A black priest blessed my motorbike and I didn't run him over. I am against abortions. Reminder for the non-French people, abortion has been set in stone in Constitution recently. We didn't kill enough talking about Jews, thinking his mic was off, I guess. Yeah. No, like... No, when I say...
Gosh, wow.
This is not like a dilution of the term Nazi when you say like, oh, every Republican is a fascist, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm talking straight, and not Republican in the French term. I mean like Republican in America. It can get a little confusing because the Republicans are like the center right here in this situation, or the right-wing party. And then you have like the literal Nazi party. Yeah, Marine Le Pen sparks outrage over Holocaust comments in 2017 when she was retriangulating. Marine Le Pen's attempts to convince voters that she has modernized the views of her far-right Front National party have come into question after she questioned the French state's role in the Holocaust. Le Pen suggested France was not responsible for the wartime roundup of Jews who were sent to Nazi death camps. With just 13 days until the first round of voting in France's presidential election, her remarks have been met with widespread condemnation. Now, of course, she said that because technically, when she was saying that, she wasn't just defending like the broader French involvement, Vichy France, in its involvement in the Holocaust. She actually was defending her immediate relatives. When I say she was defending her immediate relatives and their involvement in the Holocaust, like, I mean literally her immediate relatives. I cannot stress this enough. When we talk about European politics, like, remember, World War II happened and people survived it on the bad side too. And some of those people who survived it on the bad side then came to positions of prominence, including Le Pen's family. Like, this isn't like American Nazis LARPing, okay? American Nazis LARPing on Stormfront and being like, yeah, we love Nazi Germany. We're going to do the Fourth Reich. I'm talking literally people who were directly involved with Nazi governance in their nations. When I talk about Italian fascists, for example, okay? When I talk about Italian fascists, we are talking sometimes direct descendants of Mussolini, like Mussolini's granddaughter, right? Or people who then joined fascist parties originally, like Meloni, who advocated for Mussolini in her youth, okay? Like, this isn't someone who is just simply a sympathizer, which is bad enough on its own. These are people with like direct ties to existing historic fascist movements.
No caves?
That never really went away.
Or what's this?
Okay? You're wrong. There were candidates during that election who got caught wearing a Nazi cap. Another one photographed when 18 with skinheads wearing a shirt with a Celtic cross. I mean, I don't know why you're saying I'm wrong. That's you're
I've already been
just
here.
giving me more information about how fucking openly Nazi they are.
I need to find some more shrines. Okay, it's time to look for some more caves. Especially in this area.
Israel, Le Pen, founder of the National Front Party and currently a legislator, said in a video posted on the party website that next time we will put him in an oven. When asked about French singer Patrick Bruel's criticism of the party, Bruel is Jewish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I need to look at... I can't find all the caves.
Anyway.
I'm gonna be here forever. Okay, let's see.
Le Pen's knife from Hitler's youth. He forgot Algeria where he tortured people. 50 years of the Algerian War. On the morning of March 3rd, 1957, Mohammed Sharif Malay, 12, discovered a dagger in the entrance of the hallway of the family home.
There was a cave somewhere around here, though.
Oh my God. Jean-Marie Le Pen's dagger. That's crazy.
Must be this.
That's wild.
Something.
Her Nazi piece of shit father was in my country in Algeria during the colonialization, kicking grandmas. Yeah.
Other caves I found.
Also, the other irony of like that Times of Israel article that you just pointed to, the other side of this equation is that the current fascist government of Israel was looking at the far-right momentum in Europe with very positive attitudes. They literally openly, in this last iteration, in this last round of elections that have taken place, were welcoming the far-right momentum in Europe. Time and time again, people from the current existing Knesset, like members of the Knesset, were with regular frequency mentioning how dope it is that there are literal fucking anti-Semitic fascists that are coming into positions of prominence in Europe. Okay? So that's another thing to remember. They were encouraging Jews in France to vote for the fascists, the demon you know. Yeah.
There's something there as well. 3. I want to go to this one again. 4.
Anyway.
One more. Find one more. And one Google stream. Exactly. This is... I'm literally doing what it says on the tin.
Stop calling everyone Nazis when you're trivializing the Nazis. This person, there's no way this person could be one. Yeah, I'm just... Look at me. Little old me again, dude. Just calling everybody a Nazi. Like, literally.
Oh, no. We're calling the Nazis Nazis. Fuck.
You
And there's one here, too.
How could I come up with such a ridiculous...
All right, where's the closest one?
How could I come up with such a ridiculous assertion?
This one here.
All on my own here.
Go to the blue.
What the fuck?
Dark
That's
blue.
crazy. What do you mean? Israeli officials are saying it's dope.
Oh, fuck. Okay, no, we're moving away from you. Fuck that.
Hassan. All right, let's
margins
continue.
that Chirac saw in 2002, winning just 66% in 2017 and just 56% in 2022. Perhaps more tellingly, in the 2022 parliamentary elections, Macron's centrist coalition refused to back the left-wing candidates from the NUPES coalition, which was led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon's France Unbound party. There were less runoffs in 2022, so the lack of goodwill between Macron and Mélenchon was less electorally significant. But it still helped the National Rally massively outperform polls in the second round, winning a record 89 seats. Anyway, this is why when the first round results were announced, it wasn't clear whether the cordon sanitaire would materialize. While Jean-Luc Mélenchon quickly came out and said that the NFP would pull out of any triangulaire where they were third placed, vowing not a single vote for the National Rally, Macron and his allies were a bit more equivocal. Prime Minister Gabriel Attal encouraged tactical voting in order to prevent the National Rally from having an absolute majority in the second round. But Macron himself only called for voters to rally behind candidates who are, quote, clearly Republican and Democratic, i.e. not candidates from France Unbound. And Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire said that France Unbound are as dangerous as the National Rally. However, in the end, it seems like the Republican front actually emerged stronger than expected. By Tuesday night, the deadline for candidate withdrawal, 100...
Yeah, they did because the left voted for them. Like... That's why. You know, like leftist voters voted for them.
32 left-wing candidates had stepped down for centrists, and 83 centrist candidates had stood down for the left.
TLDR
including
is
at least
pretty
one
lived up.
candidate who stood down despite Macron personally telling them.
Look. There it is. Here it is. Prominent French Jews decry far left's election gains amid fears of new anti-Semitism. French rabbi advises young French Jews to move to Israel because of the mainstream discrimination. Dude. This
My lord.
system of like only caring about Israel's existence and tying Zionism to Judaism like this is so unimaginably bad. I have been openly talking about this for years at this point, and obviously I have talked about it quite more recently, like a lot more recently. This is genuinely going to make people significantly more anti-Semitic. I don't know, like, how I can shake some sense into some of these motherfuckers. It is so incredibly fucking dangerous. French rabbi advises young French Jews to move to Israel because of mainstream discrimination. Journalist says NPF victory sends message of impunity to anti-Jewish Islamo-fascists.
What?
Anti-Jewish Islamo-fascists.
Bro, stop. No, tree. I don't want to cut you down, but I will. With my axe. Oh, shit. I meant to swap weapons. Fuck. That's so
Protesters
annoying.
hold banners reading "Women and Jewish double penalty" during a demonstration called by associations including SOS Racisme.
Okay, there's
and
normally
Women's
another tree
Foundation
that's
to
gonna
denounce anti-Semitism
jump up now.
in Paris en June. After the
Because
alleged
when
anti-Semitic
when
gang
you
rape
chop a
of
tree
12-year-old
down, you
in Paris
radicalize
suburb
10 of its friends.
Wait, what? Corbeveau?
Okay.
What the fuck? Alleged anti-Semitic gang rape of a 12-year-old? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Oh,
The
fuck.
fear-mongering among French Jews serves the agenda of the Israeli state? Yes, I know.
Oh my god. Fuck.
Why are we reading Times of Israel, lol? Because it's like insane. Islamic fascist is a word. Technically, Islamo-fascist is just gibberish. There was a pro-Israel deputy called Mayor Habib that lost his seat in the assembly yesterday. As I have said before, the gang rape bit is a lie, by the way. It was Christians. What? Christians and Jews responsible for the crime? What do you mean? That was real. A bunch of anti-Semites raped a 12-year-old Jewish girl. I don't know about this story. Like, I don't know what happened. Obviously, regardless of the motivations of the fucking criminals that did this heinous act, assuming that like every Muslim is doing this is psychopathic and also identical to the way white supremacists operated in the United States of America. For all of my American watchers, this is a story that you are very familiar with, okay? Oh, this black person raped a white woman. All black people are responsible. Let's go kill some black people. That's usually how it works. That is the through line here. The notion that like the extremely violent acts of one singular person or a group of individuals does not reflect on the entirety of a population. You have to be the most racist person on the fucking planet to assume that, to make that assertion. French media spun it on the assumption that it was Muslims responsible, but it came out the people responsible were also children of Jewish and Christian descent.
On the 10
Oh, the
News
kids
link
who
on
did that
YouTube
were
and put
white,
in
so they
movies.
stopped
Thank
talking
you.
about it?
Thank you so much.
Oh.
So Yogi one.
They were French who did the rape, not Muslims. They show their faces.
So this is like a cave I've been in.
Reported rape of Jewish girl linked to rising anti-Semitism in France. French authorities indicted two 13-year-old boys on charges of aggravated rape, making religious insults and death threats, and recording or sharing images of a sexual nature, among other crimes. Prosecutors said Wednesday a third boy, age 12, was charged with being an assisting witness to rape, as well as making religious insults and death threats. According to prosecutors, the girl said in a police interview that she had known one of the boys before the attack. In police interviews, all three of the boys expressed regret towards the girl without addressing their alleged involvement. That's so fucking sad, dude. Activists call for a mass demonstration against anti-Semitism on Paris on Friday. French media reported more than 1,000 people attended the rally at Paris City Hall.
Here we go, Darcy.
The French far right has been itself historically linked to anti-Semitism. National Front Party founder Jean-Marie Le Pen was repeatedly fined for diminishing the Nazi gas chambers, a mere detail in the history of World War II. But his daughter Marine Le Pen has
Joe Biden's
rebranded the
got
party, moderating
Parkinson's?
its tone and
Oh
expanding
my
its appeal.
God,
No,
yeah.
she didn't. This is also
That's
whitewashing
insane.
Marine Le Pen, for the record.
I want that bow.
But this
He
article
should not be
does not
president with
mention
that.
that these are like Islamo-fascists doing this, or that it's like Muslim migrants doing this or some shit. Even though this article on Times of Israel makes it seem like that is the case, tying it to Islamo-fascism immediately after talking about the gruesome, heinous, anti-Semitic rape of a 12-year-old girl.
Oh God, okay. Hold on.
The French go to Algeria and say, this is ours, and this is literally a part of France now. You're all French. Please take one beret and one baguette. The French Muslims will move to Paris because they are French, and France is like racism to 100. In France, Islamo-gauchist is kind
Oh
of the
shit, I
equivalent
forgot
of
about
woke,
that,
even if
Elysium.
woke have-
Let's do it tomorrow. This game is more complicated than Elden Ring. This game better. Because I forgot to tell everyone, Elysium. Tomorrow chat, after stream, we'll watch MILF Manor. Okay? Is that fine? Will tomorrow work for you, Elysium? I forgot to tell everyone, so now everyone will be gone. And I know lots of people will want to join. Season 2, Borlo. Is that fine with you, Elysium? Yeah, I don't really have a life. Stop! Yes, you do. Okay. Let me put her sound back up.
Like,
okay. I will be there yet. Okay, tomorrow.
Islamophobia
Tomorrow we're gonna watch
is
it.
fairly normalized in the United States of America. And then you like hear about the new ways in which like the average Swedish person, for example, feels about like Muslims. And you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Okay, I just want to find out where it is
I am
first.
French. The far right uses murders committed by foreigners to feed their hatred, like that of Lola, whose family refused political recovery.
Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. What's up there?
A Frenchman criticizing a Muslim for rioting can't be more ironic. Islamo-gauchiste is the equivalent of the Judeo-Bolshevism of the 1930s when Jews were the enemies of the far right. And there was a Front Populaire in France back then too. Yeah. It has become like
what
Muslims
a mid-weapon
have been substituted for the all-powerful entity that is like also simultaneously like a roving gang of barbarian rapist monsters who are also simultaneously like the strongest force corrupting all of the institutions of higher learning and
okay,
the
we're gonna go
media
back
by you know, telling people not to be ruthlessly racist towards them.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah. And you see that in pretty much every fucking European country.
Link literally is
This meant that
BP.
there are only a handful of triangulates left.
Literally
between the
is
National
just like
Rally
coming in here,
Ensemble
killing
and
all the flora and
NFP.
fauna.
Now, most people thought that this Republican front was never going to be as effective as it has been in the past, let alone totally effective. In other words, there was no way that 100% of first-round NFP
it's
voters
here.
were going to vote for Ensemble in the second round instead.
Shit,
Nor was there any
okay.
chance that 100% of first-round Ensemble voters would lend their votes to NFP. This is because some
Bro,
of
how
the
the
more
fuck am I
right-leaning
gonna do
Ensemble
this?
voters actually prefer the National Rally to the NFP, and some more anti-establishment NFP voters actually prefer the National Rally to Ensemble. However, in the end, it looks like
That is a wild thing to fucking say. That's
Okay.
a wild thing to say when you know, when you have like actual voter patterns. Like they made this video 10 hours ago. It's not like they don't know what the voter patterns look like. That's just completely untrue. I mean, every type of voter exists, I know, but like bringing that up as though it's as though it's an important fucking point is so stupid because it's like the Bernie Trump voters. Exactly. It's dumb because the Bernie Trump voters, the Bernie to Donald Trump voters were so marginal and so insignificant. And this is something that we have relitigated 1,000 times over since 2016. A much larger percentage of Hillary Clinton voters in the primaries voted for John McCain in the election between Barack Obama and John McCain. Then Bernie voters voted for Donald Trump. A much larger percentage of Hillary Clinton voters voted against Barack Obama and voted for John McCain than Bernie Sanders Bernie Sanders voters voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, this is gonna be
as
so
opposed
tricky,
to
how are you
Hillary
ready?
Clinton.
Oh god, how
So
the fuck am I gonna
idea
do this?
That like this is a prescient point, an important point to fucking bring up is so stupid. Okay? The difference is 4 times, about like 5% in NFP and 20% for Ensemble who switched to RN. Who do you think is more likely to vote for the far-right party? The right-wing constituency? Okay? Or the fucking far left in their terms?
Okay, let's
the
see.
far left constituency. Who do you think is more likely to vote for the far right?
Okay.
And Mélenchon, as they brought up already, said
Okay,
not a
that
single vote to
scared
RN
Otto.
from the
Fuck.
jump.
Of course that scared Otto.
From the jump. Anyway.
Oh, of course Otto wants to leave now. Hold on.
75% of leftists went to vote for centrist right-wing
Otto,
candidates when it was necessary. Only 50% of Macronists did.
The Republican front worked remarkably well, and the National Rally ended up coming well short of a majority, which is clearly what Le Pen was hoping for after the first round. In fact, not only did the National Rally fall short of a majority, they actually lost to both the NFP and Macron's alliance. With the votes counted, the NFP are on 182 seats, Macron's alliance are on 168, and the National Rally on just 143. Of the remaining 84 seats, 45 went to the centre-right Republicans, and the remaining 39 went to smaller parties or independent candidates, including France's first ever Basque nationalist.
It's always weird seeing the right labeled blue and the left labeled red. That's not weird. That is just like how it is in the broader majority of Western Europe and Europe in general. For the rest of the world, red is a sign of communism. Red means, that's why in America even they say like, oh, better dead than red. That's very normal. America, we do things differently. The Red Scare. Like even during the Cold War, we had an understanding that like red meant revolution, red meant communism, red meant socialism. Anyway.
Deputy to complement the political resurgence of the Basque Nationalist Party in Spain. Turnout was also extraordinarily
he's so
high,
sensitive though. Like,
coming in at nearly
that me making a
60%
noise
as
right
of
there
5
was
p.m.
enough
the
to make him
highest since
upset.
1981. Regardless,
That was enough to make him upset enough to like jump up and leave. That's how sensitive he is. Just me going like, ah, fuck. He's such a baby. I am Doggo.
the thesis that people vote for the National Rally as a protest vote, but don't actually want them in power, has apparently been proven correct. And not only that, but his alliance have also massively outperformed expectations. However, they still lost nearly 100 seats, and Macron now has the extraordinarily difficult job of building a majority coalition.
Oh, poor guy, dude. Poor guy. He should step aside.
Which will require multiple parties from across the political spectrum. If this coalition fails, Macron will be blamed for the ensuing instability, and the National Rally will be able to present.
Who the fuck told me to watch the TLDR news article? Like there were at least like 50 chatters in here that were like, you have to watch this coverage. It's so brilliant. Okay. I'm sorry. This is like not exactly great. And this is not my strong suit. Like I will say I'm way more confident in my understanding of like British politics than I am of like French politics. But god damn, dude, this shit is like
terrible.
This is kind of ass overall.
Present themselves as the only real opposition going into presidential elections. If you want to learn more about the French and European elections, then we have articles discussing both topics in Too Long, our 60-page high-quality magazine.
Okay. You know, it's just like we could have spent time literally doing French hogwatch, okay? We could have spent better time. You could have had a better use of time subscribing so that at the top of the hour when the 3-minute ad break comes, you don't miss a fucking beat.
So true.
How do you say hog in French? Like pig. Because that's what we're going to be moving on to right now. French
Isn't it just
hogwatch.
pork? Isn't it just pork?
Okay.
Pork.
Pork. Cochon. How would you say hogwatch? Pork. Pork. Cochon. Le oink watch. Oui, oui.
La oink watch.
There will most likely be a cohabitation between the NFP and Macron's coalition, with the NFP not being allowed to pass anything that would be greenlit by Macron himself. He will also reverse the option to vote along with the RN to be certain to vote censure of the NFP MP.
You capitalist pig dog.
Montre de porc. On va voir des cochons. Montre de porc. Visons de porc. Oui, oui.
The sun is hurting our chaos god. We might need to have a chat with it.
Porc,
oh, did you get burnt?
Bring it on.
Oh yeah, you went to the beach. Oh no.
Le cochon.
I hope you're okay, Ellie. I hope you wore sunscreen.
Safari. Safari des cochons. Safari des cochons. It begins now. After le 3-minute outbreak.
I'm boycotting all sun products. So true.
Cochon.
Matt, the Fifth Republic is in uncharted territories here. As you said, it looks like
National
Rally won't be able to achieve that majority. So what might French government look like in the weeks to come? There are some options. President Macron, for example, could sound out other parties about the possibility of a confidence and supply type arrangement. There's even a world in which some sort of technocratic prime minister could be appointed over a national unity government. The problem with that is that National Rally will call foul, of course, is that if that happens, because it would all be designed to block them from power. They will frame it in terms of democracy shortchanged. The one thing we know for certain is that this far-right party, now the biggest party in Parliament here, is continuing to completely redefine French politics.
Oh no!
National Rally's breakthrough moment.
It is a tree. What's a tree in French? What's a tree in French?
The party of Jean-Marie Le Pen, reinvented by his daughter, reinvigorated by her TikTok protege Jordan Bardella.
Vive la France.
Fuck that handsome piece
Un
of shit.
arbre.
We
Un
spent time
arbre.
on the ground with their candidates, trying to understand why the message resonates. If National Rally were in power, would this man have been allowed
Un
in
arbre.
front? Ask the question, is this a party born again or just back from the dead?
Mr. Bardella, British television here. Who are you really and what do you stand for, sir?
Bonjour madame, vous voulez un petit tract pour les élections? Je suis candidat du Rassemblement National pour dimanche, pour le second tour.
Julien Lemongy is 28, same as Bardella. The similarities don't end there. Immigrant background, polished, definitely on message, possibly in power. The far-right party has gone to its youth wing to field an army of mini Bardellas, part of the criteria, who looks good in their first suit. He's standing in a commuter belt constituency in Seine-et-Marne, east of Paris. A couple of big...
Dude, France is so fucking cooked with the Olympics, by the way. Like, that's a totally separate point. They are so goddamn cooked. They have no idea what's coming for them. And it's not even like, there's obviously like the fears of terrorism as well on top of everything else. That's like a big deal right now in France. There's been a lot of like potentially Russian involvement in the country.
Maybe there is nothing here.
You know, they're too busy worried about Muslims, but
there's nothing here.
Overall, dude, I do not think that they are ready. I do not think that they are fucking ready for the Olympics. Okay?
Towns, but mainly villages like Roubaix.
They'll be fine.
Well, yeah, I wasn't talking about LeBron. I wasn't talking about Team USA, okay?
But I doubt they're gonna have swimming in the Seine. Okay.
When I said they're not ready
I'll be back
for
in a
it,
second,
they're not ready for the terrorism. I didn't mean like on the courts, okay?
So that's the idea for me. I want to fight for France, and when you want to fight for France, you want like a better life for people, you want less taxes, you want less immigrations, because nobody voted here, you know, to get like hundreds of thousands of migrants every year.
It's hard to see how a place like this is adversely affected by immigration, because I can't see any immigrants here.
Because it's a Tuesday morning, you know, it doesn't mean you have like immigrations everywhere on the street.
But
it's not
when
what I
do all
say.
the immigrants come out then?
Like, I'm not saying that immigrants are like everywhere in the street. I'm just saying like people are affected by immigration, not only because there's immigration to the village, because they see what it provokes in France, like some insecurity, like some problems in the transport. We just say that the systems like this is not working.
The left-wing candidate here tactically withdrew part of a nationwide plan to block the far right. It means Limonget is in a two-way fight with the incumbent MP for Les Républicains. Think Conservatives.
Bonjour madame. Ah, vous êtes partout?
Ben oui.
Bonjour, vous allez bien?
Is this the opposition?
Yes.
Oui, tout à fait.
Okay. The traditional right in France is in free fall, and there's another factor. People think they've tried everything else, so why not National Rally?
Voilà. Les gens...
Come on. Come on, just give it a shot. Give fascism a shot. Historically, it's, you know, historically, that hasn't yielded, like, really bad results. Not that long ago, by the way. Just try it out. Just fucking try it out. Come on. Come on. A little nudge. Come on, guys.
se disent on n'a jamais essayé les RN, donc pourquoi pas? Donc on va essayer.
If you're an educated, ambitious would-be politician, National Rally's dominance now also means opportunity.
20 years ago,
oui.
If you had been running here, would you have been running for Le Republican?
Maybe 20 years ago it would have been different, because
I think French politicians of the Nationalist Party saying, what's the harm in giving nationalism a try? We have never done it before, is akin to literal Holocaust revisionism, by the way. Okay? It should be treated as such. Because when you say that, and you're a part of the Nationalist Party, and you're saying, oh, we've never given it a try, okay? You're literally doing Holocaust revisionism. You are. You have given it a try, and it fucking yielded what we are talking about. It's an abject lie to claim that, like, there wasn't an attempt.
I agree with Madame that National Rally was very different, but now it changed.
If you're a young, politically ambitious person, is National Rally the party that you would gravitate towards now? You know what I mean?
I guess so, but you know, I've committed in politics not because I'm just ambitious, because I want to fight for France.
We move on to the next village, and as we do, news breaks that a National Rally candidate in Normandy has stood down after a picture emerged of her wearing Nazi memorabilia.
Oh, dude, bummer. How did that... Wait, how
did
that...
I forgot to change the title.
Shit, dude, how did that happen? How? What? That's crazy. I'm so shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you.
This is
a shocking
stupid
revelation.
Link for press.
Have you seen this wearing a Luftwaffe hat?
Yeah, I saw that. We cannot accept that. It's a shame. And I heard that she...
Why is that a shame?
Okay, let's go through here.
Like, dude.
From here, through here,
nationalism
up to
is
there.
in the name.
Okay.
The thing I don't understand is that, like,
Link
the party
2024, 100%.
has nationalism in the name. Okay. What is a shame is that it got leaked, I guess. It's not a shame to wear the hat. It's a shame that it got leaked and it became a big political problem.
Le Pen.
I thought I was going to say it looks good on her.
She was dismissed.
Why do you think she did that?
I don't know. I don't have any context of this thing.
Okay, let's follow the. We'll follow the. We'll follow the trail.
If you're a young person like you, and you know there's that history, why do you still decide to join?
I think young people are smart enough when they get a membership. They meeting the others. They meeting like the political leaders. It's not what they see. I think nobody has to be worried about it. It doesn't reflect what we are, you know.
Immigration is at the heart of the National Rally proposition, of course. For Julien, globalisation has eroded a vision of what it means to be French. Says his party wants to restore a sense of unified national community.
We are like an individual society. People don't trust anymore
You with
in
Gannon?
the politics, so they don't.
Okay, Squirrel Temper, your country just got a big
so we
dub.
Have to create togetherness.
But
Stop.
who gets to be part of that community?
Bonjour, madame.
At our next stop, the diverse town of Nangy, that's the
What are you
question
talking
that
about?
comes into sharp focus.
We're gonna wear our attack gear.
Algérie.
Oh, I found all of this. Look at this. I look so scary.
Qui payent leurs impôts, ils n'ont rien à craindre normalement.
Bien sûr, on n'a jamais dit qu'on allait virer les
Look how
personnes
scary I look,
qui étaient
Chad.
sur le terrain.
But hang on, I know we're all being friends here and
Oh
everything.
shit.
And you're being
Oh
the
no,
politician,
actually something was
so I
coming
get
up.
it.
Okay.
But if National Rally were in power, would this man have been allowed into France?
So this man is working in France, so he's on the territory. He's legally on the territory, so there is no problem. You know, we are against people arriving illegally on the territory, not working. So we think.
So just to be clear, Julian, you want this man to stay in France? Yeah? You want this man to stay in France, yeah?
Dude, this is Channel 4
Wow.
so consistently. Channel 4 is
He's like,
carrying
nope.
the torch for British journalism. I swear to God. What a fucking incredible... Like, this is an incredible piece of journalism. To just literally straight up be like, look at this person and tell me right now you want him to be in this country is an insane thing to do.
I love it. It's so fun.
God damn, dude.
I'm glad that they're like making the like racists like actually like
He's
pay
that's
for like
crazy.
admit their racism, you know?
That's awesome.
See, I've got oh fuck.
He's just...
There we go.
It's
Get
funny 'cause
owned.
he's having such a hard time being like, of course, I love him. I love him being on French soil. Like, he can't even fucking say that. He's like, oh, well, he's a freedom of movement on the French soil and you know, is okay. Like, I think it's fine. It's like...
Bro! That's so funny.
Well, yeah, this moment was really funny too. Hold on.
Yeah?
So we think...
So just to be clear,
When
Julian,
someone
you
yells,
want this
long live immigration, look at his fucking face. Look.
man to stay in France? Yeah? You want this man to stay...
He says, vive la immigration! He's like,
The other gear
He's
is
like a
this,
vampire.
which is a little bit better
vampire
actually,
getting hit
because it's
with
been upgraded
sunlight,
once.
Okay.
This.
Stay in France, yeah?
Il me demande si je veux que vous restiez en France. Et je lui réponds oui. Vous travaillez, vous êtes sur le territoire.
Yeah, you do, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Much of the party's past rhetoric, though, doesn't
Which is
square with
insane.
this. And that
I know
mismatch
it
has
hasn't
people
been.
in this town confused about exactly what National Rally in power would actually mean for them. The fear, as the sign reads...
Okay, I do want to be sneaky here
Funny
though.
to watch. It's so funny to watch him squirm. Oh, that's awesome.
One train coming might hide another.
Paul O'Brien outside Paris. And if you need it, you can access a dubbed version of that report on our website.
I don't even need to fight them.
Earlier,
I can
spoke to
just
Daniel
literally
Obono, who's a Gabonese French.
climb over.
Macron is also a massive Islamophobe himself. He has like geared up. Friend of the show, Hugo Decrypt, literally interviewed Macron, and in that interview, he proposed unimaginable. He had already proposed unimaginable shit. Like he wanted to ban not just like the hijab, but
Jesus
also,
Christ.
what was it? There was another thing like something that is not even like relevant to Islam at all. The abaya. Yeah, exactly. Like he banned the abaya, and it's like he was asking him like, why do you want to? I mean, it is still like it's not just the abaya. There was another thing. Hold on, like Arabic clothing in general.
This is a safe space for fruit people. Is that what you're calling gay people these days?
Like,
Raphael?
Traditional clothing. Like, what the fuck? It is not even just like about Islam. It's just a dress. This, by the way,
what do
is
you
an
mean?
abaya for those of you who don't know.
What?
Like,
You wouldn't have banned that?
No. The turban ban. The turban ban is one thing, right? The hijab ban and the
That's
hijab ban
insane.
is already completely unacceptable, right? But he banned the abaya, okay? Which is just like a type of dress. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And he banned it, and Hugo de Crypt in his conversation was like, why are you banning the abaya? That's not even like Muslim garb. Okay, it's just a type of dress that, you know, people from the MENA region wear. And he basically was like, no, we have to ban it too because Arabs wear it.
What? That's insane. Oh, I have a 1012 by 1012 emotes, I mean. So Frida, you didn't have to change the size. So Frida, you don't have to, for Twitch, you know you don't have to resize it. Just send me the full size as long as it's square. And then I'll upload it, because otherwise the quality goes down, depending. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Want to send it to me on Discord? And then I'll upload it. Thank you so much.
Was that people were stunned and
thank you so much.
Afraid when we learned about how big their votes
Discovery.
were nationally. But at the same time, I know that there's a lot of anger in this country against...
Yeah, oh yeah, he said for security reasons. Thank you. That was what I was looking for.
Oop.
He banned the abaya, which is not even like, which has nothing to do with Islam in general.
That's insane.
Because he banned it for security reasons. Unimaginable racism.
Macron, against his politics. And I think some of the people used this vote to say that.
But why would
just send it to me on Discord, Sir Freddie. Do you have me on Discord? I think you do.
North African origin even contemplate.
Oh my God, South Africa mentioned.
For the Rassemblement National, for the RN.
I would say it's not the majority of the voters.
Sure.
And some may actually believe in what they are supposedly standing for when they pretend to stand with the poor people, to stand with the workers. And I think we had, for years now, decades, they've been building their little family.
Either way, I'm just Littlebear36 on Discord.
Abaya is definitely Islamic. Abaya is Islamic. Abaya is definitely Islamic.
It's a dress!
You are associating everything from the MENA region with Islam. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait till this guy finds out that they're Christian Palestinians.
You're wrong. It kind of is. Muslims own that shit. No, it's ridiculous. Even if it was, that's besides the point. That's like still silly. But it's like, yeah, no. We need to ban hummus. It's Islamic. We need to ban algebra. It's Islamic. The number 0. The fuck? It's not religious garb, dumbass. Muslims wear it. But it's not like religious garb. MENA is Middle
They should
East
try
and
ban
North
this.
Africa.
Normalized, and that's, I think, part of their appeal now, because people think, oh, it's okay, whatever they say about migrants, everybody's saying that. But there are still roots, historical roots, and also ideological roots with the party founded by Jean-Marie Le Pen. The ugly truth is that they're still a far right, and at their core.
Yeah, also, yeah, this also opens up the funny possibility once again of like, oh, turbans across the border are Islamic. Which is why when I see a brown person wearing a turban, I immediately go, you're Muslim, and that needs to be banned immediately. Meanwhile, the dude is fucking Sikh, okay?
Or racist party.
But if they get into power, if they manage to form even a minority government next week, what's the reaction going to be from your party and the reaction of people on the streets of France?
Well, for now, we don't believe that's going to happen because we are very focused on fighting against the far right and making sure that our candidates, we have over 300 candidates on the ballot, get elected.
How are you doing, Torin? Did you have a good stream this morning?
I mean, are they really fascists? You know, the Rassemblement National, they may be far right, but are they fascists?
I do think that's their historical...
Are they actually fascists?
Jean-Marie Le Pen, you know, started
Yes,
the party,
I do think.
you know, with the former Nazi
look...
Waffen-SS officer. But the party's moved on since then, hasn't it? That's what they would say, and that's what many voters believe.
But
Yeah,
are they fascist?
I mean,
Shit.
In 2017.
I love her face when the guy goes, but do you think they're fascist? Are they really fascist though? She's like, yeah. Yeah, no, I do think that.
Okay, get owned. No, I swapped over already. What the fuck?
Good
Okay.
girl. Don't look at me like that.
In 2022, and I've seen what they've been pushing at the National Assembly. They've been pushing the most neoliberal, antisocial policies, targeting Muslim people, targeting migrant people. Their policies and what they stand for is part of this far-right history and ideological framework that can be called fascist or neo-fascist, if you want to call it like they rebranded themselves.
But for every voter who wants to be anti-fascist, as you call it, there's another voter who's determined to be anti-communist, and by that he means your party.
I know a lot of people have this idea of what we are because they've heard in the media that we will break the economy and we will put the world upside down. What we're saying that, first of all, the situation, the economic situation and the social situation we are in is the result of 7 years of neoliberal policy. The chaos is already there, the crisis is already there, and it's due to the neoliberal policies that have been implemented.
Janina Bonner, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Bro, I keep on changing my thing and it won't like actually change it. That's so annoying.
Here, I'll just mention this. Barry Wise, who killed Refat al-Rara by putting an assassination target on him in an active genocide zone, is crying hysterically because her favorite far-right Zionist fascist Le Pen was defeated. All the
oh fuck! I meant to jump away.
All the genocidal Zionists are out in the open now, admitting their fascism proudly. Caught between one monster and another, many French Jews chose the party willing to stand up against radical Islam. They lost. Moshe Sebag, a rabbi for the synagogue de la Victoire, tells the Times of Israel that it seems France has no future for Jews. He advises young French Jews to leave Israel.
Oh my God.
This is such a funny thing that like Zionist rabbis are doing, where they're like, hey guys, it's really scary out there. They're saying Israel's doing bad things. So you should go to Israel. Meanwhile, what is the Israeli government doing? Trying to fucking open up a two-front war in Lebanon while also conducting a genocide in Gaza. Like, do you think that it is safer right now to...
Oh God, how do I get through here?
Do you think it is safer right now to live in the Western world where you are thousands of miles away from Israel?
No.
Which is the most insane country on the planet currently as it stands. Actively doing both a genocide and also trying to open up a new front with a significantly more powerful military in its north. Okay? Like,
fuck.
What do you think is better? Like getting drafted to the IDF? What are we thinking, guys? What do you think is a safer place for Jewish people? They literally are just like genuinely trying to they're trying to bring in a fresh round of conscripts. Oh my God. Israel expects far-right gains in European Parliament will improve its standing. Israeli minister praises France's far-right party president, breaking Israel's official boycott of national rally.
Ooh. I sent through a rush because of my new tweaks. Works in emote. Don't worry.
Anyway.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna have a look in a sec. I'll look as soon as I'm done for today.
So.
Thank you so much. Actually, no,
let's
I'll
move
put it now.
on
Never mind. Let me do it now.
The Buck Watch to
Thank you, so
American
pretty. Hold on.
news. Okay.
Oh my god! Okay,
and
yeah,
chaos
the
and
highlighted
confusion
one outline is
happening
perfect.
in the United
Looks
States
so good.
of America.
Okay, let me open a browser.
Return now to the
Pressure mounts on Biden after ABC News interview.
Auto
But beyond
LB
that,
sit.
there was a lot
Thank
going
you.
on. There was a press conference that took place already.
Oh,
Earlier,
shit, now
we
it's
got
showing.
Morning Joe,
Hold on.
which Joe Brandon
Hold
tuned
on,
into his
hold on,
favorite
hold on,
show
hold
and
on,
kind of
hold on.
flubbed that goddamn interview too.
There it is, chat. Let me
The
just grab
Democrats
it.
are back in D.C. Congress is back in session. And of course, now they're not just talking over Zoom calls. They're talking and maybe even whispering inside of the hallowed halls of
Things?
Congress. This is a dangerous prospect for Joe Brandon, who wants to maintain his grip of power.
He's so cute.
Let's take a look at what's going on in the United States of America.
The race for the White House and President Biden struggling to save his candidacy over the weekend as senior Democratic lawmakers start calling for the president to step aside. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, the Biden campaign had hoped.
I will have to remove another emote though, but that's fine. Good to keep things fresh, you know. Let me see what I'm gonna remove. We never use Joker anymore. Let's see. No, okay. Everything else seems to be. Does anybody use LB Joker? Can LB Joker go? Yay, not removing an evil. No, stop it. I've got so many. There's so many that are not used. No, LB Bread, not LB, or not, no, okay, neither of those. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. What about LB Sass? Everyone uses LB Slay instead, I think. I'll remove LB Sass, okay? Just type LB Sass. Everyone uses, yes, okay. Everyone uses LB Slay, so we'll get rid of LB Sass. Okay. Yeet it. Okay, there we go. So now we go and we say LB Otto. So cute. He's so cute. LB Otto City. Oh my god, it's so cute. And it's by So Freely. Otti? Oh, Otti could work as well. Okay, hold on. Delete from library. Delete emote. Fine. I have to, you can't change the name. You literally have to, like, delete the whole thing. Oh, go now. No, lost it. Okay, where are you? Fuck. You know when you're looking at, like, a folder full of emotes and you're like, I can't find anything. Oh, it's because I accidentally upload... No. Yeah. What? Where's it go? There we go. LB Otto sit. There we go. Otti. It's perfect because my sister always calls Otto that. So Freely. Go. Now it's LB. LB. Otti. Oh my god, he's so cute! Oh my god. That's perfect. Oh my god, thank you so much, So Freely. Happy birthday. Look at that. It's amazing. We have 17 open slots for animated emotes and no open slots for actual emotes. Because we've got, I can't believe it, we've got 50 emote slots open. That's insane, chat. Well, we had it 50 emotes. They're all used up now. Yeah. Alright, let me put Azan back. Oh no, it's
These are the
Biden.
vote blue no matter who constituents.
It's Biden.
It is only a... You will only end up As long as you do not, as long as
Good
this
diamond.
tumultuous period is the chaos in this tumultuous period.
Literally, he's like that. He's like, please shut up. I'm trying to sleep, bitch. He literally says that to me.
Swiftly deal with this transition. It's not even a fucking question. They are only going to gain more votes as a consequence of this, not lose votes. Okay? That is ridiculous. The moment that Biden drops out, every single person writing for him right now will immediately pivot. It will instantly end. No one will care that Biden got pushed out. Exactly. You think Harry Sasson or David Pacman or any number of like
True, you could. You're right, Elysium. Okay, did I end up in the correct place?
Current like ardent supporters of
I'm
Joe,
so lost
Joe
now.
Biden are not going to turn around and immediately support who the fuck is going to be put in his place? Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? The only reason why they're defending Biden so vociferously is because they personally think he's the best candidate the Democratic Party has put forward, because that's what the Democratic Party signaled originally. It is that simple. Ridiculous. Ridiculous to make any sort of assertion otherwise. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen. You think Brian Tyler Cohen's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, guys. I cannot in good conscience, like, vote for anyone that's not Biden? That'd be pretty funny. Do you know a single person? Do you know a single fucking person that is
so the
Brandon
two. The two. I think it's by the 2. Or like the 3.
Like
it's the 3. One. It's the 3, I think. Okay.
Congressman Jerry Nadler, Mark Takano, Joe Morell, and Adam Smith, joining 5 other Democrats who've made the same plea publicly. But
this is massive, by the way. Like, that right there is fucking massive. The Democrats do not ever rock the boat like this. Okay?
Interesting times politically.
Minority leader
I say let
like
them
Hutch,
fight.
For example, yeah.
But you know.
Hutch is going to be like, oh, dude, Joe Biden is like...
probably this.
Kamala Harris is put in place of Joe Biden. Sorry, I can't vote for Kamala Harris. What are you, crazy? Like, I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking of like all the people who are like unconditional
Let's
dick
go.
riders of the Democratic Party, like Harry Sasson or whatever. Like, you think they're going to fucking be like, yeah, this new guy or gal, not it for me. No. The only person that
Barbarian Helm, let's go.
Would maybe lose some votes but gain more in the long run would be Hillary Clinton. Okay? Like, I don't even think personally that regardless of the fucking charisma black hole that Kamala Harris is, I don't think that there's enough like anti-Kamala sentiment out there for people to be like, yeah, I can't vote for her. Like, maybe the fact that she's a woman or the fact that she's black, that could play a role in like maybe losing some votes overall. But I don't think that these people who are chalk committed right now to the Biden regime are going to turn around and be like, no.
Okay, then there's one last one I need to go to.
Every single person, you have only more votes to gain in this process. As long as it's not like a massive shakeup.
Wee, look at me.
And it spells chaos and confusion and division in the party. As long as this is
what's this then?
Neatly and tightly wrapped up and swiftly dealt with, this transition is swiftly dealt with, it is ridiculous.
It's so cute,
The
GS
Democratic
Erebus, I love it.
Platform is seen
Where
as
is this?
broadly popular, significantly more popular than the Republican Party's platform. What are you basing this shit on? Literally lying, bullshit, yes. Have you talked about the hospital in Kyiv yet or the ongoing genocide in Ukraine? Are you joking? What are you basing any of this shit on?
There's a genocide in Ukraine?
Basing this shit on? Is this the Brandon or Buster? The single issue voter, which is Ukraine? Is that what it is?
Oh shit, I don't want to hit those. I don't want to get that arrow there.
Pulse. Every single person that is currently committed to Joseph Robinette Brandon is committed to the Democratic Party. Their vote blue no matter whoers, okay? Why am I saying this? Because Biden's popularity is historically low. And the only people that defend Biden when his popularity is historically low are going to be people that are committed to the party platform.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
did
are
Russia do something today that Israel did
asking,
300 times
like,
last year?
why am
Oh,
I
okay.
saying that
Must be a
the Democratic
genocide.
Party is, like, broadly
I mean,
popular, or
Russia's
at least significantly
fucking
more popular
disgusting
than
and gross with the way they're treating Ukraine, but it's
Republican
not a
Party.
genocide.
There's a thing that undermines,
At all.
I don't know if you know this, maybe you know, you were unfamiliar with what was going on in American politics or something, but
Look at that stick drift.
there was a decision that came down from the Supreme Court that was directly in the hands of the Republican Party. The Republican Party was responsible for it, which undermined
I mean, it might be a genocide later on, but like, I don't think enough Ukrainians have died.
Autonomy of 50% of the fucking
I don't know.
population, especially ones living in the fucking red states.
It's more of
That
like an
was,
occupation.
pretty bad for
But
the
not
Republican
even
Party.
like that,
Okay?
really.
That in and of itself automatically put Democrats in a
Oh,
winning
shit.
position.
Oh, fuck.
Even in the midst of
No!
negative real wage growth, people overwhelmingly did not give the Republican Party a major victory in
Bro,
the
I literally-
2022 midterm election.
Here we go. He's such a wimp. Link is a wimp. Okay.
Are we really trusting polls, though? They were wrong for like 6 cycles. Why are we talking about polls? First of
Oh
all,
my God.
there's no other way to fucking do commentary in this time. And secondly, you're wrong. Polls were not wrong for the last 6 cycles. They are not wrong. You just don't know how to read the fucking polls. What is this? What is this attitude? Oh, you can't look at the fucking polls. What are we supposed to look at then? Like your own personal vibes?
Biden wants it to be done by vibes. What? I don't understand what's happening now with... I think I need to reopen and close this game. You know what? Nano just posted on Twitter that he's wanting to play Tears of the Kingdom, and I remember Nano saying to me he didn't like the Tears of the Kingdom storyline, and I feel lied to. I feel lied to.
Okay.
Apparently
here,
he
let's
hasn't
hear some
actually played
electoral
it.
Astrology.
I feel completely lied to. I just want everyone to know that Nano sucks, okay?
All right.
He lied about playing
wanna
Tears of the
hear.
Kingdom
What
to
is
me.
it?
Or like, at least I asked about it and he was like, seems
is your
mid.
Moon in Mercury? Is your Mercury in Gatorade?
Yeah, it's rioting time, okay?
Is Biden a...
Non-Ram,
Harris gets grilled the moment she's the runner? Yes.
you suck, okay?
But Harris does
He
not
said he only likes
have
Majora's
the
Mask.
same negatives that Biden has, as in she is
I think we should
I'm not
kill him
saying
with
she's the best
hammers.
candidate, okay, first of all, let's make no mistake.
In a
I'm
video
not a fan
game.
of Kamala Harris. But Kamala Harris's greatest advantage is that she is not 800 years old. Okay? Now give me the indicators. Because that was not what your sentiment was. You said, oh, well, about polling.
That
You were like,
escalated.
oh, polls are wrong. You were
Okay,
wrong. Polls are not
okay.
wrong. Your interpretation might have been. The polls, you know, they're not the greatest way to analyze an election, but it's the best we have.
That's like one of the few
what is your
memes that
way
I feel
of
like
looking at the
might
TVs?
have
I wanna know.
left
Maybe there's
containment.
something
And I
that
feel
you
like
have.
I
Maybe
feel
there's
like
maybe
people found out about that Northern Lion clip and have no idea who Northern Lion is. Let me find the clip. I feel like people know this clip and they have no idea who Northern Lion is. Yeah, it's here. Let me...
Okay. Okay. Let's kill him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers.
That's literally the whole clip. It's so good. Okay. I am emotionally attached to hammers. We share a connection. So true. And I feel like people have seen that. And they haven't seen... I have that audio clip saved. I have used for it for like 2 videos now, just pocketing jokes away forever. Yeah. I feel that. It's a good way to run things, you know? Okay.
Don't want to be that guy, but they were wrong in 2016. Wait, what? I know that.
God.
We're not talking about 2016.
I don't want to be that guy.
That in
Okay.
2016, they were wrong.
Okay.
As in,
whenever you are talking about like the Democratic Party, okay, and you bring yourself like becoming the person that is like, I don't want to be that guy, immediately stop and just go like make yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, because that is just like, you are about to say something you're going to regret, okay? You're about to say something that your mom has told you. You're about to say something you read in a newspaper. But, oh my god. I'm that guy? I am not that guy.
their re-election.
First of all, I'm not a guy. Not you. Okay. Yeah, you are that guy. You are that guy. Exactly. Okay. There we go. Okay. See? Same page. Same page.
Also, what do you think an approval rating is if you were saying polls are wrong? You're like, polls are wrong, which is why I'm going to show you another poll.
Oh my god, they actually sleep. That one's sleeping. Okay, no, they don't actually sleep. They're robots. What am I talking about?
It should be a red flag when your pick flips a debate question from one, you have a popular point, to your weakest. I know, it was a red flag. It was a major red flag. Anyway,
Team Jeffries, who convened Sunday's call, did not take a stance. With lawmakers
Xeno
back on
catching
the Hill this
strays.
week, the coming days will be critical.
Yeah, I love Xeno. It's fine.
The president trying
No,
to
is it?
restore confidence.
I
hitting the
can't
trail
read. I
hard
wasn't
this
going to take that
weekend,
out on Xeno,
eager to
though.
show voters he has what it takes to beat Donald Trump.
We're on the cusp of getting so much done. I really mean
Even
it.
though I think I have in the past. I have definitely like owned a chatter in the past because I misread something. And if it was you, I apologize. You probably deserved it though as well for like, you know, using complicated words, okay?
To point to the only person.
That's right. Let's go. Let's put this fucking buffoon. This surely. I'm telling you right now, that's it. This is the guy. He will win this now, okay?
I need to get a new controller. The stick drift.
They got the ogre out. They
the stick drift is actually like, this is all stick drift.
3 sentences together.
It's actually like making me want to cry.
About to point to the only person
I'm not touching the controller.
In an election right now.
No, it's not Nintendo.
Don't let anybody talk about your age. You a young whippersnapper.
Country road.
But even the president's allies are blunt.
Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, part of Hyrule. Take me home, country road. I hear the dawn in the morning nights, I tell you. That reminds me of a time far away. Da 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 da. I don't know the words to the song, but I know the tune. I'll sing it anyway. Anyway. Nintendo, what, as a third-party controller, stick drift. That's why I'm walking. I am not touching controls, except for the one that rotates the camera. That is what I am controlling, but not the other one. Country road. Okay. I did find a third-party controller that says it uses the Hall effect, which doesn't, like, which means there will never be any stick drift. Which, I don't know if there's a dead zone setting. I haven't looked. But, like, basically, is that, like, maybe, you know what? Who knows about controllers? I did, and I didn't find any. Okay. Is it, Oni, can I send you, a controller I was thinking about buying later? Okay, because the thing is, all I know is, like, Takealot, and I found a Takealot link, and I would just maybe, you know, the company, and then you can tell me if it's good or not. It seems like it's, like, a Euro company. And it's expensive, but the thing is, it's a controller that works with, like, the Switch, but also everything else at the same time, and it says it's, like, I don't know. I'll send it to you later, okay? When I'm done streaming. I need to get something more to eat, because that soup was not satisfying enough for me. I'm gonna go make myself some toast. with some banana and peanut butter on. I'll be back in a second, everyone.
That Trump poses an existential threat to American democracy.
I love the media basically saying you can't have both. Oh my God. I never personally thought that I would hear all of my commentary be reflected verbatim, like a 1-to-1. This is like, it's like ABC or the Hasanabi broadcast. I can't tell which is which. It's crazy. It's crazy, folks. It's crazy. They're out here saying the same shit I've been saying. Both of your opinions are religion lunatics? What? I'm just saying it's wild. It's wild to see so much vindication happen in real time.
Biden pressed on what happens if he fails to stop him.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did.
This was probably the worst take from this entire interview, by the way. Like that in and of itself was the grossest thing he fucking said. Oh, I'll drop out if even if I lose, then options, not opinions, brother. You are the goodest reader. Oh, he said options. Oh, dude, as long as I tried my darndest, tried my hardest. It's like, no, dude, you can't. No, that's not a thing. Like, absolutely no one will think that. Okay? Even all of these people that are currently defending you, if you lose, some of them will look for like left bashing. Some of them will look to the left to be like, oh, the left is the reason why you lost or whatever. But ultimately, so many people will recognize that it is you who dropped the fucking ball.
The goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
Now that answer upsetting some in the party who say this isn't about whether or not the president gives it his all, but whether he is making the right decision to run. And this week he will try to prove that he is up to the task. He will be standing on the world stage at the NATO summit here in Washington and then holding a rare solo press conference on Thursday. George.
Okay, Mary, thanks.
Now for something a little different.
Kaya, baby, place, you know. It's place time. Yeah, good girl. Hi.
And from inside the White House, we have a special guest. Joining us now, the 46th President of the United States and presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden calling in to Morning.
Yeah, dude. 2024 has been, many people are saying this, folks. 2024 has been the year of the Hasanabi vindication. Okay. Every single issue that I've covered extensively over the course of the past 10 fucking years, but especially in the past 4 years. Every single one. Vindication.
Joe, right now. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Mika, I'm more than presumption. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr. President, that leads to the letter that we just received a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, there's a part of it where you talk about...
What?
To Morning Joe, right now. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Mika, I'm more than presumption. I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr. President, that leads to the letter that we...
Oh, no. I'm telling you, dude, Brandon's own team is cooking him, dude. They made him sign up from the bathroom. They did it again. The audio perverts are at it again, dude. They're at it again.
Just received a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, there's a part of it where you talk about the fact that you got 14 million votes, 87% of the vote. It was an open process. You only had 3 people running against you. You have 3,900 delegates. And then you ask this question, do we now just say the process didn't matter, that the voters didn't have a say? I'm curious, is that an allusion also to Donald Trump and the fact that Democrats, you believe, may now be doing the same thing that Donald Trump tried to do in 2020, and that is overthrow the popular will of Democratic voters?
Well, look, Joe, let me say it this way. The reason I've been out on the road so much all over the country, and while Trump is riding around in a golf cart, filling out his golf cart before he even hits the ball. But anyway, he hadn't been anywhere in 10 days. I've been all over the country.
Mika, you can't do that. Mika, you can't sit there and try to laugh at what he's saying. It's not. Like, there's dick riding, there's glazing, and then there's what you're trying to do. Okay? You're pre-laughing at a joke that he's trying to fire off in the midst of his attempt. Okay? You can't slobber on it that hard. It starts undermining your mental faculties when you do that. Okay? It's crazy. She's like, ha ha ha, that's so funny, Mr. President. I love the jokes that you're making. This is a Trump calls on a Fox and Friends type interview. 100%. This is literally Sean Hannity. This is like when Sean Hannity directly gives a guac 3000 to fucking Donald Trump. This is unimaginable.
Country, number one. And I've gone over the country for several reasons. One, to make sure my instinct was right about the party still wanting me to be the nominee. And all the data shows that
I went for avocado instead of peanut butter.
Who voted, the 14 million of them that voted for me, still want me to be the nominee, number one. Number two, the idea that Donald Trump has gained in any substantial way, has his argument to why he should be president is anywhere convincing than it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. It's just not there. And we're just starting to focus on Trump. And look, I attended services, spoke to over 600 people at Mount Airy Church of God in Christ Philly. I stopped by campaign field offices with John Fetterman and Madeline Dean, both strongly supporting me. The president and the first lady, we spoke at a campaign ice cream social for APSME, Council 13 in Harrisburg. 40 minutes after we spoke with supporters. Stopped by Denim Coffee. I mean, I was.
How will I ever be able to afford a house after that avocado? So true. Except I'm in South Africa, and I think avocados are cheaper here. Like way cheaper.
I'm going to be hosting NATO Summit here in D.C. Going to hold a press conference on Thursday. On Wednesday, I met with the National Union leaders of the AFL-CIO. On Friday, I traveled to Detroit, Michigan for a campaign event. Just on down the line. And so I'm not getting any of what I was told. I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden. And I'm confident they do. And I'm confident, and like I said, the press agrees with me. I think they've been fairly fair. I haven't read any reporting they did today. But the fact is that, I think they have to acknowledge we had large crowds, enthusiastic crowds. And, and now they're talking about whether I use a prompter. Well, I did it all extemporaneously. The fact of the matter is, I was using prompters too. I don't get that. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that we're not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nominating process where the voters spoke clearly. I won 14 million of those votes, et cetera. So I not only believe that from the beginning, but I wanted to reassert it and demonstrate that it's true. And I'm going to be doing that all through this week and from here on.
So we noted yesterday there was quite a contrast. The people that were supporting you yesterday compared to, say, a lot of the Washington insiders and Hollywood moguls, and go down the list. of very powerful people that want you out compared to the support that you had in Pennsylvania yesterday. That said, there are a lot of people of goodwill who love you.
This is, dude, this is so awesome. Dude, this is like the final stage of Trumpism, is that the Hollywood elite are after me. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. The Hollywood elite are after the Democratic Party's president. The incumbent president. Oh man, the real people on the ground definitely don't think I'm old as shit. It's the Hollywood perverts that are after me. It's the media that's after me. That's great. This is a winning strategy.
Who believe you did a great job in your first term, who are still
the moneyed interests and the corporate cucks are after me, says the guy who literally will go and do closed door meetings exclusively with fucking billionaires. Okay? Billionaires and millionaires. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, no, totally.
Concerned yesterday, the topic came up of the Stephanopoulos interview, where you were asked the question, how would you feel if Donald Trump beat you? How would you feel after you lost? And you said, well, as long as I did the best I could do, that's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who are concerned by that answer?
It's not an option, and I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, Trump has 50 lies. I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe. I want to get into it. He's just a liar. And he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friends. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning, I ran because I never bought on to the trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that we have to walk away from the rest of the world and cave to Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that. And I'm confident that's what the American people are. So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contributing under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true.
Or he's trying to say that he's ground roots,
support,
dude.
But that's not the reason I'm running.
That's so
I'm
annoying.
not running about what they think and what they care about. And by the way, you don't see.
Yeah, he's a real Bernie Sanders type, dude. A radical revolutionary Marxist. I don't care about what the millionaires think. That's why I keep doing closed door meetings with like millionaires, begging them for money. He sounds like my distant relative who has a history of not paying his debts, begging money from my dad.
Let's go here.
This is really ridiculous. I love the
you mean grassroots? Did I say something else?
Here, which is
I thought I said grassroots. Did I say ground roots? Fuck.
I don't care about the millionaires and billionaires. Respect.
Yeah, I meant grassroots. Grassroots, not
that's who this guy is.
You heard me.
A whole hell of a lot of them flocking to Trump. You don't see a whole lot of CEOs flocking to Trump. You don't
Gas
see
roots. We don't discriminate. All roots are good.
Out there talking about what I have
So
been able to do. I don't hear anybody talking
I love a good
about his
tuber.
economic plan.
I love a good
like
carrot
to bring
too.
America around and keep America first. And by the way, here's Trump talking about.
I don't want
all
to fuck
that
with
he's
you right
done
now.
And you know, Trump and his debate night. He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th. And
look at their faces.
They're like, yeah, we know Trump lies. We know. Actually, they're not.
Look
They're
at their faces as he's like trying to put together some semblance of a narrative and they're just trying to follow what he's saying.
You know what? How I think Biden can win the election? If he does what Boris Johnson did and release lo-fi.
That's crazy. Why wasn't his appearance televised? Why was it on the phone?
What's it called again? Conservative, like lo-fi, liberal lo-fi beats to study / relax to. Just like the fucking Boris John did. Boris to relax to. Yeah, lo-fi Boris wave beats to relax and get Brexit done to.
Which was a great disappointment. We've got to get Brexit done.
Biden should do something like this. This was released by the Conservatives.
We need to move this thing over the line.
I used to stream like 5 memes a day in a Discord, and I played this when people were AFK. There's also Bernie Wave, but that's not made by Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders 8.5 hour filibuster, but it's lo-fi.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records.
He just spoke for 8.5 hours. I love it.
I'm simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact
I've already done this one.
to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now,
damn, I've already done this one.
Some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing.
Bro, I literally should start my stream with this.
I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today.
This is some Fidel Castro once did a fucking 12-hour stream. I want to see him at the end of this. Let's see. No!
So it's an investment. So you spend a few $1 million, an organization spends a few $1 million on
He's
a
still
lobbyist,
going.
but if you ended up getting back hundreds of millions of dollars in tax breaks or corporate loopholes.
This is 7 hours in.
Other benefits, it's a very good investment. That's what Tom
Bro, he should become a Twitch streamer.
Just given how lucrative lobbying is as an investment, it's become a huge business. In February 2010, the Center for Responsive Politics laid out which industries had invested
he gained
how much
energy
in Congress the previous year. Overall, it found that in 2009,
Fuck, as much as he like really did fail the left on Palestine, it does like break my heart. I loved Bernie's 18-hour League of Legends subathon. It does break my heart that like what the DNC did to him, because regardless, America would be in a much better position generally for its people, and yeah. And Bernie certainly would have been better on Palestine. We know that. But it does break my heart a little bit. There was so much momentum in 2019 and 2020. Anyway, Biden should do this. Biden, go to the fucking Senate and filibuster for 8.5 hours. Okay, this was 4 years ago, by the way. 4 years ago. Well, it was uploaded 4 years ago. I don't know when the filibuster was. Anyway, let's put Hassan back on.
Look,
fuck.
I had before, I was feeling so badly before the debate.
Oh, poor boy.
When I came back, they tested me for, I thought maybe I had COVID, maybe there was something wrong, I had an infection or something. They tested me, they gave me those tests, I was clear. So, but...
Bro, she said, if my son
I want to be borrowed
that poorly, I would immediately call the head doctor. Kaya. No. That's crazy.
Biden get the gaming stream? Yes.
Look, I had a bad night, but the fact of the matter is, look at what I'm doing. I mean, let me put it this way. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself. Been testing everywhere I go.
Okay.
Going out and making the case.
Okay. No shit, I didn't want to go here.
We're literally... We are watching.
Okay,
an
I
old
need
man
to... Yeah, I need to get to the blue.
Negotiate why he still has the capacity to drive. It's crazy. Like, this is like stages of grief.
I think we need to bring ageism back.
It's crazy.
Not for like only for the real oldie olds that feel like they want to control everything, okay? Make
I'm
ageism
just testing myself when I go out.
Acceptable again, okay?
Every day. That's crazy. Yeah, except he's not driving a car, he's driving a fucking nuclear submarine. You're right, chatter. Sorry, I got the hiccups from the one spicy pepper I had.
The night of that debate, I went out. I was out till 2 o'clock in the morning. That very night. That very night, it drives me nuts, people talking about this. That very night, I'm talking to large crowds. Look at the crowds we've gathered everywhere from Atlanta to North Carolina to Pennsylvania.
Fuck!
And look at the
He's talking about his crowds,
right
dude.
after.
Shut the
Where
fuck
are
up.
Trump been? What has...
Yeah, Trump is obviously not saying anything because you're already fucking up the bag. It's literally the best possible thing he could do.
Has anybody ever thought, like, what even is a Trump?
The best possible thing Trump could do right now is to stay the fuck out of the media spotlight. Why disturb your opponents when they're making a ginormous mistake? Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. He quite literally is not doing anything on purpose because you're already fucking it up. If he was running around constantly fucking chirping, the media would be up his asshole. And the narrative would shift away from Brandon's age and mental faculties to Donald Trump being a fucking fascist. Which he is, by the way. I mean, he is. Dude, I can't believe there's still people fucking who think that I'm like secretly in the pocket for Trump, and that's why I'm like talking about Joe Biden's mental faculties.
That's so
as I
funny.
have been for the past like 4 years now. Openly stating that we needed someone in 2020. You are, lol. Yeah, no, totally. I'm a secret Trump supporter. Well,
People
not a secret Trump
actually
supporter,
think
openly
that?
a Trump supporter. RNC, please, if you're watching, give me fucking access to the RNC. I love Donald Trump. I'm a red-blooded, passionate American who loves defending the Constitution.
Oh shit. Okay, well.
This you? Yeah. When your talking points line up with the MSM, then it's too real for some chatters. No, that's what's crazy about this fucking narrative. Is that like saying I'm a Trump supporter when mainstream media's narratives do not align with mine is one thing. But like you're making it seem like Adam Schiff is a fucking Trump supporter, dude.
Shifty shift. Adam shifty shift.
A 900-year-old Democratic representative from fucking New York is a Trump supporter. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Mark Warner is a Trump supporter, is not going to, you know, is not exactly the best possible way that you can move on with this. And the worst part is, and I keep warning people, more Democrats are going to keep coming out. And I guess you'll keep moving the fucking needle until Joe Biden drops out. And then Joe Biden is a Trump supporter. It's so fucking stupid.
Trump said or done, except deny and lie about what he's for.
Okay, so you have repeatedly said that all of these people and entities are wrong. And let me go through them. The New York Times editorial board, The Economist, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Boston Globe, Jerry Nadler, Seth Moulton. Let me go to Julian Castro.
Trump supporters, all of them. Classic.
Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David
Oh,
Remnick,
you're kidding.
Richard Haas. Yeah, I know which one you're responding to there. Zeke Emanuel. But they are saying that you should step aside. So what is your plan of attack moving forward?
My
These are
plan
pretty
of
big
attack is
names.
to go out and keep doing their big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong.
I'm about to say ableist slurs. Can you unequivocally promise that you won't vote for Trump? What a fucking idiotic statement.
No, Shotton, these people don't exist. No.
Unimaginably
No. These people
like,
don't exist. I
asinine,
refuse. No.
ridiculous. Like, oh, we got him. Hey, dumbass, listen to my fucking commentary.
Oh my fucking god.
Are you stupid? How many times have I fucking said you should never, I'm spitting, that's how fucking angry I am. You should never, ever in a million years vote for Donald Trump.
Holy fuck.
Who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, can you promise unequivocally that you won't vote for Trump? As though like there's a hidden premise there that is like I'm secretly in the pocket and it's going to be too hard for me to say.
It's 30 degrees and my phone won't charge because it's too hot. I have shit to do. Oh my god. What?
How do you have the gall?
I'm not using this, so I'm going to take it.
Audacity. Where the fuck have you been? Like, where are we coming from? These fucking new, like, oh, I started paying attention to politics for the past 4 years ass dumbasses coming in here being like, I guess it was a bad joke. I thought you were being fucking serious. It is a bad joke.
Oh no. Oh no. Chatter. Yo, Elysium.
Bro! Chatters are
It worked.
2024.
It
worked. Come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment.
Thank you, Elysium, for the 221 gifties. Holy moly.
And by the way, I'm going to have all these foreign leaders here. I've been in contact.
There we go.
with the new
No!
British
Fuck.
Prime Minister, anyway, look, the country...
Timing was off on that one.
The rest of the world's looking, our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else
Are they looking for U.S. leadership?
And do this.
I don't think the world has been looking for U.S. leadership for a long time.
About it in Poland. I made sure that we're in a position where we have a coalition of people of the nations around the world to deal with China, with Russia, with everything that's going on in the world. We're making real progress.
Audit pass,
The Biden
100%.
plan, which got in Israel.
Look at this.
For the Gaza Strip is something that was adopted by
Such a beautiful
the
game,
UN
hey.
Security Council. Whether it comes to fruition, it's awful close. We'll see. G7's but look, I'm not going to explain any more about what.
Oh my god,
I
of
should
course
or
it starts
shouldn't do.
raining.
I am running. And if you want to stop me,
I wanted to ask you, it's so interesting. You talked about how, you were supposed to lose in 2020. You won. There's supposed to be a huge wave in 2022. There wasn't. In 2023, Republicans were supposed to win. They didn't. You could say the same thing about France. Le Pen was supposed to win in 2 years ago. She ended up getting crushed. Her party, her far-right nationalist extreme party was supposed to win yesterday. They ended up getting crushed. I'm curious.
They did not get crushed.
That's a really interesting take because, like,
I'm going to die if I stay here.
I guess he's going to advocate for Bernie Sanders, for Joe Biden to drop out and make way for, like, a young, dynamic leftist. Not Bernie Sanders, but somebody else, I guess.
I wonder if there's lightning here. Because I want to open this thing.
Is that what we're doing?
Hey, Borlo.
To change the dynamic.
Hello, this is the US. Congrats on your free gift. Would you like us some USD or some US Marines and some JDAMs to... It's up to you. Congratulations. Death can't stop you. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We got the energy. You know we're gonna, face it.
I love...
It is not.
The idea that Biden is...
Anyway, I am actually going to go now, chat. But I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are going to watch...
As the guy.
Tomorrow, we are going to watch Lindsay Ellis's new video. So that's good. Zenodo is going to be so upset the entire time. Being like, why are we watching an hour and... and Fear... Never mind, it's Fear and tomorrow. Fuck. Okay. Well, we'll have to watch that fucking on Wednesday then. Oh no, I'm not streaming on Wednesday. I've got shit to do. Okay. Can't do... Okay, we'll have to watch on Thursday then. Fuck. Okay. Alright, great stream. Is the Aussies? True. We'll have to do that. Okay, let's see. Who is live? Zenodo is suddenly celebrating? I know. Zenodo, when watching a 1 hour podcast that I end up taking 2 hours to react to every single week, soy face. Zenodo, when 1 hour 30-minute video about something more informative that actually might impart some knowledge on your brain. No. No. Okay, let's see. I think we will raid. Okay, Peganox is talking about Haiti with King Birth, which is informative and fun. Let's raid Peganox. I'm gonna raid Peganox. Right. Peganox. There we go. Alright, be nice. Alright. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye now. I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea.